Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook, Naruto The New Beginning, Chapter 114 to 170, 114. Dead or Alive. 1007 words. When Jiraiya and Tsunade paid homage to Orochimaru, they did so at a base in the Land of Sound. The time is up. I hope Orochimaru-sama is safe, Girin said as she smeared Orochimaru's blood on her hand and formed a seal. Summoning Jutsu. As the white smoke cleared, a massive snake with black and purple stripes appeared. Its size was so immense that it smashed through the roof, causing debris to rain down. This was Manda, the giant snake often summoned by Orochimaru. Manda roared furiously, "You fool, Orochimaru! How dare you summon me in such a cramped place? If you don't offer me 100 sacrifices this time, you won't escape my wrath. Orochimaru! Show yourself!" Manda bellowed, noticing Girin instead. "Where's that insignificant bug, Orochimaru?" Feeling Manda's immense presence, Girin respectfully replied, "The purpose of my summoning is to deliver a message. Orochimaru-sama said that if he encountered danger, you were to help him escape. He instructed me to wait here, and if he didn't return by the appointed time, I was to summon you using his blood. You can summon me too? Ridiculous." Manda sneered, sensing there was no one else nearby. That guy, maybe he was killed before he could summon me. Humans are so fragile. Orochimaru-sama won't die. Girin retorted instinctively, despite the overwhelming pressure from Manda. "I'm done wasting time. If he's alive, tell him I demand 100 sacrifices." Manda dissolved the summoning jutsu, disappearing back to Ryuchi Cave. Could it be that Orochimaru-sama? No, that's impossible. There are still other options. Girin hurried to another base, leaving everything behind. The next day, in Konoha village, news of Konoha's solo victory over the joint sneak attack by Tsunade and Otoge spread like wildfire. Simultaneously, reports emerged of former Konoha advisor Danzo Shimura colluding with Orochimaru for power, leaking village secrets, and murdering the other advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane. When attempting to escape, Danzo was intercepted by ANBU Black Ops and ultimately took his own life. The villagers celebrated the victory, reassured by Konoha's strength in withstanding the attack. Many had seen the 3 large serpents outside the village, and knowing the power of Konoha's defenses brought them peace of mind. However, Danzo's betrayal angered the people. Traitors were hated even more than invaders, and Danzo's name became infamous. Yet, the murder of the 2 advisors caused unease among the villagers. With 2 high-ranking officials gone, would Konoha's order fall into chaos? Thankfully, Jiraiya and Tsunade stepped in as advisors, easing the village's concerns. Both were considered reliable, for the most part. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, used this opportunity to restore the honor of Konoha's white fang, Tsukumo Hatake, by personally engraving his name on the village's memorial stone. No one objected, and many villagers who had once condemned Tsukumo now felt ashamed. Some even visited his grave to pay their respects, filled with guilt for their past accusations, silently resenting those who had spread the harmful rumors. That day, Kakashi stood motionless in front of the memorial stone, not leaving until nightfall, when Kushina Uzumaki found him and dragged him home by the ear. 3 minutes later, Kikai, on his 48th lap around the village as part of his daily workout, stopped by the memorial. Scratching his head, he asked, "Huh? Where's Kakashi?" After a moment of thought, Guy slammed his right fist into his left palm. "So, he's already left. As expected of my eternal rival and best friend, Kakashi." Tears welled up in Guy's eyes. "To celebrate Kakashi's recovery from grief, I'll run backwards until I'm exhausted. This is youth." And so, Konoha's streets once again echoed with the sound of Guy's energetic training. "Thank you, Lord Fourth," Kakashi bowed deeply to Minato. "There's no need for that. In fact, this should have been done long ago. The delay was only because we lacked concrete evidence." "It was my shortcoming as Hokage," Minato replied. "Even so, I am grateful for what you've done for my father. You two are impossible." Kushina pointed her spoon at them. "This is family, so stop being formal and come eat." "Ha ha ha, Kakashi, if you're still down, why not borrow my new novel?" Jiraiya suggested, trying to lighten the mood. Tsunade quickly slammed Jiraiya's head onto the table. Don't promote your nonsense here, you idiot. That novel is my life's work. Jiraiya muttered, rubbing his forehead. Kakashi, however, politely declined under Kushina's sharp gaze, though he subtly made a few gestures to Jiraiya under the table. The two seemed to reach a secret agreement, much like the covert dealings of black market merchants. If those two ever took the written portion of the Chunin exams, they'd surely ace it through cheating. Meanwhile, Naruto, playing with a cat toy and teasing Taunton, seemed oblivious to the fact that the pig wasn't enjoying the game, wearing a look of silent protest. Shizen watched Naruto with a relieved smile, glad that at least Taunton wouldn't end up roasting on a spit due to Naruto's affection. By the way, Tsunade-sama, did you check on Kimamaro's condition? He fought a major battle just 2 days after leaving the hospital, Shizune asked. Yes, I did, Tsunade replied, carefully examining Kimamaro while Karen, Haku, and the others looked on with concern. Gaara wasn't present, as the bond with his siblings, strengthened by Kushina's influence, had motivated him to spend more time with them. Though it put Minato and Kushina in a bit of an awkward spot, they respected his wishes. After a thorough examination, Tsunade said, Kimamaro is fine. As long as he avoids overusing his bloodline ability and doesn't excessively manipulate his bones, he won't experience any serious health problems. Read up to 20+ chapters ahead on P@Trian. https://www.p@trian.com/iamxino. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Chapter 115. Reputation. 927 words. I have released new fanfiction. Check it out. Great. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Tsunade's diagnosis. Kimamaro smiled as well, realizing that strengthening his bones through his clan's Kekkei Genkai and practicing the 8 gates technique was indeed the right path. Thinking back to the days spent with those resilient teammates who practiced tirelessly, rain or shine, a warm feeling spread through his chest. But then, he shuddered. Was he getting used to their company? Was he starting to feel warmth from the same people who were trying to change his hairstyle? However, after the meal, Kimamaro still saw those 3 beaming faces outside the window and silently leapt out. If nothing else, they'd probably encounter the blue beast of Konoha today. The next morning, as the first light of dawn appeared, the gossip about Danzo had already spread across the village. It was the 2nd day since the villagers had condemned him, and he was repeatedly denounced for his crimes. As the outrage began to fade, stranger rumors about him emerged in Konoha. People began speaking loudly about secretive and sinister acts he'd committed, like experimenting on the first Hokage's cells, betraying comrades, peeping in the women's baths, and even gambling and kicking down widows' doors at night. Some of the accusations seemed absurd, but the villagers were convinced by the level of detail, right down to the exact bathhouse he supposedly spied on the locations of gambling dens, and the identity of his debtors. Naturally, many didn't believe it, but the rumors sparked unusual conversations. Danzo really did such despicable things? Yeah, especially the part about peeping at the women's bathhouse. Wait, where are you going? I'm going to check if it's true, so I can warn the bathhouse owner. I can't let you have all the glory. Let's go together. That day, under the confused gaze of the bathhouse owner, female guests drastically decreased, while male patrons swarmed in, some even falling off walls and rooftops trying to sneak a peek. Jiraiya was heartbroken when he learned of this. How had his favorite scouting spots been exposed? Could Danzo have sent spies to track him? No way, Jiraiya was too skilled at avoiding detection. Regardless, he would have to find new locations for research. Meanwhile, Tsunade sat in her office, listening to Shizen's report on the gossip about Danzo's gambling debts. A strange sense of guilt washed over her. The names of those debtors sounded oddly familiar. After thinking it over, she realized that only a handful of people knew about such matters. Tsunade smirked, cracking her knuckles. Since those rumors seemed to borrow heavily from her own experiences, she had a good idea of who was responsible. It was time to relieve some stress, and she knew just where to find a sandbag. Naruto, of course, was completely innocent of the rumor-mongering. He figured the people behind it must be hidden do-gooders. After all, it couldn't have been someone using the shadow clone jutsu to spread misinformation about Danzo, right? Who would be so petty? So, bored? If you're so bored, why don't you take Hinata on a date? Kushina suggested, noticing Naruto's idle state. We've been busy, and you haven't had much time for missions. That's a good idea, Naruto agreed and left after pocketing the funds his mother had graciously provided. Boredom was one thing, but Naruto swore by Sasuke's future wife's honor that he had nothing to do with those rumors about Danzo. Meanwhile, Sakura sneezed at the Haruno house before heading to the bathroom. After her shower, she stood in front of the mirror, fixing her long pink hair, but her expression dropped. Still nothing, she sighed, staring down at her unchanged figure. Am I not feminine enough? Maybe I should ask Tsunade-sensei for advice. With a heavy heart, Sakura left home. Naruto and Hinata walked hand in hand through the village, chatting about what had happened since the exams. They passed several shops with banners like 20% off for ninja and 30% off when you enter in uniform. Workers carrying materials occasionally crossed their path. Hey, Hinata, Naruto said, recalling something important. Yes? Remember our promise? Promise? Hinata's cheeks flushed. Yeah, I finally defeated Gaara. Hinata blushed even more, fidgeting with her clothes. That. Wait, did you lie to me? Naruto teased, pretending to be disappointed. No, not at all. Hinata panicked. Naruto-kun, could you close your eyes? Naruto closed his eyes, eagerly waiting. Hinata hesitated but finally mustered the courage to give him a quick peck on the cheek. Naruto grinned triumphantly as he opened his eyes, looking at the now red-faced Hinata. Just the cheek? Hinata stammered, I didn't say where. All right, we'll save the rest for later, Naruto said, deciding to go easy on her for now. Just then, Naruto spotted Sakura standing near the flower shop. Sakura, he called out. Huh? Oh, hi, Sakura replied, bewildered. I was just on my way to visit Sasuke at the hospital. I'll leave you two alone. Sakura picked up a bouquet and hurried away, flustered. Visiting Sasuke? Naruto remembered his injured friend, who had been hospitalized after taking a knee blow from Rock Lee. Hinata, let's go see Sasuke too. We can visit the third Hokage while we're there. Okay, Hinata agreed. A new One Piece fanfiction is uploaded. If you can read it and give me your thoughts about it, I will be very grateful. Read up to 20 plus chapters ahead on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/iamxino. Drop some PS if you like the fanfic. Thank you for reading. Chapter 116, 116. The legendary Ichiraku Otsutsuki. 1036 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more, gemstone. Also check out my new fanfiction, Cross Swords. Naruto and Hinata bought flowers together to visit the hospital. Instead of going to see Sasuke directly, they planned to visit the third Hokage first. Naruto figured he should give Sasuke some time to rest. Nino Onisan, are you on duty today? Nino was the medical nin who had helped deliver Naruto alongside Biwako. She had originally been part of Umbu but later transferred to work at the hospital. Naruto was quite familiar with her. It's Naruto. And is that your little girlfriend next to you? Yeah, her name's Hinata, Naruto replied happily. Hello, Nino-san, Hinata greeted politely, though a bit shy. She's adorable, Nino complimented with a smile, glancing at the bouquet in Naruto's hand. So, who are you visiting today? The third Hokage and Sasuke. Oh, you're here to visit the third Hokage too? Are there a lot of people coming to see him? Of course. The third Hokage was injured protecting the village, and he's far better than Danzo, Nino added, not missing the chance to criticize Danzo. No, you got it backwards. Half the village was attacked because of him, Naruto thought but kept the complaint to himself. So, which ward is the third Hokage in now? The third Hokage is in room 3601, Nino said after checking the records. Sasuke is in 3602, right next door. Naruto and Hinata headed upstairs. A hospital wasn't exactly the best place for romance. Grandpa, Grandma Biwako, and Konohamaru are here too. Naruto greeted them warmly as they entered the room. There were many flowers, showing just how many people had come to visit. Third Hokage-sama, Lady Biwako, Hinata greeted respectfully, adhering to her strict Hyuga upbringing. It's Naruto and Hinata, come in. Biwako said with a smile, taking the flowers from Naruto. Konohamaru rushed over excitedly. Big brother Naruto. Sister Hinata. Good boy. Naruto ruffled Konohamaru's hair. This kid doesn't even know how to properly greet his sister-in-law. Looking at the elderly man in the hospital bed, Naruto asked, is Grandpa feeling better? Ha ha ha, much better. But not being able to smoke is killing me, Hiruzen joked, glancing at Biwako as if silently pleading. Biwako rolled her eyes. You still want to smoke while you're recovering? Asuma picked up the habit from you, and now you want to do the same with Naruto and Konohamaru? The third Hokage sighed. Fine, fine. I'll wait until I'm discharged. You're not getting discharged anytime soon. I threw away your pipe. Tsunade specifically told me you're not allowed to smoke anymore. Hiruzen groaned, looking as if his dreams had been crushed, but he quickly brightened. Speaking of which, Naruto, you did exceptionally well this time. Me? Naruto asked, surprised. What did I do? You used your shadow clones and flying thunder god jutsu to evacuate the audience before the battle started. Thanks to you, no one was seriously injured. No one seriously injured? Does that mean someone got hurt a little? Naruto asked, puzzled. The third Hokage laughed heartily. Yes, someone sprained their ankle coming out of the shelter, ha ha ha. Otherwise, it would have been 0 injuries. Biwako chimed in. Because Konoha was able to protect everyone so efficiently, the officials from other villages now have a very high opinion of us. You deserve a lot of the credit. Ah. I didn't expect that, Naruto admitted, scratching his head. Hinata looked at Naruto admiringly. Naruto-kun, you're amazing. After chatting for a while, Naruto and Hinata decided to leave so the third Hokage could rest. Before heading out, Naruto gave Konohamaru a little reminder, your grandpa isn't in good health, so don't play any pranks on him. The third Hokage stroked his beard, feeling proud of Naruto's maturity until Naruto added, wait until he's fully recovered. Konohamaru nodded enthusiastically. Okay, big brother Naruto. Hi, the third Hokage waved in exasperation, 2 of his beard hairs snapping off. Naruto then opened the door to the next room, where Sasuke was resting, propped up on the bed while Sakura peeled apples beside him. Yo, Sasuke. Hey, Sakura, Naruto greeted casually. Hinata followed Naruto in. Excuse us. Why are you here? Sakura asked, looking a little flustered. Came to check on my little brother, Naruto teased. Sasuke frowned. I'm older than you. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Details, details. How's your injury? I'll be discharged tomorrow. I'll make it to the memorial ceremony, Sasuke said, his tone heavy, thinking of the Uchiha members who had died. Naruto didn't like the somber mood, so he changed the topic. Is Sakura the only one here to take care of you? Sakura put down the knife. Sasuke's mother was here earlier, but she went home to prepare lunch. She asked me to stay with him. Naruto's eyes lit up with mischief. Oh, I see. Just like my mom's friend, huh? Setting things up. Sasuke remained unaffected by Naruto's teasing, but Sakura shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. What are you implying? Nothing at all, Naruto said, patting Sakura on the shoulder. Sakura, good luck. Sakura paused. Could Sasuke's mother have created this opportunity on purpose? But looking at Sasuke, who seemed completely oblivious, she sighed. It wouldn't matter if the person involved wasn't aware of it. After a bit more conversation, Naruto and Hinata left the room, deciding to get lunch at Ichiraku Ramen. At the ramen shop, everything was as it should be, with Tucci still running the place. Naruto ordered his usual but discreetly tried to observe Tucci, wondering if the legendary Ichiraku Otsutsuki was hiding beneath this ordinary appearance. Even when Naruto activated his sensory abilities, Tucci still seemed like a regular person. Hinata noticed Naruto staring and asked, "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" "Oh, nothing. My dad loved this ramen. You should try it." Hinata nodded. Okay, understanding that Naruto wanted her to enjoy the meal. Though Hinata didn't eat much, Tucci announced that he'd be closing the shop for a few hours in the afternoon to prepare some special side dishes. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/Iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 117, 117. Negotiations. 1095 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. The following day, a memorial ceremony was held in front of the memorial monument. The two advisors who were mutilated, Koharu and Mito, along with nearly 20 heroes who died protecting Konoha during the conflict, were honored. Even the third Hokage, who had not yet recovered from his injuries, was brought to the ceremony by Bawako in a wheelchair. Beside him stood an elderly, stout man. Akimichi Torafu, like Danzo and others, had been one of the 6 members of the original squad led by the second Hokage. Unlike his teammates, who continued to hold high-ranking positions, Torafu retired early and spent his days at home, enjoying a peaceful life of food and drink. When he heard the tragic news about his 3 old friends, Torafu made the trip to bid them a final farewell. Standing next to the third Hokage, Torafu looked at Minato, Tsunade, and Jiraiya by the memorial monument, then glanced at the accomplished Konoha ninjas like Asuma, Kakashi, and Guy among the crowd, as well as the younger generation, Naruto and Sasuke. He patted the third Hokage on the shoulder and said emotionally, "Hiruzen, our time has passed." "Yes," Hiruzen replied. "Tobirama-sensei once taught me to become Hokage and to foster those who would lead the next era. Now, not only has the next generation risen, but even the generation after them has begun to flourish." Torafu sighed. If only Danzo had understood that, things might have been different today. It's such a pity about Koharu and Hamura. Hiruzen fell silent. The betrayal of Danzo, his once close friend, had deeply affected him. He now understood why Jiraiya had wandered the world after Orochimaru's defection. Minato then addressed the crowd, recounting the heroic deeds of the fallen. As a shinobi, many details were necessarily kept confidential. After the speech, everyone offered white flowers as a sign of respect. The families of the deceased wept quietly, proud yet deeply saddened by their loss. Minato ensured that the families of the fallen received the appropriate pensions. Orphan children were sent to the orphanage, with monthly support until they were grown. Nono Yakushi and Kabuto, who managed the orphanage, gladly accepted these children. With Kabuto's recent earnings and bonuses, the orphanage's funds were more than sufficient. As Hokage, Minato was dedicated to his duty, though some grief could only be healed by time. A few days later, messengers from Otogakure and Tsunagakure arrived in Konoha for negotiations. Otogakure had little room to maneuver. Having been weak from the beginning, and with Orochimaru having risked and lost most of their elite forces, they were now deeply wounded. Without Konoha's forgiveness, alliance, and protection, they risked being overtaken by neighboring nations. Smaller nations, eager to capitalize on Konoha's strength, might attack, thinking they dared to offend Konoha and now they want to run? Otogakure, in a display of humility, offered reasonable compensation for Konoha's losses and promised to assist in eliminating Orochimaru's remaining forces. They also requested the release of their captured shinobi, excluding Orochimaru's most loyal followers. Konoha, appreciating Otogakure's sincere attitude, did not press them further. Otogakure, though small and fragile, remained under Konoha's protection. The situation with Tsunagakure was different. As one of the 5 major hidden villages, they expected to negotiate from a stronger position than Otogakure. The leader of Tsunagakure's delegation was Granny Chio, who had long since retired. She spent her days fishing and playfully feigning death with her brother, Ebizo. Nevertheless, with their Kazekage dead and their leadership in disarray, Sunagakure had no choice but to call her back. Their Kazekage had died mysteriously. His remains found later in the desert Orochimaru had, as usual, failed to bury him properly. There had once been a hero, Pakura, but rumor had it that she had been killed through Raza's schemes. Then there was Yashimaru, Gaara's uncle, a promising shinobi, but he, too, had fallen victim to Raza's manipulations. As for Baki, he felt too ashamed to lead, especially after one of his prisoners had been returned by Konoha with nothing more than a letter. In the end, the leadership of Sunagakure had no choice but to send Granny Chiyo. From a distance, Naruto observed the Sunagakure delegation. He was eager to try out his new transformation technique on Chiyo, hoping to give Jiraiya a good laugh. Negotiations with Sunagakure were tense. They began by adopting a tough stance, hoping to pay less or nothing at all and perhaps even gain some advantage. Based on Chiyo's long experience, Konoha's foreign policy had historically been lenient. In the first Hokage's era, one could attack Konoha and beg for forgiveness, and as long as Uchiha Madara wasn't involved, Hashirama might not only forgive but even offer help. In the second Hokage's era, Konoha's stance became slightly more assertive. However, Tobirama still adhered to his brother's philosophy of peace. As long as mistakes were admitted, the consequences wouldn't be too severe. During the third Hokage's time, Sunagakure thrived by exploiting Konoha's generosity. When they ran out of funds, they would attack Konoha, and even in defeat, they could often negotiate favorable terms. However, under the fourth Hokage, Minato, Chiyo's plan for a tough stance quickly fell apart. Minato, despite his calm and friendly demeanor, was unyielding. Sunagakure had harmed Konoha, and they would have to pay the price. With Minato, Tsunade, and Jiraiya sitting across from her, Chiyo realized that no amount of toughness could work. Any one of these formidable shinobi could defeat the entire Sunagakure delegation. As Chiyo left the conference room, she observed Konoha's bustling streets inside. Times had indeed changed. Konoha, under Minato's leadership, was stronger than ever. What would become of Sunagakure? Reflecting on Sunagakure's self-serving leadership, Chiyo felt a wave of despair. Their leadership was starting to resemble Konoha's old, divided council. She shook her head. Perhaps it was time to leave the future of the village to the next Kazekage. But once again, a headache loomed. There seemed to be no suitable candidates left. The final alliance treaty was dictated entirely by Konoha. Though Sunagakure remained one of the 5 great nations in name, it was clear that from now on, they would be dependent on Konoha in every way. Chiyo left the negotiations thinking she would likely be viewed as a failure in Sunagakure upon her return. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 118, 118. Team 11. 1070 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. After negotiations, Konoha released the captives from Sunagakure, including Gaara and his siblings, Temari and Kankuro. Only the family knew about Gaara recognizing his relatives in Konoha, and this was not made public. To the outside world, it simply appeared that the Hokage family had a close relationship with them. After all, the 3 were the children of the late 4th Kazekage, so it made sense for the Hokage to show concern for them. Temari and Kankuro struggled to accept this at first, but after seeing Gaara change from a terrifying killing machine into a more compassionate person, they were genuinely grateful to the Hokage family. However, unlike Gaara, who had long been deprived of love, they had no intention of recognizing relatives in Konoha. As the Jinchuriki of the One Tail, Gaara had to return to Sunagakure with his team. Staying in Konoha was out of the question. Before departing, Minato and Naruto each gave Gaara a kunai. They knew it was only a matter of time before the Akatsuki would come after the tailed beasts. For reasons unknown, either because of the seal or due to exhaustion, Shikaku had remained in a deep slumber and had yet to awaken. Whenever Naruto asked Kurama about Shikaku's condition, Kurama would sneer and refer to Shikaku as he is weak. For a few days, Gaara slept peacefully. Though his dark circles remained, his temperament improved considerably. Naruto even joked that Gaara's former irritability might have been caused by a lack of sleep. Gaara admitted that he liked Konoha and expressed his desire to change Sunagakure with his strength, aiming to make it as prosperous, harmonious, and peaceful as Konoha. With the peace talks concluded, life in Konoha gradually returned to normal, and a flood of commissioned missions followed. Konoha's strength had become evident to everyone, not just the Land of Fire. Merchants and nobles from other villages also grew to trust Konoha's reputation more. Minato, however, began to suffer from hand cramps from the constant sealing work, a painful yet happy problem. Of course, the lower-ranking ninjas couldn't stay idle for long. Even Naruto was assigned new missions. During this period, Minato officially incorporated Haku into Konoha's ninja squad. Thus, Team 11 was formed, led by Jonin Yuhi Kurenai, and Haku, Karen, with Kurama Yakumo. The Kurama clan had once been a prestigious family in Konoha, renowned for their Kekkai Genkai that allowed them to manipulate others' five senses and turn illusions into reality. Only those with powerful spiritual energy, like users of the Mangekyo Sharingan, could achieve such feats. Even techniques like Izanagi, which could alter reality using the regular Sharingan, came at the cost of blinding the user. The bloodline of the Kurama clan was rare, manifesting only once every few generations, and often afflicted those who inherited it with poor health. Kurama Yakumo, the current heir, had awakened the clan's Kekkai Genkai but, due to her frail body, was unable to complete basic physical training. She was tutored at home by Kurenai, an expert in genjutsu. Despite jokes from fans about Kurenai being defeated by Itachi, it was only because Itachi's genjutsu skills were extraordinary. Outside of such rare cases, Kurenai was indeed Konoha's best genjutsu user. During Yakumo's training, Kurenai discovered a malevolent entity called Ito residing within Yakumo. When it went out of control, Ito would pull those nearby into an illusionary world and launch indiscriminate attacks. Its ultimate goal was to dominate Yakumo's will until Minato sealed it away. Yakumo became Kurenai's disciple, and while her taijutsu was lacking, her genjutsu skills were unmatched, even challenging Kurenai herself. When deciding which team Karen and Haku should join, Minato remembered Kurenai and Yakumo, which led to the formation of Team 11. Though Haku's skills surpassed the typical genin, having spent years as a wandering ninja, it wouldn't have made sense for him to take the Chunin exams just yet. Besides, Zabuza, whose forehead protector still bore the symbol of Kirigakure, hadn't yet accepted that he was a missing nin. As for Haku, he didn't mind waiting until his new team was ready to take the Chunin exams together. Meanwhile, Karen had been training with Kushina, learning Fuinjutsu and water-style ninjutsu. Under Kushina's influence, she was becoming more like a daughter to her, with her personality softening over time. Thus, Konoha's most striking team was formed of 3 beauties and 1 handsome man, though the most striking of them all was the man. For now, Team 11 focused on completing D-rank missions in Konoha to build experience and teamwork. Naruto, meanwhile, had taken on a rather interesting mission that started with watching a movie. Team 7 was sent to Onsen Commercial Street, a small town similar to Short Book Street but notable for having a movie theater. Kakashi handed Naruto 3 tickets and said, "You guys go ahead and watch the movie. The actress playing the heroine is the person we need to protect. I'll go meet the client." As Kakashi left, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke entered the theater. Sakura clung to Sasuke's arm, and though it was unclear if he allowed it or just didn't resist, he didn't pull away. Naruto followed behind, finding it odd to be watching a movie in this world. Unfortunately, Hinata had her mission to attend to. The film was black and white, telling the story of a princess who, with a few loyal followers, overcame many hardships to defeat a demon king and save her people. Naruto was particularly amused by the colorful chakra effects added at the end of the black and white film when the princess defeated the demon king. When the movie ended, Sakura gushed excitedly, "That movie was amazing. And the actor was so handsome." She then added, "Of course, Sasuke is still the most handsome." Sasuke merely commented, "What a boring story." Naruto smirked. "Boring? Then why were you watching so intently just now?" Sasuke, his ears slightly red, retorted, "That was for mission intel." Naruto decided not to tease him further. Instead, he gazed at the theater's billboard, which read The Adventures of Princess Fune and silently pondered. This mission might turn out to be more complicated than expected. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/IAmpsino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 119, 119. Yuki Fujikaze. 1166 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. Yo. How was the movie? Kakashi squatted on a telephone pole, holding Makeout Paradise in one hand and greeting Naruto and the others with the other. When Naruto looked up, he was almost startled and complained, "Forget the movie for now. Can you come down and talk properly?" Kakashi jumped down and asked, "What's wrong?" "That pose just now was too intense and uncomfortable." Naruto added, "If you weren't holding Makeout Paradise but a blade, I'd have thought you were going to kill my entire clan. Like Itachi." Kakashi blinked in confusion. What kind of pressure could that be? As shinobi, squatting on telephone poles is pretty normal. Naturally, Kakashi didn't know what Naruto was thinking, so he moved on to the mission briefing. Our mission this time is to escort the actress Fujikaze Yuki, who plays Princess Fun, to the Land of Snow and protect her until the film is completed. A C-rank mission? Naruto immediately thought of the C-rank escort mission that Tazuna had lied about. No, it's A rank, Kakashi corrected. Sasuke looked surprised. A rank? For just escorting an actress? It doesn't seem that dangerous. Kakashi explained, "You can't assume that, Sasuke. Many people might target a celebrity like her. We can't predict the opponent's strength, so we can't take this lightly." Sakura thought for a moment and asked, "So the actual difficulty is somewhere between C rank and A rank, but because of the potential for powerful enemies, the client labeled it as A rank?" "Exactly," Kakashi replied, snapping his book shut. "Let's get moving." Naruto thought the client seemed pretty reasonable. At least they were upfront about the possible dangers, unlike the old man Tazuna. Even if the enemy was tough, they had made the difficulty clear from the start and would pay accordingly. Naruto couldn't quite recall all the details of this old mission. He only remembered that the enemies relied heavily on technology. The chakra armor from the Land of Snow stood out in his mind, and it seemed formidable. Still, it wasn't too much of a problem. "Kakashi-sensei, have you been to the Land of Snow before? I remember you gave me a picture book about it on my 3rd birthday." Naruto tried to remind Kakashi, thinking he had once been on a mission to protect Yuki. "Ah, yes. That happened," Kakashi said, his face turning nostalgic. It had been nearly 10 years. Back then, they had barely escaped after being beaten by the Snow Ninja's chakra armor. Kakashi recalled the enemy from that time and the underdeveloped chakra armor, but somehow he couldn't place Fujikaze Yuki, the actress. His memory was truly unreliable. Naruto didn't think much about it. Kakashi's shaky memory wouldn't affect the current mission. The team of 4 arrived at the client's residence. The entrance opened into a hall filled with costumes and props. Posters for the movie were on the walls, and the director sat with the actors, discussing the next scenes to be shot. Their client, Asama Sandeu, came forward to greet them. When he saw the 3 young shinobi behind Kakashi, he said, "Apologies for the delay. I'm Asama Sandeu, Yuki-sama's manager. Is this the legendary second Yellow Flash?" "Huh?" Naruto was taken aback. "I didn't know I had that title." Kakashi chuckled. "After your performance against Gaara during the Chunin exams, a lot of people saw it. Now, many are saying you've inherited the 4th Hokage's techniques and are calling you Konoha's second Yellow Flash." Naruto finally understood. During the exams, he had shown off a Flying Thunder God and Rasengan combo. It wasn't too powerful at the time, but it certainly looked cool. At that moment, a group of people in samurai armor entered, escorting a beautiful woman in costume. It was Fujikaze Yuki, using her pseudonym Kazuhana Koyuki. "Let go of me." Fujikaze Yuki struggled, shouting as she resisted. Sakura, recognizing the actress from the movie they had just watched, asked, "What's going on?" The other actors didn't seem fazed. They explained, "Those are her bodyguards and stunt doubles." Yuki-sama often tries to run off without permission. Is it all right for the lead actress to act like this all the time? Sakura couldn't believe the difference between the fearless princess in the movie and the woman standing before her, who seemed to always skip work. Yuki-sama doesn't have much stamina, but she's not someone who shirks her duties, one of the actors added. The director chimed in. I don't care what she does in her personal time, as long as she delivers a top-notch performance when the cameras are rolling. She's a natural-born actress. Naruto pouted. Big deal. Even my shadow clones are great actors. Sandae tried reasoning with her. Please, Yuki-sama, don't be so stubborn. The crew is about to set off for the land of snow. Let go of me. I'm not going to the land of snow. I've had enough. I'm not playing princess fun anymore. Fujike's Yuki's struggles intensified. Please, Yuki-sama, only you can embody princess fun, Sandae pleaded. Kakashi sighed. We don't have a choice. He lifted his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. A single glance put Yuki into a trance, and he caught her as she slumped forward. Naruto stood there, dumbfounded. How are you so good at that? Are we shinobi or human traffickers? Kakashi-sensei, you've been single way too long. There are laws against this sort of thing, Naruto teased. Kakashi shot Naruto a deadpan look. Don't overthink it. She's just exhausted. This is the fastest and easiest way. Oh. Naruto mumbled. A beautiful woman passed out in the arms of a mysterious man. Something still didn't seem right about this situation. Kakashi boarded the ship with Fujike's Yuki in tow, and Naruto followed closely behind. As the ship set sail, the crew began preparing the scene, waiting for Yuki to wake up so they could start filming. Naruto, growing bored after a while, started practicing chakra manipulation, focusing on the natural transformation of his chakra. He was learning the wind release, Raisin Shuriken, although he wouldn't be able to throw it until he mastered Sage Mode. Still, he could hope that his clones could do the job for now. Sasuke was practicing the natural transformation of his lightning chakra. Recently, Kakashi had developed a new lightning jutsu based on Chidori, but Sasuke's control wasn't strong enough yet. Kakashi had advised Sasuke to keep honing his nature transformation. Maybe in the future, Sasuke could develop a lightning jutsu that suited him better. Meanwhile, Sakura was studying medical books as usual. Tsunade had assigned her a significant amount of reading, many of which she needed to memorize completely. As for Kakashi? He wandered off to a quiet corner, likely up to something unknown. Naruto, of course, didn't bother asking. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/IAMXNO. Thank you for reading. Chapter 120, 120. Doto Kazahana. 1095 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. Why am I here? After waking up, Yuki rushed out of the room and shouted from the railing beside the boat. Sandae-sama quickly approached to explain the situation to her. Although Yuki still wanted to run away, she eventually gave in. Resignedly, she followed the staff to change clothes and apply makeup, preparing to start filming. The director waved his hand. Scene 23, Take 6, Action. Lion Maru, stay strong. My lord, I'm sorry I couldn't help you. Sakura, watching from the side, exclaimed, what great acting. She's completely different from her usual self. Sandae proudly responded, that's Miss Yuki's strength. Once she's in front of the camera, no one can surpass her. However, the mood quickly changed when Yuki stopped acting and shouted, cut. Sandae, give me the eye drops. Yes. Sandae hurriedly took the eye drop bottle from his waist and rushed over to administer the drops. Naruto, watching curiously, had always thought something valuable was hanging from Sandae's waist, but it turned out to be just a well-crafted bottle of eye drops. So, that's how great actors work? They even use eye drops for crying scenes? Naruto muttered. This isn't as impressive as my aunt's method from Love Apartment. She can cry in 3 seconds flat. When Sandae returned, he explained quietly, no, it's because Miss Yuki went through something traumatic when she was younger, and now she can't cry naturally. Thinking of her tragic backstory, Naruto fell silent. Her family was destroyed, forcing her to flee her country. She had endured a truly miserable past. As the crew continued sailing while filming, Naruto and his friends practiced separately but often came to watch the action when they had free time. At the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Snow, Roga Nadar and his two subordinates knelt and reported, "Lord Doto Kazahana, we have found Princess Koyoki." Doto Kazahana, seated upright, asked, "Are you certain?" Roga Nadar replied, "Yes, the famous actress Yuki Fujikaze is Princess Koyoki. Some of my men saw the hexagonal crystal she wears around her neck. She's here to film a movie in the Land of Snow." Doto stood up and paced, his eyes flickering with excitement. "So that's it. After 10 years, I finally found you, Koyoki. Go, bring her back." "Yes, my lord." Roga Nadar left with his men, muttering, "Hatake Kakashi, what a fateful reunion." The next morning, Naruto was jolted awake by screams. "What's going on?" Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stepped out of the cabin, yawning. Kakashi, already outside, explained, "There's a glacier blocking our route." "Oh, I'll blow it up then," Naruto said, something Deidara would surely appreciate. The director rushed over to stop him. "No, no, no. The crew plans to film here. We can't waste this scenic opportunity." Naruto, puzzled, asked, "What kind of movie can you shoot on a glacier? Titanic?" The director, not understanding Naruto's reference, quickly ordered the crew to prepare for landing. "All right, everyone, get ready." Naruto glanced at his map and added, "You really should let me blow it up because..." Boom. An explosion rang out, and Kakashi immediately shielded Princess Koyoki. Naruto raised his hands innocently. "Don't look at me like that. I haven't done anything yet. I was just going to say there are enemies on the glacier." 3 figures emerged from the smoke. Leading them was Roga Nadar, a tall, thin man with the typical face of a villain. Naruto already wanted to take him down. He reminded Naruto of Nobuyuki Sugo. The second was Fubuki Kakuyoku, a stocky woman with a snowboard, who looked ready for the Winter Olympics. The third figure made Naruto pause because her name reminded him of a ship he used in a game back in the day. Roga Nadar opened his arms and greeted them. "Welcome to the Land of Snow." "You are?" Kakashi said, recognizing him faintly. Fubuki Kakuyoku addressed Fuji Kazahana, "Welcome, Princess Koyoki. Did you bring the hexagonal crystal?" "Princess Koyoki? Are you Koyoki Kazahana?" Kakashi turned around in shock, piecing things together. Whether due to the long passage of time or Konoha's intelligence team being overwhelmed, Kakashi didn't immediately recognize the princess he had once escorted. At that moment, Princess Koyoki was paralyzed with fear on the deck. Seeing Roga Nadar had brought back memories of the fire that destroyed her home. That overwhelming despair resurfaced, urging her to flee, but fear left her too weak to move. Kakashi jumped off the boat. "Leave them to me. One for each of us." Naruto interrupted, feeling that Kakashi would take on all 3 if given the chance. Sasuke leapt down beside Naruto, ready for action. "All right," Kakashi acknowledged. He realized his students were no longer kids in need of constant protection. "Sakura, stay with Princess Koyoki." Sakura nodded, knowing her role as a medical ninja. She wouldn't charge unless necessary, though she was far stronger than the average medic. "Oh. Not running away this time, Hatake Kakashi?" Roga Nadar taunted Kakashi. Naruto turned and asked, "Has he beaten you before?" "His special armor gave me trouble last time, so I can't afford to be careless." Naruto glanced at Kakashi's forehead protector. "If you'd used your Sharingan when you said that, I'd believe you more." Roga Nadar smirked and boasted, "Remember this armor. It's much stronger than it was 10 years ago. It amplifies chakra, strengthens jutsu, forms a chakra shield, and can even generate reverse phase chakra that cancels yours. No ninjutsu or genjutsu will work." Pfft. Naruto scoffed. "I'll drop a big bomb on you, and we'll see how well that armor holds up." Despite his dismissive attitude, Naruto couldn't help but appreciate the armor's capabilities. If the cost weren't too high, Konoha could benefit from such technology. Even wealthy individuals with limited ninja abilities could use this armor to become formidable fighters. When this mission was over, Naruto thought it would be a good idea to discuss technical collaboration with the Land of Snow. Their technology chakra armor, trains, airships, geothermal generators could significantly boost Konoha, and possibly even raise the GDP of the entire Land of Fire. Deep in thought, Naruto suddenly froze. Calculating Kakashi's age, he pointed at Roga Nadar and asked, "Wait a minute, you said 10 years ago? You were bullying kids? And using gear to do it? If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/Iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 121, 121. Bullying Enemies. 1036 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. Naruto was suddenly taken aback as he calculated Kakashi's age. Pointing at Nadaruga, he asked. Wait a minute, you beat Kakashi 10 years ago? You were bullying kids back then. And with equipment, no less. Brat. Whether out of embarrassment or anger, Nadaruga cut the conversation short and gave his orders. Fubuki, Mizore, take care of those kids. As for Kakashi, leave him to. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Naruto, true to form, didn't care about combat formalities and interrupted before Nadar could finish. Naruto thought to himself, we're not friends or family, so why should I listen to you? I'll talk if I want to, after you knock me down first. The water dragon rose into the air, and with Naruto's chakra combined with the sea behind him, it grew to a monstrous size, terrifying Nadaruga, who exclaimed. Is that supposed to be a water-style jutsu? Surprised but forced to act, Fubuki activated her machinery, which extended into wings, launching her into the sky. Mizore, meanwhile, discarded his skis, quickly transforming from a slow-moving heavy man into a surprisingly agile fighter, gliding out of the attack range. Naruto thought his speed made him look like an elementary school kid with a nuclear-powered skateboard. Nadaruga, however, stubbornly chose to take on the water dragon head-on. Ice Release, Dragon Tiger Blast. The name sounded impressive as if it could counter the water dragon, but the jutsu's power was lacking. As Nadar completed his hand signs, an ice tiger slammed into the water dragon. But the water dragon swallowed the ice tiger whole. Due to Nadar's jutsu, the water dragon's head froze and shattered, but the remaining water surged forward relentlessly. Nadaruga clumsily dodged the water dragon's landing point, retreating hastily but still getting splashed. His expression soured with frustration. Having already started, Naruto wasn't about to hold back. Kakashi, seizing the opportunity, charged at Nadaruga. Whether Nadar had fully recovered or not, Kakashi unleashed a merciless barrage of taijutsu, thoroughly pummeling him. Meanwhile, Fubuki, who had taken to the air, dove straight towards Sasuke, perhaps drawn to his looks. But Sasuke, never one to be swayed, immediately responded with a fierce fireball, followed by a barrage of kunai and shuriken. As metal clashed near Sasuke, Mizore, quick on his skis, dashed toward Naruto, arms bent as if preparing to grab him in a chokehold. Why does this move look like the Raikage in Killer Bee's lightning plow hot knife? Naruto mused as he dodged. Mizore, meanwhile, slid several meters past him. Turning in a quick semicircle on his skis, Mizore faced Naruto again. His robotic arm extended, shooting a claw toward him. Naruto recognized the move. Is that Blitzcrank's rocket grab? Or maybe Pudge's meat hook? And why do they all look as bloated as him? Naruto grabbed the flying claws rope with one hand while forming a Rasengan in the other. As Mizore pulled him in, Naruto slammed the Rasengan into the circular device on Mizore's chest, like Iron Man's arc reactor. The Rasengan hit its mark, cracking the core, though just barely. Normally, this impact would send someone flying, but Mizore stood firm and kicked Naruto away. This armor's defense against pure chakra attacks is impressive, Naruto thought, rubbing his stomach. I guess I should leave risky moves like that to my shadow clones. As for why he didn't use Kurama's chakra, the big fox had already complained, "You want to waste my chakra on this garbage? Not happening." Shadow Clone Jutsu. 10 shadow clones appeared around Naruto, though one immediately slipped on the ice, smashing its head on a shard and disappearing. Naruto and the remaining clones facepalmed. It was embarrassing. Good thing that clone didn't have a name, or it might have been too ashamed to show up again. Naruto's antics cut off the compliment Mizore was about to give him. Mizore thought to himself, if I lose to this kid, I'd die of embarrassment. What's the use of shadow clones? Mizore yelled. Especially ones clumsy enough to trip on their own. Get him, guys. Naruto shouted, and the clones rushed forward with Rasengan's, too lazy to even use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Mizore wasn't afraid. He skated forward, using his robotic arm to destroy the first clone while another tripped over its own feet. But in doing so, he lost his balance. He fell onto another clone, crushing it, but quickly stood up, only to find himself surrounded by the remaining 7 clones. One clone, number 001, not quick enough to show off, yelled, "Suck your mom." He dodged Mizore's punch and slammed his Rasengan into the robotic arm. The other clones followed, either aiming at Mizore's limbs to disable him or going for his core to land a lethal blow. When fighting someone like Mizore, there was no need for honor. Against one person? We're a group of clones. Against an army? Still a group of clones. Without his skis, Mizore's mobility was severely limited. His heavy armor and bulky body made him slow in both movement and reaction, no match for Naruto's superior genes. So, all 7 Rasengans landed squarely on him. While they didn't summon a dragon, the attacks still shattered his armor. Mizore, the formidable ninja, was down for the count. Having finished the battle, Naruto looked over at Sasuke's fight and sighed, "Sasuke is giving it all." Sasuke had tied Fubuki to an icicle using steel wires, one of her wings broken and showing scorch marks. At the other end of the wire, Sasuke held the thread in his mouth, forming hand signs. Fire release, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Flames traveled along the wire, igniting Fubuki's armor. She screamed in pain as her armor could withstand chakra but not high temperatures. It was no wonder. She was bound to an icicle at sub-zero temperatures, while flames hundreds of degrees hot approached from the front. Screaming was the only logical reaction. Sasuke knew how to play his cards. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 122, 122. Collecting Loot. 1170 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. There's probably nothing wrong with Sasuke. Kakashi's side is doing great. It was an impressive physical duel. When the opportunity arose, the water dragon and the ice dragon clashed fiercely. Nadar is quite powerful, having been able to hold his ground against Kakashi for so long. Kakashi is a master of chakra control. When using ninjutsu, he selects his techniques based on the environment and chooses the most suitable time to release them. This is the result of copying so many different jutsu, allowing him to maximize every ounce of his chakra. He's quick-witted and cautious in combat. These are the traits of a skilled Konoha ninja, and it's not just because his limited chakra forces him to make careful calculations. Naruto couldn't tell if Kakashi was growing anxious because his students had already finished their battles or if he had figured out all of Nadar's moves and the capabilities of his armor. Naruto watched as the two fighters exchanged blows and then distanced themselves. Kakashi raised his headband, revealing his Sharingan, and simultaneously made the same hand signs as Nadar. Ice release, giant beluga. 2 enormous narwhal-like beluga whales, larger than the boat the crew had taken, rose from the sea and collided above the glacier. The beluga made of ice shattered, sending shards of ice everywhere, and the entire glacier trembled. Copying again, Kakashi? The same jutsu won't determine the winner. Nadar seemed to have seen Kakashi's Sharingan long ago and spoke with disdain for the imitation. Who knows? Kakashi suddenly vanished from his position, his speed increasing in an instant, and kicked Nadar in the chin before he could react. Nadar was sent flying, and Kakashi followed him, staying close like a shadow, both of them suspended in midair, like falling leaves. Panicking, Nadar exclaimed, "This is Leaf Shadow Dance." Kakashi threw steel wires from each of his hands, binding Nadar's arms tightly to his sides, preventing him from moving. And now, Front Lotus. Kakashi grabbed Nadar's body, adjusted his position, and began spinning rapidly, headfirst toward the ground. As they neared impact, Kakashi jumped away, landing safely. Meanwhile, Nadar crashed into the ice, his legs sticking out, kicking twice before falling still. You rely too much on that armor. Even if regular ninjutsu and genjutsu don't work, ninjas still have taijutsu. Kakashi jabbed a kunai into Nadar's body and lowered his headband, covering the Sharingan. Then, Kakashi slumped, reverting to his usual laid-back demeanor. Using the Sharingan repeatedly and performing such large-scale ninjutsu, especially summoning the enormous beluga, combined with opening the first gate for Front Lotus, had drained him. Thanks to his sensei's rigorous training over the years, Kakashi thought happily, otherwise, after this battle, I might have been lying on the ground exhausted. Kakashi glanced over at Sasuke and Naruto's fight and praised, "You both fought well." Naruto almost felt his blood pressure rise but reasoned that Kakashi was simply encouraging them with no hidden meaning, so he held back. Naruto asked, "Is that guy's armor broken?" Kakashi glanced over and said, "It's damaged, but not destroyed." "Why?" "Because I'm collecting loot." Naruto ran over, and he and Sasuke broke off the remaining 2 pieces, though Kakashi's piece was still intact. In truth, Naruto had his eye on the woman's armor, not because he wanted women's clothing, but because it could fly. Kakashi reminded him, ninjas shouldn't rely too much on things like that. I know, but that's advice for us genius ninjas. What about regular ninjas with limited talent? Kakashi fell silent. Naruto's point made sense, even if nobody else bragged about being a genius as much as he did. Either way, we should take it back for research. It could greatly enhance Konoha's strength. Naruto grinned and stored the 3rd-level armor from Nadar in a storage scroll. When they returned to the boat, the director and staff were discussing something excitedly. Curious, Naruto asked, "What's going on?" Sakura replied, "The director filmed all the battle scenes and said they could be edited into material for the movie's fight scenes." Weren't they worried about getting caught in the crossfire? Naruto was surprised. Were these people really that brave? Sakura sighed and explained, most people were scared, but the director kept shouting things like, "Let them witness the ambition of a professional filmmaker. Even if we risk our lives to capture it." And so, here we are. That's incredible. Naruto mused. If film crews in the future were this dedicated, they wouldn't need slow motion for fight scenes. Hey, do we get paid? Naruto suddenly remembered something important. Huh? His teammates didn't seem to follow his train of thought. We participated in the filming and contributed so many special effects, and it wasn't even part of the mission. That sounds like extra work to me. Sasuke wasn't interested in engaging in Naruto's conversation. Kakashi, on the other hand, seemed puzzled. Since when did Naruto care so much about money? Maybe it was because he had a girlfriend to support at home. Naruto went to negotiate with the director about payment but came back dejected. The director agreed, but most of the payment would go to Sasuke and Kakashi, while Naruto received the least. The crew wanted more footage of Sasuke and Kakashi's flashy ninjutsu, like fire and lightning styles. Naruto, on the other hand, had only summoned a single water dragon, which the cameraman missed. The rest of his fighting was up close and personal, not what the director wanted. After all the trouble, Naruto realized he'd just helped Sasuke and Kakashi make more money. Feeling defeated, he demanded they treat him to dinner. Still, the experience gave Naruto an idea. In the future, he could partner with film crews, providing special effects and acting as a stunt double. As for the danger, shadow clones could handle that. Naruto was sure they'd love doing this kind of work. The Uzumaki Arts Company could serve the film industry wholeheartedly. Alright, enough small talk. It's time we had a serious discussion with our client. Escorting an actress and guarding a princess who also happened to be the princess of a fallen country had changed the nature of this mission. There was now the delicate matter of not interfering in the internal affairs of other nations. Still, it couldn't be said that Sandeyo-sama had lied about the mission. After all, Fujikaze Yuki was an actress, that was simply the stage name of Princess Koyuki Kazahana. And considering the strength of the Snow Country's ninjas, applying for an A-rank mission seemed appropriate, as long as the situation didn't escalate further. Now, whether to continue the mission or abandon it would depend on Sandeyu's attitude. Kakashi sighed. All he had wanted was a simple escort mission. How had things become so complicated? If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 123, 123. Who's the real villain? 1178 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. In the cabin, Kakashi found Sandeyo-sama and Princess Koyuki Kazahana, who were still shivering. He said, "Mr. Sandeyo, could you explain the situation? If we don't have proper information about our protection target, things will become more complicated." Sandeyo bowed slightly and replied, "I apologize for concealing part of my identity. I was once a minister of the Land of Snow, and I served Princess Koyuki's father, Kazahana Susetsu." Sandeyo then recounted the story of the former daimyo, Kazahana Susetsu, who was deeply passionate about constructing grand wonders. Unfortunately, his extravagant projects drained the country's finances. 10 years ago, his younger brother, Kazahana Doto, hired a rogue ninja from the Snow Ninja to stage a coup. In the rebellion, the Land of Snow was seized by force, and Princess Koyuki vanished. Sandeyo and a few loyalists to the late daimyo survived by sheer luck. One day, Sandeyo discovered that the actress Fuji Yuki was, in fact, their long-lost princess. After some time, he became her manager, hoping to restore her to the throne. Because Princess Koyuki was so young when she escaped, she had no recollection of Sandeyo and didn't recognize him. Sandeyo seized the opportunity to plan their return to the Land of Snow, intending to overthrow Doto and restore the country under Princess Koyuki's rule. It sounds like an inspiring plan, but if analyzed rationally, it feels off. Kazahana Susetsu squandered the country's resources and was deposed by Kazahana Doto, who couldn't tolerate the mismanagement anymore. Now, Susetsu's loyalists aim to reinstall Susetsu's descendant on the throne, even though this descendant, Princess Koyuki, clearly lacks the will to fight. Doto, on the other hand, is after the hexagonal crystal that Princess Koyuki possesses. He needs it to unlock the Kazahana family's treasure, which he intends to use to develop military power and make the Land of Snow equal to the 5 great nations. So, who's the villain here? Naruto, deeply moved by the story, suddenly blurted out, "Wait. Is this protection mission turning into a mission to restore a whole country?" After revealing his identity, Sandeyo's tone became more resolute. "No, your only responsibility is to protect the princess. The rest will be handled by me and the others." Sandeyo spoke with conviction. "Along with 50 samurai, including myself, we will defeat Kazahana Doto and reclaim the Land of Snow." 50 people? Naruto was skeptical. "You think 50 people can win a war? That's not enough for even one round of kunai being thrown. Back in the day, even the farmers in my village put up a better fight when they argued over irrigation. Your plan for restoring the country is way too reckless." Sandeyo remained unfazed. "Princess, I will help you become the new ruler, even if it costs me my life." "I refuse." Princess Koyuki replied sharply. "Stop this nonsense. I never wanted this, I'm just an actress now. I've waited too long for your return, Your Highness. That's your problem. No matter what you do, you won't win against Kazahana Doto." Naruto found the conversation eerily familiar. It was just like something Inari, Tezuna's grandson, would say. "But the people of the Land of Snow." Sandeyo began, but Princess Koyuki, haunted by the memories of her father's death and the burning of her home, cut him off. "Sandeyo, don't you care about what I want? Besides, the director and crew don't want to continue this anymore. The director suddenly appeared, exclaiming, "What are you talking about?" "Of course, we're continuing. I never dreamed I'd have a real princess playing a princess in my film. This movie will be a historic masterpiece." This director is crazy for the movie, Naruto thought while looking at the ongoing drama. The princess just needs to wait for the news of my victory. Sandeya declared confidently. "I don't want to go back to that nightmare," Princess Koyuki retorted. At this impasse, Kakashi intervened, delivering the final blow. "In reality, Kazuhana Doto already knows who you are, Princess Koyuki. You no longer have a choice." Now that her identity was exposed, Kazuhana Doto would undoubtedly send more assassins after her, whether to seize the hexagonal crystal or eliminate future threats. Princess Koyuki huddled in a corner, clutching her knees and tightening the quilt around her. In this cold and indifferent world, the quilt was the only thing providing her a shred of comfort. She knew there was no turning back, but fear still held her heart. The team stepped out, leaving her alone with her thoughts. As for their mission, it would continue as planned. Their initial goal was to protect Princess Koyuki during the filming of The Land of Snow. Although she was revealed to be a princess, the film would still proceed, right? Except, this feature film had now become more like a documentary, and if it went wrong, people could die. After taking some extra shots on the glacier, the cruise ship circumnavigated the ice and pressed onward toward the Land of Snow. A day later, they arrived. They followed Sandeya to his secret base, traveling by steam-powered sledge, which Naruto found perplexing. But he was starting to get used to all the strange technology. It wasn't long before they reached a mountainside. Sandeya gave a signal, and soon, a hidden door opened. Inside, Naruto took in his surroundings. The cave was unique, narrow at first, barely allowing anyone to squeeze through, but then it opened up after several dozen steps. Dozens of samurai, some with swords at their waists and others with spears in hand, stood scattered around. They all seemed a bit old. "Mr. Sandeya. Is that Princess Koyuki?" A ragtag group saluted sporadically. No matter how Naruto looked at them, they all seemed like an unorganized rabble. Naruto couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is your plan here?" Sandeyu's confidence didn't waver. "With the momentum of our troops, all we need to do is break through the city gate, defeat Kazuhana Doto, and restore the princess to power." Hiss. "You don't have superior numbers or better equipment. I thought you had some grand strategy, but this is it. You're way too optimistic." Naruto whispered to Kakashi, "Do you think this plan has a chance?" Kakashi sighed, "Not even a little." Naruto relaxed. It wasn't him who was abnormal, nor was the world itself. It was just that Sandeyu's plan was downright absurd. Naruto thought for a moment and said, "Should we lend them a hand?" Kakashi, recalling Dazuna's last mission, asked, "Are you planning to ask for more money?" "You guessed it. But that's not the point. Honestly, I'm just really interested in their technology." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "What exactly do you have in mind?" Naruto suddenly produced a fan, waving it as he said, "I've got 3 strategies. Which one do you want to hear first?" If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/IamXino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 124, 124. Kizaru. 1088 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. Kakashi looked at Naruto skeptically, not expecting him to come up with a reliable plan, and asked, "Let's be honest, what's the best course of action?" Naruto stroked an imaginary beard and said, "The best strategy is simple. I transform, send him a K-boom, and turn the whole palace into a flat land. It's straightforward, rough, and efficient. I doubt his armor can withstand it." Kakashi immediately understood what Naruto meant by sending the Big Ivan and rejected the idea. "No. This is an S-rank mission, not a village-destroying one. That kind of move would turn all the villages against Konoha." Naruto, undeterred, continued, "Okay, plan B. I sneak in and give them a limited edition of the Nine-Tails Rampage at the Snow King's palace. We all know people go berserk when provoked. If they provoke me, I can't be blamed for it, right?" Konoha won't take the heat. Kakashi shook his head again. That won't work either. Konoha's Jinchuriki going berserk in the Snow King's palace? That'd be impossible to justify. Don't come up with plans that sound like something a terrorist group would do. Naruto smacked his lips in disappointment. Ever since he bonded with Kurama, he hadn't fully unleashed his beast form. Then we're left with the last option. We wait for him to make the first move and then accidentally injure him while protecting the target. But that feels too passive. I'd rather take the initiative. I guess that's the plan, Kakashi agreed. But we need to be careful. Accidental injury can only get us so far. How did Iruka teach him the common language of the ninja world, anyway? Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Iruka sneezed and rubbed his nose, thinking it must be Konohamaru skipping class again. He made a mental note to double his homework. Sasuke and Sakura both agreed with Kakashi. Sakura found the plan more reasonable, while Sasuke thought, if Naruto takes out all the enemies, what am I supposed to do? How will I grow stronger if I don't fight? With their plan settled, they followed San Taifu's group out of the cave, heading toward the palace. Before long, a train arrived, stopping just a short distance from them. Naruto, ever the opportunist, thought to himself, this is exactly the kind of thing we should introduce in the Land of Fire. Want to get rich? Build roads first. Everyone stayed alert, watching the train closely. A film crew immediately rushed to a good vantage point, laying down a thick white cloth to blend into the snow and start filming. Their efficiency almost rivaled that of Shinobi. Doto emerged from the front of the train, arms spread wide and sneered, "It's been a long time, Koyuki. Let me take a good look at you." Koyuki instinctively clutched the hexagonal crystal around her neck, biting her lip, unable to speak. Sanday drew his sword, stepped forward and shouted, "Doto. Do you know how long we've waited for this moment? 50 of us, including me, Sandewa-sama, are here to avenge the late king, His Majesty Kazuhana Sosetsu." Oh. Dozens of warriors raised their weapons in agreement. Doto looked disdainfully at the ragtag group of old, weak, and injured warriors. "Ah, Sandae, you're still alive? It seems my men failed to finish you off. It doesn't matter, I'll show you the true meaning of despair." Sandae didn't waste any more words. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Her Highness is watching us. Victory is ours. Charge. Attack." 50 warriors charged at Doto as though they had 1,000 soldiers backing them. Though they were weak, they were undeniably brave to fight Doto. Doto smirked, signaling his men. The sides of the train cars folded open, revealing rows of firing ports. Fire. On his command, the mechanisms inside the train clicked into action. Each car had 300 firing ports, and 10 cars unleashed kunai simultaneously. It was more impressive than Tenten's twin dragon move. 3,000 kunai flew per second in continuous waves, with no visible break in the loading process. Just as it seemed the 50 warriors would be wiped out, Kakashi acted quickly, forming hand seals. Earth release, multiple earth walls. 4 earthen walls rose from the ground, blocking the onslaught from all sides. 2 dog heads were carved on each wall, Kakashi's signature. What just happened? Some warriors had charged too fast and smacked right into the walls, rubbing their heads in confusion, unaware they had just avoided certain death. As the others caught on, they looked over the walls and gasped. "Tezuka. No too. Keep moving." Several unlucky warriors outside the protective walls were turned into human pincushions within moments. Their flimsy armor couldn't stand up to the kunai barrage. Damn it. Sandae, along with the surviving warriors, watched helplessly as their comrades fell. Once the attack ceased, Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke jumped up onto the earth's walls. Naruto took one glance at the damage. The mechanism was so powerful that even the carvings of the dogs' heads were barely recognizable. Well, look who it is," Doto exclaimed, recognizing Kakashi instantly. "Hatake Kakashi, it's been a while. How about you come with me?" "I'm afraid I can't do that." Kakashi raised his headband, revealing his Sharingan. "Then let's see how much you've improved. Doto challenged, removing his cloak to reveal advanced black armor, far superior to what Nadar had worn. Naruto whispered to Sakura, "Has Kakashi fought him before?" Sakura and even Sasuke, while pretending not to listen, glanced at Kakashi curiously. Kakashi seemed slightly embarrassed by the question. "I wouldn't say fought exactly. It was more of a skirmish. We didn't get to settle it back then." "Oh, I see," Naruto said, realizing it was probably a draw. That meant Nadar had also been a 5-5 matchup. Meanwhile, the soldiers operating the train's weapons joined the fray, charging with their weapons drawn. Kakashi-sensei, they made the first move. Naruto flexed his wrists, ready for action. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. "That guy seems strong." "Indeed," Kakashi replied, though it wasn't clear who he was addressing. Naruto, of course, assumed Kakashi was speaking to him. Watching the 100 armed soldiers rushing toward them, Naruto imitated Kizaru's tone and said, "It's so scary ganging up on us like this. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/IamXano. Thank you for reading." Chapter 125, 125. Death of Doto. 958 words. Drop some power stones if you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. As Naruto's boisterous voice rang out, Sakura felt a wave of discomfort, her skin prickling with goosebumps. His tone was so off-putting that it made her want to punch him. Completely unaware of how annoying he could be to his teammates, Naruto formed a hand seal and shouted, "Listen up, everyone on the other side. You're already surrounded by me." In an instant, 365 shadow clones, all with spiky blonde hair, charged forward, yelling in unison. "Let's *K them." Against 100 snow ninjas in specialized armor, these clones might not have been enough. But against ordinary soldiers, they were an overwhelming force. "Die. I shall show you a real sword. Hey. Wait for me." Within minutes, the shadow clones had wiped out the ordinary soldiers, yet they continued shouting random slogans as they charged toward the enemy. Sasuke, watching Naruto with a mixture of exasperation and determination, leapt off the earthen wall, moving swiftly to back up the clones. He knew that if he didn't act, Naruto would take all the glory. "If it comes down to it, I'll just spar with his shadow clones," Sasuke thought. "Even a brat like you is forcing me to act personally," roared Doto, as he began forming hand seals, though his speed was much slower than Kakashi's. Double Dragon Blizzard. 2 massive black dragons, made of ice and snow, shot from Doto's hands, tearing through dozens of shadow clones before merging into a towering black tornado that swept the rest away. A few lucky clones wielding kunai managed to reach Doto. "Stop underestimating me," Doto bellowed, swinging his armored fist with immense force. With a thunderous crash, the ice within a 6-meter radius shattered, the shards obliterating the remaining clones. The force of his punch was reminiscent of Tsunade's legendary strength, enhanced further by the thick gauntlet on his arm. Meanwhile, Sasuke, having skillfully avoided the tornado, finished forming his hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A massive wave of flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, Doto. The battlefield glowed crimson with fire, but Doto remained calm, arms crossed in confidence. Just 10 centimeters from his armor, an invisible barrier shielded him from the flames. "Not bad, kid. This fire's enough to keep me warm," he taunted. Sasuke, now far more mature than in his academy days, wasted no time with boasts about his clan. He shouted just 2 words. "Chidori." Doto, distracted by the crackling sound of lightning, peered through the fading flames and spotted Sasuke, now a blur of thunder. But it was too late. Sasuke closed the distance and thrust his lightning-infused hand toward Doto. At first, the invisible barrier held strong, but Sasuke pushed harder, his Chidori sparking violently until a crack finally appeared in Doto's armor. Reacting too late, Doto swung a punch at Sasuke. But before the blow could land, Naruto appeared, thanks to the flying thunder god kunai he'd given Sasuke earlier. Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the collar, yanked him back, and delivered a powerful double kick to Doto, sending him flying. In mid-air, Naruto launched another flying thunder god kunai. Doto dodged the kunai and began to prepare a jutsu. But before he could finish, Naruto appeared behind him, Rasengan in hand, ready to strike. The Rasengan met the invisible barrier, grinding against it. Naruto poured more chakra into the attack. Finally, the crack Sasuke had created widened, and the barrier shattered. The Rasengan slammed into Doto's back, breaking his armor and sending him stumbling forward, barely able to stay on his feet. Panting, Doto muttered to himself, "I need the hexagonal crystal to unlock the treasure. I can't." But Naruto cut him off, uninterested in his monologue. He sprinted back toward Sakura and shouted, "Sakura, aim for Sandayu and his men. Just be careful not to kill them. Can you handle that?" Sakura thumped her chest confidently. "Don't worry, leave it to me." As Doto turned to face his attackers, a fist collided with his chest. Cherry blossom impact. Doto spat out blood as his body flew over the earthen wall, landing at the feet of Sandayu. Sandayu and his men stared at the fallen Doto, stunned. After a moment, Sandayu, tears in his eyes, raised his sword and declared, "Doto, this decades-old hatred ends today." He plunged his sword into Doto's throat. Several other warriors followed, piercing Doto's body with their weapons and shouting, "For our fallen comrades." "You." Doto gasped, unable to comprehend his defeat. He had never imagined that a few Konoha kids would beat him or that his life would end at the hands of ordinary soldiers. He died not knowing the secret of the treasure. Naruto returned to Kakashi. "You think this ending makes sense?" he asked. Kakashi, lowering his forehead protector, sighed. "Maybe." Naruto couldn't help but quip, "You look more tired than we do, and all you did was watch." Kakashi glanced at him with his usual deadpan expression. "I'm not physically tired. It's mental exhaustion," he thought. This mission was a headache. Next time, I'm picking the mission more carefully. Pulling out his beloved Ika Ika book, Kakashi found solace in its pages. After Sandayu had his fallen comrades' bodies collected, he approached Princess Koyuki, kneeling deeply before her. "Please, Your Highness, ascend to the throne." Princess Koyuki, staring at the lifeless body of Doto, the man who had destroyed her family and haunted her childhood, clutched the hexagonal crystal around her neck and said quietly, "Before that, there's a place I need to visit. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/IamXino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 126, 126. Lord Jashin. 1120 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. A group followed Koyuki Kazahana to the Rainbow Glacier, the legendary resting place of her family's treasure. Upon locating the disc, Koyuki removed her necklace and inserted the hexagonal crystal into the keyhole. A click echoed. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from the disc, and icy patterns spread outward, forming a massive hexagonal snowflake across the ground. The moment the pattern was complete, the surrounding ice fields melted, turning into grassy meadows with blooming flowers. Spring had miraculously arrived in the land of snow. This defies all logic. Naruto exclaimed, watching in disbelief. Even if the land thaws, grass and flowers shouldn't sprout instantly. Is this some kind of magic fertilizer? Not even the first Hokage's cells worked this fast. But it wasn't over yet. Beams of light shot up from the mechanism, creating a luminous curtain in the sky. On it, a three-dimensional projection appeared, showing a young Koyuki speaking with her father, Kazahana Sosetsu. The image quality was so clear, it made modern ninja holography techniques seem amateurish by comparison. In the projection, a 7 or 8-year-old Koyuki asked, "What is spring?" "You've never seen spring before, have you?" Kazahana Sosetsu replied gently. "Close your eyes, Koyuki. Imagine a field full of flowers, running freely through it. That is what spring feels like." Koyuki obediently closed her eyes, a smile spreading across her face. "When spring comes, what do you want to do?" her father asked. "I want to be a kind, strong, and righteous princess," Koyuki replied confidently. "And my dream is to become an actress." As the projection faded, Koyuki gazed skyward. Tears she thought had long since dried streamed down her face, yet she smiled through them. "So, that's what I said back then," she murmured, half laughing, half crying. Naruto stood stunned. He'd always thought Kazuhana Sosetsu built all these technological marvels for his pleasure or to help the snow country. But it turned out, he did it all just to show his daughter the beauty of spring. This guy changed the entire climate of his country for his daughter? It was hard to say if Koyuki's heart had healed because her uncle was gone, or if the video had rekindled her childhood aspirations. Either way, she reaffirmed her childhood desires, to be kind and strong and live her dream. The next day, Koyuki's coronation ceremony took place, attended by all. The film crew captured the event with satisfaction, wrapping up their production on a high note. The director was confident this film would be a blockbuster. Later, Team 7 approached Sandayu and Koyuki to say their farewells, only to find Sandayu looking troubled. Kakashi asked, "Is something wrong, Mr. Sandayu?" "It's nothing serious," San Taifu sighed. The snow country's economy was already in decline before. Then, Doto drained it further by expanding the military. "We'll need to work hard to rebuild." Naruto chimed in, "Well, Konoha could help with that." "Konoha would lend us money?" Sandayu asked, surprised. "No, not money. A partnership," Naruto clarified. "Konoha is interested in your technology, things like steam-powered vehicles, mechanical airships, and chakra armor. You could send a delegation to Konoha to discuss cooperation. You guys provide the tech, and Konoha supplies materials." Naruto's suggestion wasn't off the cuff, Minato had mentioned it during a phone call. The Hokage was particularly intrigued by the snow country's innovations, believing they could be a game-changer for Konoha's logistics, both in terms of military and supply transport. The flying technology was especially reminiscent of a time when Konoha had faced the airborne threat of the Land of Sky. Sandayu and Koyuki exchanged glances, then nodded with smiles. "This is excellent news. We'll send someone to Konoha soon to negotiate." The snow country still had many challenges ahead, but Koyuki was determined to rebuild both her country and her acting career. "I need to keep making more movies," she said, clutching a new script. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at the title on the cover, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Sakura, noticing, asked, "You're a queen now, but you still want to act?" "Of course. It's been my dream since childhood," Koyuki declared, her spirit no longer weighed down by the past. She was ready to lead the snow country and chase her ambitions at the same time. With the alliance established, Team 7 prepared to leave on the same ship as the film crew. Naruto, however, kept eyeing Kakashi, who seemed unusually quiet, clutching his well-worn Ika Ika Paradise novel. Naruto couldn't help but notice how Kakashi had been acting ever since meeting Koyuki. "Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi responded absent-mindedly. "What do you think of Koyuki?" "She's beautiful and fitting," Kakashi said, his voice soft. Naruto's eyes lit up. "Oh? Do you want to stay here a little longer?" "Why would I do that?" Kakashi asked, taken aback. "You seem kinda attached to her." Kakashi blinked, then sighed. "Don't read too much into it. I was just thinking about her script." "What about the script?" Kakashi hesitated for a moment. The cover said, "Ika Ika Paradise." Naruto's jaw dropped. "Wait, the Snow Country's queen is starring in an Ika Ika Paradise movie?" "Yep," Kakashi confirmed. Naruto's curiosity piqued. "What's in it?" Kakashi glanced at him, then said, "Wait until you're 18. Buy a ticket yourself." Fine," Naruto groaned, rolling his eyes. "By 18, I'll be married anyway. Who needs this stuff?" Despite Naruto's prodding, Kakashi returned to his book, his attention fully restored. Later, Naruto resolved to sneak a peek at Kakashi's copy using his Kagura mind's eye ability. If he could suppress his chakra signature, maybe Kakashi wouldn't notice. She, in the middle of the hot springs, barely covered by a towel. Naruto's heart raced. Is this even legal to read for free? Suddenly, Kakashi slammed the book shut and smacked Naruto on the head. Don't use your ninja skills for this kind of nonsense. Got it, got it. Naruto ran off the train, grumbling but secretly impressed with Jiraiya's riding skills. After Team 7 had departed, two mysterious figures appeared at Rainbow Glacier. They wore black robes with red clouds and bamboo hats, and their presence went unnoticed. Who would have thought the Kazahana family's treasure was something this trivial, one figure muttered. And the head worth 50 million Rio has already left. I told you it wasn't worth the time. You're far too greedy. Maybe I should offer you as a sacrifice to Lord Jashin. Shut up, or I'll kill you. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/IAMXNO. Thank you for reading. Chapter 127, 127. 1010. 1115 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. On the 8th day after departing Konoha, the group finally saw the gates of the village again, and all four of them were relieved. After being constantly on the move, they were mentally and physically exhausted. After greeting Izumo and Kotetsu, they were about to enter the village when they suddenly stopped and looked back. Three gaunt, yellow-faced individuals were running toward Konoha. Just before they reached the gate, they collapsed. One of them attempted to lift his head before passing out, muttering, "Mission, request." Are they here to submit a mission request? Looks like we can't ignore this, Kakashi sighed, scratching his head in frustration. Sakura. Got it. Sakura knelt and examined the three unconscious individuals. After a few moments, the green glow on Sakura's hand faded. There are no injuries. It seems they're just exhausted, severely frightened, and malnourished. Judging by their condition, they appear to be regular civilians. Let's get them to the hospital. We still need to meet Minato-sensei. This isn't just about submitting a report, Kakashi said, looking at Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, both reflecting Kakashi's sentiments. Why are you all looking at me? Naruto asked, confused at first. Then, understanding dawned on him. Fine, I guess the transport service is in emergency mode. With that, Naruto created two shadow clones and used the Flying Thunder God technique to send the civilians to the hospital. All set. Let's go. Naruto said, taking a few steps forward, only to notice his teammates still standing there, staring at him. What's wrong? He asked, puzzled. Kakashi placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and said, Hokage's office. Sasuke mirrored the gesture on Naruto's other shoulder, adding, I am ready. Sakura placed her hand beside Sasuke's and playfully stuck out her tongue. Please. Are you three too lazy to walk the last few steps? Naruto realized what they were after. They wanted a shortcut. Why didn't you just ask me to Flying Thunder got us back from the land of snow? Naruto asked. Kakashi responded, because as your teacher, I have to make sure you all walk around and gain experience. And now? Naruto pressed. Kakashi glanced at the gates of Konoha, then, with Sasuke and Sakura's help, nudged Naruto through. We're already in the village. When did you three become so in sync? Naruto muttered, using his jutsu to teleport them to the Hokage's office door. After all, you can't just appear at the Hokage's desk unannounced. Even Dad deserves some privacy. Knock, knock. Come in. Kakashi opened the door. Minato-sensei. Dad. Uncle Minato. Lord Hokage. 4 titles, 4 distinct identities. Oh. It's you all. You've worked hard. Minato smiled as he set down the document he'd been reviewing. Here's the mission report, Kakashi began, succinctly explaining the unexpected situation they faced in the land of snow and how they resolved it. Even though Minato was aware of Yuki Fujike's reunion with her family, Kakashi made sure to emphasize all the key details. I see. You handled things well. The reward will be paid according to the highest A-rank mission standard. Minato skimmed the report, sealed it, and put it away. I'll assign someone to handle the follow-up. Well then, Kakashi began, but before he could finish, a whirlwind suddenly burst into the office. The mission is complete. I made sure the pirates in the hodgepodge straight felt the fist of love. If they can change their ways, the tears I shed for them won't be in vain. Ahahaha. Bursting in with all the energy of a green whirlwind, Guy rushed over to Minato's desk, exuberantly sharing the results of his mission, with Lee excitedly beside him. Oh. My eternal rival, Kakashi. It's been too long. Shall we have a long overdue match? Guy wrapped an arm around Kakashi's neck, grinning with his signature thumbs up and flashing his pearly whites. I'll pass. Kakashi just wanted to go home and read his book. Don't run from the challenge of youth. We should compare missions instead. I just led my beloved students on a B-rank mission, far beyond a Genin's level. Guy boasted proudly. What? Did you lose to me? Kakashi sighed, gently removing Guy's arm. We just completed an A-rank mission. With that, Guy stood frozen, petrified in place, as Kakashi walked away. Sasuke and Sakura followed him, while Naruto waved them off, saying, I have something else to take care of. You guys go ahead. Just then, Neji and Tenten rushed in, panting as they reached the Hokage's office. They both bowed. Apologies, Lord Hokage. Guy-sensei and Lee were a bit overzealous. It's all right, Minato smiled, waving it off. He knew Guy's nature and wasn't upset by such antics. You all did well on your mission. Now get some well-deserved rest. Lord Fourth. Guy suddenly sprang back to life, flames blazing in his eyes. My youth and my students' youth will never lose to Kakashi. Please, give us a more challenging mission. As expected of Guy-sensei. Lee quickly pulled out his notebook, jotting down Guy's latest words of wisdom. Neji and Tenten rubbed their foreheads, barely able to stand watching. Here we go again. Minato gave an awkward but polite smile and gently tried to placate Guy. I understand your passion. I'll assign a more difficult mission soon, but for now, you should rest. No problem. Even resting, I'll give it my all. Let's go, Lee, Tenten, Neji. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of a worker so eager that Minato had to convince him to take a break. His dad was certainly a considerate boss. Oh, Tenten, stay for a moment, Minato called out. Huh? Why yes. Tenten replied nervously. After Guy and the others left, Minato addressed her. No need to worry, it's not about Guy-sensei. Huh? Tenten blinked, looking more confused. Minato handed her a scroll. This contains information about sealing and summoning techniques. Study it well, and once you've mastered it, come to me, and I'll teach you the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. What? Seriously? Tenten left in a daze, clutching the scroll tightly. She knew about the Flying Thunder God technique, but never in her wildest dreams had she imagined she'd get the chance to learn it. She resolved to study the scroll all night if necessary. This was her moment, her youthful determination in action. Ah, I almost got carried away by Guy-sensei and Lee, she muttered to herself, both excited and exasperated as she hurried down the street. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 128, 128. Peaceful Day. 991 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. Dad, why do you suddenly want to teach the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to Tenten? Tenten excels in two kinds of ninjutsu. One is storing ninja tools in scrolls and retrieving them during battle, and the other is summoning large quantities of ninja tools through the scrolls. I think she has the talent to learn Flying Thunder God. I know that. I'm just curious why you suddenly took notice of her. Naruto started wondering, if Tenten uses so many ninja tools with scrolls, do the tools return automatically after a certain period? Does she avoid retrieving them because she doesn't need to, not because she's wealthy or careless? It's not sudden. I'm Hokage, so of course I need to pay attention to talented ninjas. It's my responsibility to nurture the next generation for the village. For Konoha's sake, the more people who can perform strategic ninjutsu like this, the better. As long as there are promising juniors capable of learning it, Minato is determined to teach them carefully. Oh. That was indeed his father's way, always thinking of the village. Minato looked at Naruto and asked, "So, why are you sticking around here on purpose?" At this, Naruto became excited. "Dad, I want to learn Sage Mode." Minato blinked, confused. Huh? Naruto wanted to master Sage Mode because it was essential. Some enemies could absorb chakra or were immune to chakra-based attacks, and only physical attacks and Sage techniques would work on them. To face enemies like that solely with taijutsu would require training to the level where you could open all 8 gates, like Gai-sensei. Learning Sage Mode first seemed far more realistic. Minato didn't refuse, but he set a condition: Naruto had to complete his current training first, mastering Wind Chakra Nature Transformation and developing the Raisin Shuriken before starting Sage Mode. Naruto didn't mind. He knew that mastering Raisin Shuriken would significantly improve his chakra control, which would also help him when learning Sage Mode. With a goal in mind, Naruto felt more motivated. Instead of going home, he found a small forest and began training. After all, cutting leaves with wind chakra couldn't be that difficult. He placed a leaf between his palms and tried to channel wind chakra through it. The real question was, how exactly do you convert chakra into the wind element? No matter. He'd start by creating 100 shadow clones to practice. If there were no results in half an hour, he'd add another 100 clones. By the end of the afternoon, there were 800 blonde clones in the forest. Finally, one clone managed to put a small cut in a leaf, then it dispersed itself without emotion. The remaining clones, after receiving the memory, slapped their foreheads in frustration. Clone number 001 groaned, "Damn, he beat me to it again. I will kill that bastard next time." Although the start had been difficult, once they had a model to follow, the remaining clones quickly learned how to cut the leaves with chakra before dispersing themselves. Hundreds of memories flooded Naruto's brain, causing a terrible headache. He plopped down on the ground, feeling like he had been doing high-level math problems for days on end. In his mental space, Naruto lay on Kurama's back and groaned, "Big Fox, let me sleep for a bit, can you take me back?" In past battles, Naruto often used numerous clones, but they only lasted a few minutes or seconds. The impact on his mind wasn't as severe as it was now after such prolonged use. Kurama adjusted his position to prevent Naruto from falling and gently took control of Naruto's body. "What a mess," Kurama muttered. Using Naruto's body, Kurama headed home. Along the way, his nose twitched, and he took out Naruto's small frog wallet. "After all that training, you're probably hungry. No idea how long he'll sleep, but let's get some food." An hour later, Kurama had Naruto home, tucked into bed, and returned to his sealed space to sleep contentedly. The next morning, Naruto woke up around 8, yawning as he stepped out of his bedroom. He noticed Minato sitting in a chair, pretending to read a newspaper but glancing at Kushina, who stood nearby, arms crossed and holding a spoon, glaring at Naruto. Morning, Mom, Dad." Naruto instantly sensed the tense atmosphere. Kimimaro and the others were gone, probably out on missions. Why was Dad still home? Kushina tapped Naruto on the nose with the spoon and sighed. "Tell me, what did you do yesterday?" Naruto shrank back instinctively. It was just regular training. 800 shadow clones trained together for an entire afternoon. You exhausted yourself to the point of passing out. And you call that regular training? Well, I just thought I wasn't progressing fast enough and accidentally. No matter the reason, you shouldn't push yourself to the point of collapse. Even with your rapid healing, there are limits. As Kushina's red hair started rising in anger, Minato quickly pulled her into a hug. "Kushina, calm down. Naruto knows he was wrong, right?" He winked at Naruto. Naruto nodded eagerly. "Yes. I'm sorry. I won't do it again, unless I have to." Kushina's anger subsided. "Go wash up and then eat." After washing, Naruto returned to the kitchen and grabbed a sandwich. It was almost 9 o'clock. I'm almost late for the assembly. I'm off." Naruto stuffed the sandwich in his mouth and bolted out the window. Naruto. Eat properly before you go. Kushina shouted after him, her red hair floating ominously. Naruto didn't stick around. Minato briefly considered slipping away too, but sensing the serious consequences of doing so, he sheepishly picked up his newspaper and pretended to be deeply interested. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 129, 129. Katabami Gold Mine. 1,321 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. After sneaking out of the house, Naruto ate his sandwich in a few bites and jumped onto the roof in his usual ninja style. Suddenly, several familiar figures came into view. Naruto jumped down, picked up Hinata, and turned around. Hinata, did you miss me? Ah, Naruto-kun. Hinata responded, shy and happy. You're back. Yeah, I just got back yesterday, Naruto said as he greeted the other two. Yo, Akamaru, Shino, long time no see. Woof. Akamaru barked happily, wagging his tail while lying on Naruto's head. Kiba grumbled, hey, Naruto, even Shino noticed me, but you're ignoring me on purpose. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and said, Kiba, don't take it personally. People can only focus on so many things. We should just be glad Naruto's back. If you want to know why. Because he called you but didn't call me. You always go on forever. Kiba interrupted, jumping in frustration. Shino didn't respond, his expression unchanged. He simply thought it had been a while since he'd sparred with Kiba. Since his control over the bugs had improved recently, perhaps he'd practice with Kiba after today's mission. Those two haven't changed at all, Naruto said, taking Hinata's hand and following behind the pair. They have a close bond, Hinata commented, unfazed by their usual interaction. She then asked, Naruto-kun, are you going to the gathering too? Is it all right if you come with us? Naruto shrugged. It's fine, I'll just tag along. Huh? But I didn't tell you where we're going, Hinata replied, confused. Doesn't matter. Wherever you go, I'll drop by, Naruto answered casually. After accompanying Hinata to her destination, Naruto slipped away before Kushina arrived. Watching Kiba jump ahead, Naruto thought, maybe he'll end up getting scolded in my place today, hope everyone's alright. By the time Naruto reached the training ground, Sasuke's morning practice was nearly finished. Sakura, who was leaning against a tree, raised her head from her book and asked, Naruto, why are you late? Naruto pulled his forehead protector down to cover one eye, mimicking Kakashi's lazy tone. I lost my way on the road of life. A vein appeared on Sakura's forehead, and she snapped, don't copy Kakashi-sensei for stuff like this. Speaking of Kakashi, he appeared just then, one hand in his pocket and the other holding Make-out Paradise. I could have sworn I heard someone bad-mouthing me. Sakura, unfazed, retorted, Kakashi-sensei, you're late again. Sorry, Kakashi said without an ounce of remorse, but this time I was taking on a mission. We're here for business. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What kind of mission? Is it helping another princess restore her kingdom? Kakashi, looking slightly embarrassed, replied, how many princesses could there possibly be? It's just a C-rank mission to help drive out some bullies. That sounded easy enough. Naruto couldn't think of any particular bullies to watch out for, except maybe someone from the Hidden Rain village. Regarding the Akatsuki in the Hidden Rain, Naruto had suggested to his father once that they take a team and wipe out the organization in their base. But it couldn't be that simple. If Konoha were to invade based on mere suspicion, other villages might think, oh, if Konoha suspects a terrorist group in the Hidden Rain, will they suddenly invade the Hidden Cloud or the Hidden Stone next? Like oil. International politics are tricky. One wrong move and it could escalate into a full-blown conflict. Naruto asked, so, where is the mission? In the Land of Rivers. The Land of Rivers is located southwest of the Land of Fire and northeast of the Land of Wind. Though it's not a large or powerful nation, it often assigns missions to either Sand Village or Konoha. All right, Kakashi said, waving at three people nearby, the clients are here. Let's hear the details from them. Sakura looked surprised. Wait, aren't you the three who fainted at the village entrance yesterday? Yes, that was us, one of them, Lyasuk said. We're so grateful for your help. The 6 assistants bowed in gratitude. Kakashi nodded. No need to thank us. Please explain the mission in more detail. Certainly. We're villagers from the Katabami gold mine in the Land of Rivers, Lyasuk began. Although we were heavily taxed and oppressed by the local officials, life was still manageable. Lyasuk's face darkened as he continued. But then a group of rogues calling themselves Kurosaki family drove out the officials and seized the mine. They kill indiscriminately. Just the other day, they buried our companion Kenpachi alive. If this goes on, the entire village will be wiped out. We risked our lives to escape. Please, you must expel them, the 3 villagers pleaded in unison. Sakura clenched her fist and smashed a nearby tree with a punch. That's outrageous. Naruto whistled in surprise. Something about the situation felt off. What did you say the family's name was again? The Kurosaki family, Lyasuk replied. Naruto pressed further. Do you know the name of their leader? Lyasuk thought for a moment. I believe his name is Reiga. Kakashi's eyes widened. Reiga Kurasuki? Who's that? Sakura and Sasuke asked, unfamiliar with the name. Reiga Kurasuki, Kakashi explained. Like Momochi Zabuza, he's one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He wields the thunder sword, and it's said he can harness lightning from the sky for his attacks. Kakashi rubbed his temples. I just picked up a simple C-rank mission, and now we've got another headache on our hands. Sasuke, however, was excited. The last time they faced Zabuza, it took all 3 of them to work together. Now, with an opponent of a similar caliber, it would be a perfect opportunity to see how much they had improved. He was ready for the challenge. Is the 7 ninja swordsmen really that strong? Lyasuk asked, awestruck by the title. They are indeed powerful. They once boasted that the 7 of them could take down an entire nation, Naruto said, adding in his head, though later, some of them were beaten by Guy's dad, leaving only the 3 lucky treasures. Fortunately, our team took on the mission. Naruto shuddered at the thought of Hinata's team or his brother's team taking it on, though, come to think of it, they'd probably be fine too. Naruto mused over how strong Konoha's teams had become. Kakashi agreed. This mission has escalated beyond a simple C rank. At least in a rank now. Lyasuk and his companions were horrified, imagining 7 people who could destroy a country. They fell to their knees and begged, it doesn't matter. As long as you can save our village, please help us. Naruto felt a bit guilty. It almost felt like they were extorting money from the villagers. Kakashi helped them up. There's no need for that, Mr. Lyasuk. If it's just Reiga, we can handle it. Let's set out and gather more information as soon as possible. Naruto thought Kakashi was being too modest. Be more confident, sensei. Even if all 7 of them show up, you can handle it. By the evening, the team arrived at a small shop in the Land of Rivers. Its sign read, Curry of Life Shop. Naruto recognized it immediately. The Curry of Life, one of the infamous dishes in the ninja world, was made here. After eating it, Lee once became so energized it was like he was on stimulants. However, the dish was known to be too much for normal people. Kakashi asked, the village isn't far from here, is it? Right, Lyasuk confirmed. Just 3 or 4 kilometers west of here, by the gold mine. Alright, let's rest here for now and gather more information tonight, Kakashi decided. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 130, 130. Curry of Life. 1178 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. The owner of the Curry of Life shop is Granny Sancho, a petite woman standing around 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall, wearing a small light yellow hat and round frame reading glasses. She appears to be a very cute and kind old lady. After everyone took their seats at the table, Kakashi spoke up. Speaking of which, I once heard Guy mention this place, saying there's a type of curry of life here that can make one's blood boil. Granny Sancho remembered Guy and smiled. Oh, you're talking about that energetic young man. He once ran for 3 days and nights straight with a child, even managing to run in his sleep. Kakashi thought for a moment, chuckling, yeah, that sounds about right. Only Guy could pull off something like that. With enthusiasm, Granny Sancho asked, so, would you like to try their favorite curry of life? After eating it, you'll feel revitalized. If it's that amazing, we must try it, one of the clients exclaimed. Definitely. I want one too. Before Kakashi could respond, the 3 clients eagerly spoke up. Alright, let's get one as well, Kakashi agreed, though he couldn't help but think that anything Guy recommended with such passion usually turned out to be intense. But food couldn't be that bad, right? As a ninja who had seen and experienced strange things for years, Kakashi figured it couldn't be worse than some of the other odd meals he'd encountered. Besides, Guy was still alive, wasn't he? Naruto, however, remained silent. Knowing the truth, he was eagerly waiting to see how the others would react once they tasted it. Granny Sancho stepped up onto a small bench, stirring the curry in a large soup pot with a long-handled spoon. The enticing aroma filled the air, drifting over to the dining table. The 7 of them couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Even Naruto, who knew better, had to admit it smelled wonderful. Could it be that he had misremembered? Maybe curry wasn't so bad after all. Finally, Granny Sancho brought the curry to the table. Each person received a plate, and once again, everyone swallowed, though this time out of apprehension. Half of the plate was filled with white rice, while the other half held black curry, bubbling ominously. It looked more like an alchemist's concoction than food. Everyone exchanged nervous glances, unsure who would take the first bite. Granny Sancho smiled encouragingly, go ahead, try it. It's wonderful. No one wanted to disappoint the kind old lady, and the fragrance from earlier gave them a shred of hope. Maybe, just maybe, it tasted better than it looked. After one last glance between them, they all decided to dig in together. Naruto scooped up a spoonful of curry, blowing on it as if it were too hot. But before he could even try, the 3 clients who had been so eager moments ago were already sprawled across the table, groaning in agony. Sakura clutched her chest in shock. Using her medical knowledge, she quickly deduced that it wasn't poisonous, in fact, it seemed to be some sort of powerful tonic. But why was it so spicy? It felt as though her mouth and throat were engulfed in flames. Soon, Sakura started hallucinating, mumbling, hee 1 Sasuke, 2 Sasukes, 3 Sasukes. Sasuke, already overwhelmed by the heat, felt like his body had turned into a blazing inferno. He managed to spit out half of his bite, but the rest he swallowed burned his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sheer intensity of the sensation. He even wondered if finishing a whole bowl might awaken the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, but then, maybe he'd die before that happened. Kakashi, however, was in the worst situation. He had eaten quickly, as was his habit when flipping up his mask. But this time, the speed had worked against him, leaving his tongue exposed to the full force of the curry's fiery flavor. For a moment, he envisioned himself walking along the river Styx, where his father waited by a fire, with Rin watching from the afterlife. Before collapsing onto the table, Kakashi's last coherent thought was, Guy, this is your fault. I'm going to have a word with you when I get back. Naruto, holding his spoon, felt his hand trembling slightly. If even Kakashi couldn't handle it, this curry might be far more dangerous than he had anticipated. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will never surrender to this, he muttered, about to put down the spoon. But before he could, something strange happened. Big Fox, what are you doing? Naruto asked, realizing he was losing control of his body. The old fox wants some of that curry, Kurama replied. It's the most fragrant thing I've ever smelled. It's a shame not to try it. Huh? Naruto was confused. You said whoever wants to eat it can have it, right? Well, I want it. No way. You'll make me suffer the consequences. Naruto protested. Bah, they were too weak to handle it. I'll use chakra to fortify your body, Kurama said dismissively. No. I refuse. Naruto tried to resist, but it was no use. Kurama had already taken over. With a flash of tails, Kurama suppressed Naruto's will, forcing him to take a large mouthful of the curry. After 3 seconds, Kurama released control, diving into the lake in the sealed space, gulping down water as if his life depended on it. If Naruto had time to laugh, he might have thought Kurama's frantic drinking looked like Kwafu chasing the sun in desperation. But now, all he could feel was the burning sensation stabbing through his tongue, mouth, and throat. Clutching his throat, Naruto collapsed onto the table, whispering weakly, "Big Fox. I thought we were friends." Meanwhile, in the sealed space, Kurama shut the door, cutting off all shared sensations with Naruto. Gazing up at the sky, he muttered, "Humans are terrifying. I'll never take control of his body again. I swear on my tails." On that day, Granny Sancho used 1 pot of curry to take down an entire squad that could have defeated Kagaya Otsutsuki, earning herself an impressive victory. An hour later, the group had finally recovered, each of them having gulped down plenty of water. Kakashi, ever the elite ninja, hadn't forgotten their mission despite the ordeal. He turned to their client, Layasuke, and said, "Let's take a break here, and then we'll head to the village to gather information." "Right," Layasuke replied. Granny Sancho, who was busy washing dishes, overheard and asked, "Are you heading to the village near the mine?" "Do you know something about it, Granny?" Kakashi inquired. Granny Sancho's tone turned somber. "I had a son, Karashir. He joined the Kurosaki family recently. If possible, I'd like to ask you to bring him back. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 131, 131. Riga Kurasuki. 1077 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. Granny Sancho's son was originally a frail young man and was often bullied by fellow villagers. Since Guy and Lee passed by the store during their training, Granny Sancho would often say to her son, "If you were as hardworking as they are, you wouldn't be bullied anymore." Perhaps hearing it too often, Karashir impulsively ran off to join the Kurosaki family. Granny Sancho's request was simple, and Kakashi readily agreed. That night, the 4 of them approached the mine's entrance. Naruto volunteered to gather information since it was something new to him, and he wanted to give it a try. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura waited in place. About 10 minutes later, Naruto returned, dragging a man in a black robe. "Got it, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said as he threw the man to the ground and continued, "The leader here is indeed called Riga Kurasuki. He wields a peculiar dual sword that is said to control lightning. There are 22 members in total. The ordinary members wear black robes and use concealed swords." He added, 10 watchmen patrol nightly, and their quarters are on the mountainside, not far from the house. Also, Riga Kurasuki has a creepy hobby. He loves holding funerals, even burying people alive when no one has died. The guy's a total maniac. The information is detailed, but... Kakashi nodded before pointing at the beaten man on the ground. "What happened to him?" "He got beaten up," Naruto replied nonchalantly. "Isn't that how you get information? You fight, then they talk. Is that really what that means?" Kakashi sighed, rubbing his forehead. "How exactly did Iruka teach you the ninja world's common language?" Sakura shook her head. "Iruka-sensei didn't teach him that." Sasuke agreed with a nod, and the others followed suit. Kakashi knelt. "What's your name?" "Kikarashi," the young man stammered, trembling. Naruto wondered about the coincidence. Had he just happened to catch Granny Sancho's son? Kakashi also felt surprised by their luck. "Do you know Granny Sancho?" Karashir panicked. I only took revenge on those who bullied me. Please don't harm my mother, she doesn't know anything." Kakashi stared at him for a moment. "He can be saved. Let's take him back to the curry shop." "Okay, I'll send a clone," Naruto offered. Clone number 001 saluted. "The world's strongest and smartest clone is here. Mission accepted." After the clone left, Kakashi continued, first, we'll subdue Reiga Kurasuki's subordinates, then focus on him. Naruto nodded, understanding the strategy, clear the small fries, then take on the boss. Each of the four took a direction, incapacitating and binding the patrols without killing them. They'd leave it to the villagers to identify and deal with them. The 10 watchmen were silently piled at the mountain's base, clearly more skilled than the Snow Country's regular soldiers. The four then entered a small house near Reiga Kurasuki's residence, capturing the 12 occupants as they slept. Naruto, having grown used to this, handled the heavy lifting. After dealing with the minions, the four stepped outside, only to stop at the sight of a dark figure approaching from 100 meters away, dual blades gleaming in the torchlight. We've been exposed, Kakashi said, preparing to confront one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kakashi Hatake? So Lusuk and the others brought in a strong ally. I treated them like family, and this is how they repaid me. It's heartbreaking, Reiga Kurosaki said, forcing a few tears. It seems I'll have to hold a funeral for them soon. The four stared at him, thinking in unison, this guy's a total lunatic. Kakashi demanded, Reiga Kurasuki, why, as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, would you resort to this? Ignoring the question, Reiga took a step to the side, planting a foot on a high stone as Naruto's usual sneak attack sprang into action. What just happened? Sakura exclaimed, stunned. It was the first time she'd seen someone evade Naruto's sneak attack. Kakashi analyzed, it looks like someone warned him. He tilted his head slightly, and his eyes shifted for a moment, an indication that he heard something. Sasuke, feeling slightly outdone, knew Kakashi was using the Sharingan more effectively than he was. Naruto added, I sense 2 types of chakra in his position. He's carrying someone on his back, a sensory ninja, most likely. Ranmaru, with a unique ability, could see through and observe far better than Niji's Byakugan, even creating shadow illusions that would fool the Byakugan by mimicking a real person's chakra system. Ranmaru, much like Haku, had been feared for his abilities and was eventually taken in by Reiga. In poor health, even worse than Kurama Yakumo, Ranmaru had been carried by Reiga ever since his defection. He served as his eyes and ears, hiding in a special bag beneath his cloak. By the way, Ranmaru is a rather cute little boy. There seems to be a pattern with the 7 ninja swordsmen. Zabuza took in Haku, Reiga adopted Ranmaru, and Kisame showed deep care for Itachi. It's a strangely touching camaraderie. Hidden Mist Jutsu. Reiga unleashed the signature ninjutsu of Kirigakure. In the darkness, their vision was already limited, but now they couldn't see at all. You despicable worms. If you die, I won't even bother holding a funeral for you. Reiga crossed his dual blades, arcs of blue lightning crackling from them. Lightning release, lightning banquet. For thick currents of electricity surged from the swords like pythons racing down the mountainside, slamming into the ground with an explosive bang, leaving a smoking crater where the four had stood. Reiga turned. What do you think, Ranmaru? You're strong, but they're not dead. They dodged into the house at the last second. Body flicker jutsu, is it? Reiga mused. He hadn't encountered Naruto before, having secluded himself as the local kingpin, but he recognized the renowned Kakashi. Inside the house, Kakashi spoke seriously. The dense fog and night gave him an advantage. We need to deal with the sensory ninja on his back first. Here's the plan. Naruto didn't object. Despite Ranmaru's tragic story, they were enemies in battle. It would be foolish to hold back out of pity. Matters unrelated to combat could be settled once they defeated him. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 132, 132. We're professionals at dying. 1035 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. After that, Naruto summoned 10 shadow clones. 7 of them walked straight ahead with determined steps, while 3 followed Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura respectively. Naruto himself leapt out of the window to begin climbing the mountain. The movements of Team 7 weren't hidden from Ranmaru, but he couldn't understand why one of the shadow clones had a small sign labeled 001 on its chest or why another clone had transformed into a woman. The pink-haired man, Sakura, also seemed oddly flustered when he glanced at the clone's chest. "What's wrong, Ranmaru?" Raiga noticed the hesitation in Ranmaru's voice. "It's nothing, it's just that the behavior of those clones is strange." "Please be careful," Ranmaru urged seriously. "Don't worry, as long as I have you, I'll be unbeatable," Raiga boasted confidently. Outside the door, the clones lined up and made hand seals. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, X7. Naruto had just learned this jutsu, and it wasn't perfect yet. It took multiple attempts to achieve the desired result, using more chakra than necessary. A powerful gust erupted from the 7 clones, causing Raiga's cloak to billow violently and lifting his hood, revealing Ranmaru strapped to his back. Even the dense fog dispersed slightly. Raiga raised a hand to shield himself from the flying sand and debris, his feet firmly planted on the ground. "Damn it. How are you, Ranmaru?" "I'm fine." "Damn those guys." Angered, Raiga raised his 2 swords, and beams of light surged from the blades, connecting with the dark clouds above. "Thunderstorm, descend." 7 bolts of lightning shot from the sky, striking the clones precisely. The clones' last thoughts before vanishing were, "Is this retribution for convincing Sakura to study medicine? But why punish our clones? Go after the real body." Naruto, who had climbed to a higher vantage point, grew anxious at the sound of the rumbling thunder. With the fog dissipating and flashes of lightning illuminating the area, Kakashi and Sasuke pinpointed Raiga's location. They signaled to clone 001 and Sasuke, as well as the unnamed clone and Kakashi. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, X2. Fire Release, Fireball Jutsu, X2. Combined Jutsu, Wind and Fire Breakthrough, X2. Combined jutsu usually required 2 shinobi who had practiced together to develop enough synergy. Naruto, still new to the Great Breakthrough Jutsu, hadn't had time to practice collaboration, but Sasuke and Kakashi, using their Sharingan, observed Naruto's technique and timed their Fireball Jutsu with pinpoint accuracy. Together, they executed the combined jutsu despite the lack of formal practice. The 7 initial clones weren't just meant to clear the fog, they also served as practice targets for Sasuke and Kakashi to analyze. The resulting storm of wind and fire surged forward, creating twin horizontal flame tornadoes spiraling toward Raiga. Seeing the flames sweep across the flat terrain, Raiga quickly jumped to a lower slope, avoiding climbing further up the mountain because Ranmaru had warned him about the yellow-haired boy lying in ambush. The pillars of fire shot into the sky but completely dispersed the remaining fog, lighting up the night. Raiga barely had time to catch his breath before Aura! Sakura's fist smashed into the ground, causing it to tremble and the rocks to shatter. Despite Ranmaru's warning, Raiga was caught off guard by the sheer power of Sakura's punch, his balance faltering. Naruto, following Sakura's lead, threw 3 kunai with explosive tags, then placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder, using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to retreat. Boom! 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 Though the explosions were fierce, Raiga remained unharmed. Naruto, perched above, heard the blasts and immediately threw a few more Flying Thunder God kunai, attempting a direct attack. However, Raiga twirled his thunder swords, deflecting the kunai. TCH, why doesn't this guy follow the usual script? Naruto sighed, forming a series of hand seals and summoning a massive wave of water down the mountain. A torrent of water appeared out of nowhere, rushing down the slope and sweeping towards Raiga. Water Release, Flood of the Golden Mountain. The nearly 30-meter wide stream surged uncontrollably down the mountain, creating a massive wave that crashed toward Raiga. Raiga jammed his thunder swords into the sloping mountain wall to keep his footing, but as the water subsided, he realized with horror that Ranmaru's pack was missing. Ranmaru! Raiga panicked. Ranmaru's fragile body wouldn't survive a fall from this height. You bastards! Raiga shouted, raising his swords as lightning coursed down from the clouds, enveloping him in a blinding aura. Lightning Release, Lightning Armor. Though it looked formidable, Raiga's speed barely increased. However, his relentless attacks, now empowered by lightning, became far more dangerous. Thunderbolt. Lightning strike. Thunder Dragon Tornado. Lightning rained down in all directions, forcing Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura to retreat, with Naruto's clones pulling them to safety. Naruto grinned, seemingly unbothered by the chaos. Kakashi-sensei, the boss is going berserk. Why don't you use Raikiri to cut him down? Kakashi responded seriously, don't joke around. He's using the thunder and lightning from the sky, and it barely costs him any chakra. That means his attacks can last all day? Naruto finished. Kakashi nodded. Exactly. Naruto smirked. Without Ranmaru, Reika's skills are no better than an Inuzuka's. You just need to sneak up on him and strike from below. Kakashi frowned. Using Earth Release on this kind of terrain will be tricky. You dig slowly, I'll keep him busy. Kakashi sighed and began making Earth-style seals. Fine, but I'm not thrilled about this. Naruto gave a thumbs up. Go for it. I see such a huge potential in you. As Kakashi disappeared into the ground, Naruto created 100 shadow clones. Alright, your mission is simple, charge in and die. If you haven't been taken down by Raiga within 2 minutes, your pay gets docked. The clones responded with enthusiasm. Who do you think we are? I'll be dead in 30 seconds, tops. Yeah, we're professionals at dying. Even Clone 001 and Naruto joined the charge down the mountain, rushing at Raiga with wild determination. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 133. Kiba, Twin Swords. 1141 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. 100 clones rushed down, screaming, with even number 001 and Naruto joining the assault. Go to hell, die already. Raiga Kurasuke swung his thunder swords wildly, a whip of 5 lightning bolts lashing out at the clones. More than 40 shadow clones erupted into clouds of smoke amid laughter. The most notable among them was number 001, who struck a pose before his destruction, mockingly brandishing an imaginary hammer toward the sky. Naruto was irritated, she hadn't anticipated such chaos in a simple battle. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she yelled, "Ah!" I dash right before getting electrocuted by a stray bolt. As the clones were being destroyed one by one, Naruto turned to the clone standing still beside him and asked, "Why aren't you going?" The clone responded flatly, "I don't like getting beaten to death, and you never pay me." With that, the clone dismissed itself. Naruto was speechless. Great, he muttered. Now even the clones have developed personalities. Lightning release, Thunderball. Ha 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 ha. Raiga roared, dispatching the last clone, his laughter triumphant. At that moment of complacency, Kakashi emerged from the ground, lightning flickering from his hand, and pierced Raiga's chest with a chidori. Raiga coughed up blood, his lightning armor fading. Is this the end for me? Suddenly, Raiga raised his head. With a final surge of energy, he lifted his 2 swords again. My death won't be this simple. Lightning release, Thunder Burial. Damn it. Kakashi swiftly withdrew his hand and retreated, even opening the first of the 8 gates for extra speed. Seconds later, a column of lightning several meters thick tore through the night sky, enveloping Raiga. When the dazzling light subsided, Raiga lay charred on the ground, his 2 thunder swords scattered beside him. Thus ended the life of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, in a grand yet tragic manner. Naruto felt no pity. Raiga had been a sadistic murderer. However, Naruto was far more intrigued by the pair of thunder swords. Cautiously, Naruto poked one of the swords with his finger and exclaimed, "It's not hot at all." Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector and explained, "Of course not. These swords are made from special materials. They're designed for use with lightning chakra. How could anyone use them if they got too hot after every strike?" Naruto picked up the swords and swung them experimentally. Twin swords, 72 whirlwinds. Nothing happened. Sakura blinked and commented, "That's just ridiculous." Naruto sighed and put the swords away. Do we have to hand these over to the village? Kakashi replied, they're technically our team's spoils of war, but we should probably inform Minato-sensei. Oh, do you want to use them? Naruto asked. No, they don't suit my fighting style, Kakashi said. Sasuke, on the other hand, might find them useful. Naruto handed the swords to Sasuke. Give them a try. Sasuke took the two swords, reflecting on Raiga's performance. The Thunder Swords seemed capable of compensating for his relatively lower chakra reserves compared to Naruto's. As for wielding the swords, Sasuke's Sharingan had recorded everything. Raiga had demonstrated nearly all of his techniques involving the swords. If Sasuke couldn't master them, it would be a disgrace to his Uchiha name. Sasuke crossed the swords and attempted a simple technique, lightning release, thunderball. The resulting blast shattered a nearby rock, and a smirk crept onto Sasuke's face. These swords suited him well. Naruto clapped Sasuke on the shoulder. Looks like we can form our own 7 ninja swordsmen of Konoha. Sakura, having finally shaken off Sasuke's smile, brought them back to reality. We've only seen 2 ninja swords. How are we supposed to find enough for 7 people? Naruto waved dismissively. That's easy. We'll just ask Kakashi-sensei to take 5 or 6 more C-rank missions, and we'll be good. Kakashi looked up at the sky, barely believing what he was about to say. This was just a coincidence. After the chatter subsided, Naruto created several clones to pack up Raiga's body and the thugs, bringing them back to the entrance of the Curry of Life restaurant. As for Ranmaru, no one knew where the floodwaters had carried him. Naruto tried using his chakra sensing ability but found no trace. With Ranmaru's frail physique, the odds of survival didn't look good. Naruto silently muttered, sorry, but you shouldn't have sided with a man like Raiga. At that moment, the 3 clients were anxiously watching the direction of the mine from a window. They had all heard the thunder from earlier, guessing a battle was underway, and now they prayed silently for the Konoha shinobi to emerge victorious. When they saw Naruto and the others return safely, the 3 clients rushed downstairs to greet them. Did you defeat the Kurasuki family? Kakashi pointed to the pile of thugs that Naruto's clones had gathered and said with a smirk, it took some effort, but we took care of it. The 3 clients exchanged surprised glances before bowing deeply. Thank you so much. Kakashi waved them off. It's nothing. Just have the villagers come by tomorrow. What happens next is up to you. Understood. As soon as Naruto walked inside, he saw Granny Sancho's son, Karasher, with swollen lips, spooning curry into his mouth with tears streaming down his face. Naruto asked, what happened to him? Granny Sancho smiled. That's his punishment, 300 spoonfuls of super spicy curry. Everyone swallowed in unison. That was one harsh punishment. When Karasher saw Naruto, he ate even faster, muttering through tears, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll never do anything bad again. I'll learn to make curry and inherit the curry of life. Granny Sancho knocked him on the head with a spoon. You're not there yet. Finish your meal, then come and help me with the ingredients. Yes, ma'am. The next morning, news of the Kurosaki family's defeat spread throughout the village. The villagers gathered to thank Team 7 again. Regarding the mission's upgrade from C rank to A rank, the villagers assured them they had sufficient resources in their mines. Without Raiga's tyranny, gathering the necessary funds would be no problem. After Team 7 left, Karasher, following Granny Sancho's instructions, led the villagers to recover their belongings from the Kurasuki stronghold. Along the way, they found a frail, dying child at the entrance to one of the warehouses. Karasher brought the child home and fed him a spoonful of the curry of life, Guy's and Lee's favorite dish. From that day on, there was one more child in the curry of life, learning the secrets of curry making from Granny Sancho. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 134, 134. Painting. 1192 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. In the distance, mountains loom, lakes lie nearby, and grass spreads underfoot, with picnic mats scattered here and there, along with a barbecue grill. Kurama Yakumo set up an easel, holding a paintbrush, and began outlining the scene before her with a smile. At the center of her painting were Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato, and Fugaku. Minato and Fugaku smiled as they clinked glasses. Tsunade, her cheeks flushed, had already pulled out a deck of cards, while Jiraiya's expression was mischievous, his eyes darting around as he tried to sit up straight. Shizune, sitting by Tsunade like a dutiful maid, reached out to flip the barbecue skewers. Not far away, Kushina and Makoto laughed together, watching Izumi hand over grilled food with a smile. Shursui and Itachi were deep in conversation nearby. Kakashi and Guy locked eyes in their usual contest of who would blink first. Kakashi's face remained calm, while Guy's eyes were wide, sweat forming on his forehead. The outcome of this game would break the tie in their eternal 50-50 record, so Guy took it very seriously. His 4 mini-Guy disciples, dressed in green, cheered him on excitedly. Kimimaro, tired from being a teammate of mini-Guys for so long, seemed to find common ground with Niji and Tenten, watching the contest with mild interest. Asuma and Kurina Yuhi shared a bashful glance, pretending to watch the match between Kakashi and Guy, but secretly holding hands for the first time. Sakura and Ino clung to Sasuke's arms from either side, glaring at each other, as though sparks flew between them. Akamaru and Pakken, 2 cute canine companions, faced off in a game of headbutting, while Kiba and Naruto sat on either side, cheering them on. Hinata smiled softly, holding Naruto's arm with one hand while sneaking a skewer of barbecue with the other. As always, Choji ate enthusiastically, while Shikamaru lay quietly on the grass beside him, watching clouds drift by. Yakumo counted the people present but felt like someone was missing. After thinking for a moment, she picked up her brush and added herself, sitting at the easel, along with Haku and Karen, who were watching her paint. Only then did Yakumo look at her painting with satisfaction. She packed up her tools and joined the group's playful activities. Shino, having received a message from a bug on his finger, sighed. "I'm sitting next to Shikamaru, why didn't you draw me?" The reason for this gathering began half a month ago, shortly after the mission involving Raiga had ended. The surge of mission requests caused by the Chunin exam's turmoil had finally subsided, and things were returning to normal. Minato, having caught up on his work, remembered his promise to Naruto before the Chunin exams to take him camping. Determined to be a good father, Minato decided to take a rare vacation and invited Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had also been busy, to join them. After announcing the camping trip at home, Karen asked if she could invite her friends, and Minato happily agreed. Thus, Haku and Karen invited Kurina Yuhi and Kurama Yakumo. Kimimaro invited Gen, Daiki, and Jiro, and Kushina brought her 3 students along. When Naruto went to invite Sasuke, he found him sweeping the floor with Itachi at their house. Sasuke mentioned he wanted to stay home with his brother, who was on a rare break. But Itachi, always understanding, suggested Sasuke go along, and Shursui arrived just in time to extend an invitation to Itachi as well. When Makoto heard about the trip, she realized it had been a while since she had a proper chat with Kushina. So, she brought Fugaku along and even invited her future daughter-in-law, Izumi. Kakashi, seeing 2 of his students attending, figured he might as well invite the third. On his way, he ran into Guy, who was training, and naturally, Guy insisted on bringing his youthful students to join the fun. Asuma, after hearing about Kurinai's plans, happily arranged for his students to train nearby. What began as a small family gathering turned into a large group outing. If any enemies from other villages had taken the opportunity to attack and capture everyone in one sweep, Konoha might have been in chaos for a decade if, of course, they could even win that fight. "I'm betting a spoonful of mustard that Pakken will win this one," said Kiba. "Yeah, right. I'll bet a spoonful of hot sauce." "Akamaru's winning," Naruto countered. Kiba, fired up by the bet, clenched his fists and cheered, "Go, Akamaru. If I win, I'll treat you to some barbecue." "Woof." Akamaru barked, full of fighting spirit. Naruto, much calmer, said softly, "I've got faith in you, Pakken." Pakken shivered slightly, sensing that losing might mean ending up cooked, with Naruto's mustard and hot sauce smothered over him. His resolve strengthened. 3 minutes later, Akamaru was knocked to the ground by Pakken, who fought for survival. Kiba, defeated, swallowed the mustard and hot sauce, lying on the ground with his tongue hanging out, questioning his life choices. Naruto planted a small victory flag on Pakken's back. Well done, Pakken. This is the little dog's victory flag. Woof. Pakken, with the flag on his back, ran back to Shizune, grateful to have survived another day. Naruto patted Akamaru's head, consoling him. It's all right, Akamaru. I'll treat you to some barbecue. Naruto looked around. Huh? Where's the meat? Kiba came over and, seeing the empty plates and grill, shouted, Hey, Choji, you ate too fast. Choji swallowed hard, saying, It was just too delicious. Asuma hasn't treated us to barbecue like this since our last team celebration. Still, Choji was puzzled. Did he eat that much? Naruto, who had a good idea of what had happened, stood up and said, All right, don't blame Choji. I'll go get more. I'll go with you, Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed, hurrying to help. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, already knowing the truth, but he kindly kept it to himself. When Naruto returned with the supplies, he added some charcoal to the grill and called out, Sasuke, come light the fire. Sasuke, freeing himself from Sakura and Ino, puffed up his cheeks and spit out a fireball. Sakura and Ino exchanged a glance, then followed, watching enviously as Naruto and Hinata fed each other. Suddenly, Sakura had an idea. Ino pig, let's see who can cook better. Ino didn't back down. Bring it on, billboard brow. Sasuke, you'll be the judge. Both shouted. Boring, Sasuke muttered, clearly uninterested. I'll be the judge. Choji volunteered. The two girls nodded, and the competition began. In the end, neither was declared a winner, because, according to Choji's later recollection, it was the first time he met anyone who could make him fear food. That evening, everyone pitched their tents, fulfilling Naruto's wish for a camping trip. The next day, Minato was ready to fulfill another of Naruto's wishes. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 135, 135. He set me up. 1077 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. Really? I can learn Sage Mode? Naruto asked, pleasantly surprised. He had been practicing with his shadow clones to refine the nature of his wind chakra for a while, and after much effort, he had finally formed something resembling a raisin shuriken. Yes, your chakra nature transformation has improved greatly, Minato praised with a smile, then continued, I'll take you to Mount Myaboku next. However, learning Sage Mode is far more difficult, so you must not rush it. Do you understand? Understood, Naruto responded, knowing full well that learning Sage Mode could result in death if done carelessly. All right then. Minato bit his thumb and performed several hand seals, summoning jutsu. With a puff of smoke, a red toad wearing goggles appeared. The toad hopped forward and asked, Fourth Hokage? What's going on? Minato smiled and patted Naruto's head. Long time no see, Kosuke. This is my son, Naruto. He also signed a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. Toad Kosuke looked surprised. Ah, it's you. I've heard Gamabunta and the others mention you, but two of you. But what? Naruto asked, curious about Kosuke's hesitation. Since signing his contract with Mount Myaboku, Naruto hadn't summoned the toads often, especially after his embarrassing failure with Gamakichi. Toad Kosuke replied, but Gamakin and Gamahiro said you have a son, while Gamabunta said you also have a daughter. What's going on? Huh? Naruto suddenly remembered that the last time he summoned them, he had been in his sexy jutsu form, Naruko. Minato looked confused. Daughter? Naruko? You shouldn't have met Gamabunta like that, right? Trying to avoid an awkward explanation, Naruto quickly said, well, I couldn't summon properly last time, so I left it to a shadow clone. Anyway, let's focus on what's important. Oh, right. Minato dropped the subject. Kosuke, this time, I need you to inform Fukasaku. I plan to take Naruto to Mount Myaboku to learn Sage Mode, so I'm counting on you. No problem. I was already planning to contact Fukasaku. Kosuke folded his hands and disappeared in another puff of smoke. After Kosuke left, Naruto turned to Minato. Dad, why do all the toads call you Fourth? I remember they called Pervy Sage by his name. Well, Minato began, they used to call me by my name, too, but after I became Hokage, they insisted on calling me Fourth, except for Fukasaku and Shima. Since Konoha and Mount Myaboku are close allies, they maintain a level of formality, though it doesn't bother me. I see, Naruto nodded. That made sense to him. A moment later, Minato and Naruto vanished with a loud bang, reappearing at Mount Myaboku. Naruto looked around, and his first thought was how enormous everything seemed. The plants appeared magnified dozens, even hundreds, of times, with each leaf as large as a bed. Towering stone statues of frogs surrounded them. The air was fresh, and the croaking of frogs filled the atmosphere. It was the rainy season, and frogs were abundant in the ponds. A green toad, slightly larger than Naruto's head, with long white hair, a beard, and bushy eyebrows, jumped toward them. Naruto couldn't help but wonder why the toad had so much hair. Minato greeted him, Fukasaku-sensei, I apologize for the intrusion. Fukasaku smiled kindly. It's been a while, Minato. My wife's been complaining that you and Jiraiya haven't visited lately. Minato scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Sorry about that. I've been quite busy. Fukasaku nodded knowingly. I understand. Hokage duties keep you occupied. He then turned to Naruto. And this must be young Naruto? Hello, Fukasaku-sensei, Naruto greeted politely. He knew how to behave in front of unfamiliar elders, even though he was usually more laid back. He's a good boy, Fukasaku observed, impressed. Naruto's chakra was so strong and bright that it almost blinded Fukasaku's perception. For someone so young, Naruto's chakra reserves were astonishing. Minato smiled proudly. Naruto is going to surpass me one day. I've come to ask you to teach him Sage Mode. Fukasaku nodded. He's certainly a good candidate for Sage Mode. Learning Sage Mode required having large chakra reserves. Without enough chakra, a person could easily turn to stone while absorbing natural energy, and not even Fukasaku could save them in time. Minato placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Then, I'll leave Naruto in your care. I need to return to the village to handle a few things. Fukasaku nodded. Leave him to me. As Minato left, Naruto couldn't help but feel that his father had been in a hurry. Was it just his imagination? Fukasaku-sensei, can I leave a flying thunder god mark here? It'll make traveling back and forth easier, Naruto said. He didn't want to intrude on Mount Myaboku without announcing himself each time. You've mastered that technique? All right, but remember, Mount Myaboku is very far from Konoha. If you try to walk, it would take over a month. If you overuse Flying Thunder God, you might collapse from exhaustion. Mount Myaboku, also known as the Mountain of Lost Time, was distant and could only be reached through a secret path. Minato and Jiraiya usually used summoning for their travels. I'm not worried. The Nine-Tails chakra should be enough, Naruto said confidently, as long as Fukasaku allowed it. Naruto wasn't interested in becoming a full-time resident at Mount Myaboku. He preferred being a day student, and frequent summoning was too inconvenient. Naruto found a large frog statue he liked and placed his hand on it, leaving a black seal with the words "Here's a visit." Mount Myaboku was a revered place, but Naruto couldn't help wondering if his artwork would get him into trouble. Fukasaku pinched his white eyebrows, thinking, this boy's Flying Thunder God mark is unique. Are youngsters this unconventional nowadays? Come along once you're finished, Fukasaku called, summoning a toad with a chair tied to its back. He hopped onto the toad. Where are we going, Fukasaku-sensei? Naruto asked. We're heading to my house. It's almost lunchtime, and my wife has prepared a big meal. Oh. Naruto's stomach growled at the mention of food. Then a thought struck him: Mount Myaboku's meals. Naruto froze. I think I know why Dad left so quickly. He set me up. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 136, 136. Learning Sage Mode. 1100 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. Fukasaku's house isn't large. Naruto has to bend over when entering, but he can still move around inside. In such a small room, Gamabunta rarely comes home. Shima was very enthusiastic, serving a plate of plump bugs. To the toads, the word plump was likely meant as a compliment for these insects. Come on, eat up. Don't be shy. Fukasaku was eating happily. These taste great, he said. Shima pushed the plate towards Naruto. Of course. I made this especially for you. Little Naruto, try this taro bug. Naruto stared at the wriggling bugs on the plate and swallowed hard. I just survived Granny Sancho's life-risking curry. Yesterday, I saw Sakura's dark cuisine, and now I'm about to face a bug feast in Mount Myaboku. Could I possibly collect the 3 dark dishes of the ninja world and trade them for a reward from the Sage of Six Paths? I'm not Bear Grylls. This isn't something you can just eat without hesitation. At that critical moment, Naruto suddenly thought of a foodie. Hey, Kurama, want to try this? Kurama declined immediately. Get lost. With no other option, Naruto could only muster up his courage and ask, would it be alright if I adjusted the taste a little to my liking? Seeing that Shima had no objection, Naruto pulled out a scroll. Inside were charcoal, a grill, seasonings, and various leftover ingredients from a picnic the day before. Recalling how to roast silkworm chrysalis, Naruto hummed to himself as he began cooking. High-quality ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. He boiled the fresh larvae in water, added the right amount of salt, sugar, and 5 spice powder, drained them, and placed them on the grill. After sprinkling some pepper and brushing them with chili oil, he grilled them for a few minutes. Before long, a tempting fragrance filled the air, and Naruto took a bite. It tasted like crispy chicken. Fukasaku and Shima were stunned. They had seen many contractors come and go in Mount Myaboku, but this was the first time they had seen someone prepare food like this. Why do ninjas these days carry an entire kitchen set up with them? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Naruto handed over 2 skewers. Would you like to try some? Fukasaku shook his head. No, as a frog sages, we prefer lighter food. Naruto glanced at the larvae rice ball in his hand. How can you even call this food? But they're indeed old. After all, these 2 have lived for centuries. After wrapping up his Mount Myaboku on the tip of the tongue segment, Naruto eyed the remaining bugs on the table. A thought struck him, and he asked, can I take these with me? Shima beamed. Little Naruto, do you like these? Naruto grinned with an evil smile on his face. Of course. They're so delicious. My dad left in such a hurry earlier, and I didn't get a chance to share them with him. I thought I'd bring some back for him to try. Fukasaku was pleased and praised him. Little Naruto is truly a good boy. Shima smiled and added, take them all. There are enough here anyway. I'll prepare more for you to bring to Jiraiya when you leave. Naruto cheerfully agreed. No problem. They'll thank you. He thought to himself, I can dodge for now, but there's no escaping later. Dad, are you ready to feel the love of your son? Meanwhile, back in the land of snow, Minato suddenly shivered, having just received a message from the Snow Kingdom. After packing up, Naruto followed Fukasaku to a small waterfall. Below the waterfall was a small pool with a stone frog statue, resembling an artificial fountain. A brown liquid was sprayed from the frog's mouth, likely toad oil. Fukasaku held a black staff and said, since Minato has already explained some basics of senjutsu to you, I'll just emphasize a few key points. Understood. Naruto sat down obediently. Minato had already given him a crash course, so Naruto felt like he was just waiting for the final revision before the big exam. Fukasaku's Senjutsu chapter number 101 officially began. First, mental and physical energy are internal, while natural energy is external. The fusion of these three creates Sage Chakra, which is the essence of Senjutsu. Natural energy exists in the atmosphere and the earth. The first step in mastering Sage Mode is to immerse yourself in nature and perceive this energy. Fukasaku then applied a bit of toad oil to Naruto's hand. We'll start by helping you perceive natural energy. This oil helps attract it to your body. Naruto felt a cold sensation on his hand, as if something was flowing down it. It felt like applying a strange ointment. Moments later, web skin began to grow between Naruto's fingers, and toad-like bumps appeared on his arms. Naruto looked at his reflection in the water. His face had swelled, and red marks appeared. Ugly, he muttered. This happens when you fail to control the natural energy, Fukasaku explained. If you can't manage it, you'll gradually turn into a toad and eventually become a stone statue. Don't worry about your appearance, focus on feeling the natural energy. Got it. Naruto sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and tried to sense the energy inside him. But the natural energy darted around like a slippery eel, impossible to grasp. Whack! Ow wow! Naruto yelped. That hurts worse than getting hit by my mom. This stuff is designed to knock natural energy out of your body, Fukasaku explained. When the energy leaves, your body becomes highly sensitive, which makes it very painful. Naruto quickly recovered. All right, I'm ready. Hit me again. A few minutes later. Ow! Again. Ow! That afternoon, Naruto's howls echoed through Mount Myaboku. Meanwhile, in a nearby valley, Gamabunta calmly imparted some wisdom to his son Gamakichi. Don't be surprised. I remember decades ago when Jiraiya was here, he screamed even louder than this kid. Hours later, Fukasaku wiped the sweat from his brow. That's enough for today, little Naruto. Master Fukasaku, I'm fine. I can handle more. Naruto remembered a wise cultivator who once said, you must endure pain, get used to pain, and eventually realize it's nothing. Since he was training to become a sage now, it only made sense to listen to the wisdom of his seniors. If you want to support me and read advanced chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you for reading. Chapter 137, 137. Learning Sage Mode. 1163 words. So after a long hiatus, Naruto fanfiction has returned after threats from readers, requests from readers. I have picked it up once more, thank you for your threats. Support. Peace out. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. I know you can hold it, but I can't anymore, Fukasaku said, rubbing his old waist as if a toad even had one. Shima, who was also present, couldn't help but wonder how Fukasaku, usually the one handling the fighting, was so exhausted. How was this boy, Naruto, still full of energy? What was the structure of his body? Oh, you've worked hard, Naruto said, realizing he should be considerate of the elderly toads. He reached out to support Fukasaku. Let me take you back. After sending Fukasaku home, Naruto politely declined Shima's offer to stay for dinner but happily accepted the packed ingredients she had prepared and returned to Konoha. When Naruto got home, he found Minato sipping tea in the living room, while Jiraiya was busy writing a manuscript. Minato put down his teacup and asked, "You're back, Naruto. How's the training going?" "It's okay. I can absorb a bit of natural energy with the help of toad oil, but I can't control it properly yet," Naruto sighed. Natural energy felt like a mischievous spirit. If he could just grasp it, he'd become stronger. But he wasn't quite there yet. Minato offered comforting words, "That's how it starts. Listen carefully to Sage's teachings, and you'll succeed." "I know. I'm ready for the long haul." Naruto understood that mastering Sage Mode wasn't easy, and using shadow clones wouldn't help speed up the process. After all, if a shadow clone completely turned into a frog, Naruto would be doomed as well. He wasn't willing to risk that. Only after mastering it himself would he allow the clones to assist, confident that he could control natural energy no matter the task. Jiraiya paused his writing and glanced toward the kitchen. He quickly hid the manuscript and said, "Oh? Are you already practicing Sage Mode, Naruto?" "It's tough, in more ways than one." Naruto thought of Shima's energetic nature and nodded. "Yeah, tough in every way. By the way, Grandma Shima asked me to bring you both a gift." "Tough. Could it be?" Jiraiya and Minato shared a worried glance. "That's right, it's that." Naruto grinned, placing 2 small parcels on the table. "Grandma Shima specifically prepared these for you. One for each, don't let her down." Jiraiya and Minato covered their mouths, a long-forgotten feeling of disgust rising as they recalled an unpleasant memory. Then, an idea struck Jiraiya, and he coughed, suddenly looking serious. "Naruto, do you want to know how to speed up your Sage Mode training?" "No, I just want to see how you handle eating bugs," Naruto replied, determined to change the subject. After so much training, he knew Sage Mode well enough to see through the ploy. Jiraiya smacked the table. "It's related to bugs." "Huh?" Jiraiya continued, now with exaggerated seriousness, "These insects grow in the special environment of Mount Myaboku. They feed on unique plants, so their bodies contain special energy that helps with sage training." Minato seemed to consider it, though he wasn't entirely convinced. At first, Naruto thought it made sense. Then he remembered how Jiraiya once sold an egg for 20 ryo, and it started to sound more like a tall tale. "Do you think I'll believe that? You storytellers always twist the truth, claiming you're gathering research, but you're either playing games or avoiding writing. How could you say that to me? I, the great Toad Sage, a famous novelist in the ninja world, would never lie to you." "You absolutely would." At that moment, Karen, who had been helping Kushina with the cooking, stepped out of the kitchen. "What are you all arguing about?" Bugs." She swiftly threw a frying pan at the table, smashing it and squashing the bugs in the process. Kushina and Haku rushed in after hearing Karen's shout. Kushina surveyed the scene and, after hearing what had happened, grabbed Naruto by the ear. "Don't bring disgusting things into the house." "I know. It hurts." Jiraiya and Minato let out a sigh of relief. They were glad not to have to eat those specialties. Kushina then released Naruto and added, "If you really want to send them something, send it directly to their offices next time." "Okay." Naruto rubbed his ear, feeling his energy return. Jiraiya and Minato, "No," in unison. "All right, you 3, clean up this mess." "Yes, all 3. Later, Kimimaro and Kakashi, who had arrived late, looked on with puzzled expressions as Naruto, Jiraiya, and Minato busily cleaned up. Haku smiled gently. Today, too, was a day of family harmony. From that day on, Naruto's life became even busier and more fulfilling. In the morning, he took advantage of Kakashi's habit of being late to do some exercises. When Kakashi finally showed up, they took on a few small tasks. As Kakashi often said, even the simplest tasks helped build teamwork. In the afternoon, the team trained together in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and chakra control, all the basics that couldn't be neglected. After 2 or 3 hours of training, Naruto would head to Mount Myaboku to practice absorbing natural energy. Sasuke went to a remote area to train with his thunder swords, and Sakura gained practical experience at the hospital. Meanwhile, Kakashi would find a place to relax, though sometimes he ended up being dragged into strange duels with Guy. Several ordinary months passed like this. During that time, Kakashi, hoping to prove that the mishaps of previous missions were mere coincidences, picked up some C-rank missions like escorting caravans or driving away bandits. The missions were all completed successfully. Naruto never encountered Kisame, much to his disappointment. He'd recently learned 2 powerful water release jutsus and was eager for a rematch. Despite Naruto's regrets, time marched on. Konoha's 61st year arrived with the clinking of glasses and the laughter of its residents. The previous year had been unforgettable for Naruto and his team. Whether it was graduating from the academy, taking their first exams, or facing war, each event had added to the colorful tapestry of their lives. On New Year's Day, Naruto finally used toad oil to maintain a temporary, incomplete sage mode, raising a two-story toad statue like Fukasaku. Naruto squatted a few times under its weight and excitedly asked, "Do you think if I do 100 squats, 100 push-ups, and run 10 kilometers every day for 3 years with this on my back, I'll break my limiter and become stronger than the Sage of Six Paths?" Fukasaku? For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 138. Learning Sage Mode. 1162 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. Fukasaku didn't quite understand Naruto's thought process, so he simply told Naruto to put down the stone statue, and then... oh. Naruto was hit with a stick again. He still wasn't used to this kind of pain. Naruto, you've done well with this stage. Next, you need to absorb natural energy without relying on toad oil. Got it. Then, the first thing is to practice staying completely still. Follow me. Naruto followed Fukasaku to an area filled with jagged stone peaks, each one slender and sharp, like an enlarged thorn. Is this called a karst landform? Naruto wondered. His knowledge of geography wasn't the best. Fukasaku used his tongue to pick up a slate from the foot of one of the peaks and climbed up, signaling Naruto to follow. Naruto remembered from the anime that the next part of the training involved balancing on top of the spikes using the slate. He had to sit on it and remain perfectly still. Even the slightest distraction would cause him to fall. Naruto tapped the slate. Although it wasn't as sturdy as the floor tiles at his home, it felt strong enough that he wouldn't be impaled by the spikes for centuries to come. Imitating Fukasaku, Naruto climbed to the top, placed the slate down, and sat on it, trying to maintain his balance. Within seconds, Naruto felt an itch on his head and instinctively wanted to scratch it. And then... ah! Naruto tilted, and both he and the slate fell. Shoo! Fukasaku's tongue shot out instantly, wrapping around Naruto's ankle to prevent him from hitting the ground headfirst, but the slate had already shattered. Although Fukasaku caught him, Naruto's momentum caused him to swing in a small circular motion, with Fukasaku's tongue as the radius, until he ended up plastered against the mountain wall. Let's say Fukasaku's tongue is 5 meters long, and the angle between Naruto and the vertical is 45 degrees when Fukasaku catches him. What would Naruto's angular and linear speed be when he hit the wall? Fukasaku pulled Naruto back and said, "Naruto, you need to focus more." Yeah, I get it," Naruto groaned in pain. He slowly got back up, picked up another slate, and prepared to try again. Before sitting down, Naruto had an idea. He left the imprint of the flying thunder god on top of the pillar, marking it with the word step. This was Naruto's way of learning Sage Mode, but his distracted mindset wasn't helping him master it. However, with the flying thunder god mark, if he fell again, he could teleport back before hitting the ground. That way, Fukasaku wouldn't have to keep saving him. If Naruto reacted quickly enough, he could even save the slate, reducing their consumption. After all, the slates were limited, and Naruto thought it was necessary to cultivate immortality sustainably. In this way, Naruto not only improved his mastery of Sage Mode but also increased his proficiency in the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and sharpened his reaction speed, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Still, Naruto's constant flying around was starting to give Fukasaku a headache. Minato was a smart and quiet student, so how did his son end up like this? After a day of hard training, Naruto finally lay down on his cot. Before going to sleep, he decided to talk with Kurama. Naruto turned over from Kurama's back, sat in front of him, and said, "Hey Big Fox, why don't you learn Sage Mode too?" Kurama looked at him. "Why would I want to learn something like that?" Naruto rolled his eyes. "Because you've got nothing else to do?" "Not interested." Kurama was immune to Naruto's reasoning. Naruto tried another approach. "Don't you want to get stronger?" "I'm already strong enough," Kurama replied. The Nine Tails was more than capable of holding its own. Naruto stared at him in silence. If you were really strong enough, you wouldn't be sealed inside me right now. But instead of bruising Kurama's pride, Naruto chose a different tactic. Wouldn't you rather share a lease with a toad? Kurama's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Naruto patiently explained, to use Sage Mode in real combat, I need Fukasaku to sit on my shoulders and channel the energy for me. That means you'd be sharing space with him. Not. Kurama roared. Minato never needed a toad on his shoulders. Naruto countered, that's why he could only maintain Sage Mode for a few minutes. After 2 big moves, he was drained. Real battles can't always be won in a few minutes, right? Kurama grumbled, isn't my chakra enough for you? Why do you need to involve those toads? Naruto coaxed him, don't be like that. Even the Sage of 6 Paths learned from the great Toad Sage. It won't diminish your status if you learn it too. Kurama fell silent. Based on Naruto's understanding, this was Kurama's way of agreeing. Now, Naruto wouldn't have to worry about running out of energy during a fight. The power of Sage Mode combined with Kurama's chakra would be unstoppable. Naruto happily went to bed, though a little frustrated. By now, shouldn't the great Toad Sage have appeared to him? He'd been at Mount Mayaboku for quite some time with no sign of him. Was he being ignored? The next day, Naruto went to the training ground as usual. Unexpectedly, Kakashi arrived before Naruto had even finished warming up. Stop right there. Naruto shouted, Group A code, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Kakashi rolled his eyes. SpongeBob SquarePants. Naruto nodded seriously to Sasuke and Sakura. Seems legit. Sasuke and Sakura turned away, pretending not to know him. Kakashi sighed. Can't you just sense my chakra? Why come up with these weird codes? And it's not like I'm always late. Now that I'm early for once, you're suspicious? Naruto smirked. Chakra can be copied. This is more secure. Yes, Naruto had come up with multiple secret codes for Team 7. He had even given them code names for missions, Kakarote, Vegeta, Bulma, and Sakata Jintoki. Sasuke found it unnecessary, but he had gotten used to Naruto's antics and memorized a few codes to keep the peace. Sakura just followed along because Sasuke didn't object. Kakashi initially refused to play along, but Naruto threatened to bring Kushina to raid his house. Thinking of his collector's items. Cough, cough, Kakashi wasn't giving in to threats. He just thought that, as a ninja, maintaining vigilance was essential. So, yes, secret codes were important. Alright, let's get to business. Pack up, we've got a mission at the border. Naruto asked casually, what rank is it? A C-rank mission. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/Iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 139, 139. Sunagekyo's situation. 1,357 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. After leaving Konoha and walking for a while, Kakashi leisurely closed the book in his hand, the familiar creak of the spine breaking the silence. There's no need to keep staring at me like that, he said, with a casual smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It's just an ordinary task about finding a small animal. Naruto, walking with his arms folded behind his head, let out a loud groan. What kind of ordinary small animal makes us go all the way to the border? And it's the border between the land of wind and the land of rivers. Kakashi defended, his tone still as relaxed as ever, it's a caravan, Naruto. It's normal for them to lose things anywhere. Besides, we've been handling so many C-rank missions over the past few months, haven't we? All of them turned out fine. Naruto wasn't satisfied. His brow furrowed, and he huffed, yeah, but what if something goes wrong? If something does go wrong, Kakashi said with a nonchalant shrug, I'll practice one-handed rock climbing with Guy all day. Naruto gave an exaggerated sigh, knowing full well nothing would likely faze Kakashi. Still, he stood tall, ready for anything that might happen. This time, the mission had been commissioned by a caravan that had lost its pet ferret on the treacherous border between the land of wind and the land of rivers. The caravan couldn't afford to linger in the area for long, so they posted the mission in Konoha, hoping that a team would be able to retrieve the missing animal. The mission wasn't anything extraordinary at first glance, just find the ferret and deliver it to a nearby village. The caravan would collect it on their way back. However, the distance to the border and the dangerous location elevated the task to a C-rank mission. As the group continued walking, Sakura spoke up, her brows slightly furrowed in thought. Kakashi-sensei, if the pet was lost on the border of the land of rivers and the land of wind, why did they come to Konoha to post the mission? Kakashi adjusted his headband, his one visible eye gleaming with amusement. Good question. Well, Konoha was on their way, for one. But more importantly, Sunagekyo's situation has been unstable lately. Sakura raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Unstable? Is it because of the Chunin exams? Kakashi nodded, his tone turning slightly more serious. That's part of it, but there's more. It's been nearly 6 months since the 4th Kazekage's death, but they still haven't chosen a new Kazekage. How is that even possible? Sasuke, who had been quiet up until now, spoke with a sharp edge in his voice. Has Sunagekyo weakened so much that they can't even choose a new leader? Kakashi sighed softly. It seems unbelievable, doesn't it? But apparently, the higher-ups in Sunagekyo have been arguing about the selection. Right now, Baki is acting as the temporary Kazekage. He's brought in 2 retired elders to assist him, but it's far from a stable situation. Naruto, who had been listening intently, suddenly brightened. One of those elders has to be Ebizo, right? And the other? Granny Chio. The one who likes fishing and pretending to be dead. Kakashi smiled under his mask, amused by Naruto's enthusiasm. That's right. Sakura, still concerned, asked, is it safe for us to head to the land of wind during all this turmoil? Kakashi gave her a reassuring nod. There's no need to worry. We're still allies with Sunagekyo. We just need to show our mission certificate when we get there. But be aware there have been reports of bandits attacking villages and kidnapping villagers near the border, so stay alert. Naruto's mind immediately went to Gaara. Any news about Gaara? Kakashi thought for a moment, his expression softening slightly. Nothing out of the ordinary. I've heard he's been taking on a lot of missions in the land of wind lately. Naruto sighed, a mix of relief and concern flickering in his eyes. Not satisfied with Kakashi's answer, he decided to consult Kurama. Hey, Big Fox, have you talked to Shikaku lately? Kurama, who had been resting lazily inside Naruto's mindscape, stretched out and flicked his massive tail. Why? Picking a fight already? Why not go ask Kushina directly? Naruto laughed, nah, I'm just curious if he likes his new home. Haven't you guys stayed in touch over the years? Kurama, propped on his paws, gave Naruto a knowing look as if he had seen through everything. You're worried about that boy with no eyebrows, aren't you? Naruto scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. A little. I wonder if his dark circles have faded. Can you check? Kurama let out a small chuckle, amused by Naruto's persistence. The administrator has invited Naruto Uzumaki and Shikaku to join the group chat. As soon as Shikaku entered, his voice boomed, you stinking fox. Naruto couldn't help but laugh, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Not this again. You really need a new way to greet people. Kurama grinned, his sharp teeth gleaming. Who's surprised? Little Tanuki, not only has your strength stagnated over the years, but your vocabulary hasn't improved either. Shikaku bristled, his temper flaring. You too, he snarled, still bitter from waking up after a long slumber. It wasn't the defeat that stung. He was used to losing to Kurama, but the sealing technique Naruto had applied. When Shikaku woke up in the desert, he was overjoyed at first, thinking he was free. But it didn't take long for him to realize that it was a trick a desert-themed seal had been slapped onto him, restricting his powers. You brat. Was this your doing? Shikaku growled, remembering the little blonde who had pulled off such a large-scale water release. He knew the brat was behind the new seal. Yup. The desert-themed 4-symbol seal was made just for you, Naruto said with a smug grin. How does it feel? Shikaku's tail twitched with irritation. He wanted to smash Naruto into the ground. It was true the seal was better than his previous one, but now he couldn't influence Gaara as easily, leaving him unable to roam freely. I'll crush you next time. Shikaku threatened. Before Naruto could respond, Kurama spoke up, his voice deep and firm, don't get too ahead of yourself. You know full well who's stronger between us. Naruto blinked, momentarily thrown off by Kurama's competitive tone. Wait, what? Anyway, Naruto said, steering the conversation back, Shikaku, do you know what Gaara's been up to lately? Shikaku huffed, his pride still stinging. Why should I tell you? How about I convince Gaara to let you out for a while? You know, for old time's sake? Shikaku and Kurama exchanged looks, considering the offer. Fine. That kid's been working non-stop. He's aiming to become Kazekage. Lately, he's been taking missions day and night, and if I don't keep bothering him, he wouldn't even sleep. Naruto's face softened, remembering Gaara's determination to change Tsunagakure. His dark circles are still there, huh? In the anime, Gaara had protected his village from Deidara and ended up paying the price. Despite the initial indifference from Tsunagakure's higher-ups, the villagers later recognized him as the hero who saved them. Where is he now? Naruto asked. He's dealing with bandits at some seaside village. I see. Thanks, Shikaku. Naruto exited the group chat, deep in thought. He had a feeling this mission would soon involve the legendary Jello Stone. The Jello Stone was rumored to contain immense life energy, capable of incredible feats, including granting immortality. However, if the body couldn't handle it, the stone's power would lead to death or mutation. Naruto wondered if it might be worth sending those involved to Amigakure, to keep the stone's dangerous secrets from falling into the wrong hands. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/IAMXNO. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 140. Pakin. 1151 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. Since it wasn't an urgent mission, the group moved at a relaxed pace, reaching the land of rivers after a day's travel. Kakashi opted for a different route than the one he took last time, so they didn't pass by Granny Sancho's curry shop. Konoha Shinobi rarely makes the same mistake twice, especially when it involves curry. That evening, they set up camp in the wilderness. Naruto unpacked the cooking utensils and ingredients he had brought, while Kakashi took charge of cooking. Kakashi's culinary skills were impressive, particularly when it came to preparing fish. The meal was so delicious that Naruto could even outpace Kakashi's lightning-fast reflexes to grab extra servings. After dinner, the three young shinobi rubbed their full bellies and sat by the campfire, watching Kakashi tidy up. Sasuke blushed slightly. It had been a long time since he had eaten so much. Maybe it was because Naruto hadn't visited his house for food lately. Surprisingly, nothing had changed since they were children. Naruto always ate more when they competed over food. Kakashi glanced at his three students and advised, "Shinobi shouldn't overeat during missions. It makes you drowsy, lowers your guard, and affects your combat readiness." But Kakashi-sensei, your cooking was just too good. Sakura groaned. I've been trying to lose weight, and now I've eaten way too much. Self-restraint is also part of a shinobi's training, Kakashi replied. This shows that your discipline isn't where it should be yet. Oh, really? Naruto smirked. Well, let me tell you, last time I peeked at Jiraiya's manuscript, and at the end, the hero. Kakashi immediately clamped his hands over his ears. Stop. I'm not listening. Spoilers are a death sentence. Despite his reaction, Kakashi hadn't lost his composure entirely. Some things just couldn't be said lightly. Naruto laughed, and when Kakashi saw that Naruto wasn't going to spoil the ending, he relaxed and lowered his hands. Mr. Kakashi, Sakura began in a mock-serious tone, self-restraint is also a part of a shinobi's training. If you're so worried about a book, maybe your discipline isn't strong enough either. Ah, I can't win against you guys, Kakashi sighed, his eyes reverting to their usual deadpan expression. Ha ha ha. Naruto and Sakura burst out laughing, and even Sasuke's lips twitched into a slight smile. Once the laughter subsided, Kakashi ordered, "All right, time to take turns keeping watch. You three go ahead and rest first." Yes, they responded in unison. Naruto set up a small perception barrier along with a simple defensive barrier before yawning and crawling into his tent. After a quiet night, they arrived at the client's designated meeting spot around noon the next day. How are we supposed to find anything in a jungle this large? Sakura wondered aloud. Shadow clones? Sasuke suggested. That's too much effort, Naruto said, pointing at Kakashi. Why don't we let him summon his dogs? I understand your point, but it still feels like you're insulting me, Kakashi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto before performing the summoning jutsu. A small pug appeared. Yo, Kakashi, Pakken greeted casually, lifting a paw in acknowledgement before turning to the others. These your students? Nice to meet you, I'm Pakken. Hello, they all said in response. We're tracking a ferret this time, Pakken, Kakashi explained. No problem. Ferrets have a strong scent, Pakken assured them before sniffing the air. He then turned to look at Sakura. Sakura, feeling uneasy under Pakken's gaze, asked, What is it? Pakken said seriously, if I'm not mistaken, your shampoo is the same brand as my friend's. What? Sakura gasped, utterly shocked. No way. Kakashi's eyes curved into a smile. Pakken's a tracking ninja dog. His nose is never wrong. Sakura stood frozen in disbelief. Even the dog uses the same brand? Pakken, scratching his ear with a hind leg, continued proudly, same brand, but the fur on my friend is softer. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Naruto couldn't contain his laughter, and even Sasuke had to turn his head to hide his grin. I'm throwing out that shampoo when we get back. You seem upset. Pakken thought for a moment before offering, how about I let you rub the pads on my paws? They're soft too. Who'd want to do that? Sakura yelled, raising her fist. Kakashi-sensei, why did you even summon him? All right, calm down, Kakashi intervened quickly, knowing Sakura's punch would knock Pakken out cold. No more fooling around. Pakken, start tracking. Understood, Pakken said as he began sniffing the ground. I've got the scent. Pakken called back. The ferret is up ahead. The group followed Pakken deeper into the jungle, leaping between the trees. Naruto couldn't help but feel disappointed that there were no vines to swing from like Tarzan. Stop, Pakken commanded after landing on the ground. He sniffed at a set of footprints. The scent matches these tracks. Looks like someone else might have captured the ferret already. Kakashi crouched down, studying the footprints. They're about the same size as you three, but the depth is off. Either they're carrying something heavy, or they're wearing armor. Naruto frowned. According to the plan, they should have caught the ferret by now. Were they too late? Kakashi stood up. Let's keep going, but stay alert. The group nodded and continued following Kakashi and Pakken. They crossed through the jungle and over a valley, the grass beneath their feet slowly giving way to the rocky terrain of the Gobi Desert. We're close, Pakken warned. We've already reached the land of wind, Kakashi muttered, starting to feel uneasy. It wouldn't be surprising if this led to more complications. After traveling a bit further, Pakken stopped. It's just ahead. The group looked in the direction Pakken indicated, spotting a complex of stone buildings that resembled pyramids. Next to it stood a towering steel fortress, about 10 stories high, with several antennae-like structures jutting out from its roof. Its modern design was completely out of place next to the ancient ruins. Kakashi scratched his head. Looks like we've got some real trouble here. No sooner had he spoken than a door on the fortress opened, ejecting dozens of large metal spheres. Upon hitting the ground, they transformed into giant armored figures wielding massive hammers. What is that? Naruto quipped. No one had time to answer. The armored figures charged, their hammers raised. Boom. Their strength was impressive, but they lacked speed. Naruto took the chance to land 3 punches on one of the armored giants to test its defenses. Wow, that's solid. Naruto dodged the giant's counterattack and shook his hand in pain, mimicking Jackie Chan's signature move to ease the discomfort. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/IamXino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 141, 141. Cannon Fodders. 1,162 words. Big announcement. I've just released my latest fanfiction. Be sure to check it out and let me know what you think. White medium star, white medium star, white medium star. Drop some power stones if you like the chapter. It helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Naruto stepped back and said, Sakura, this looks perfect for you to practice your punches. I think so too. Sakura rushed forward, swinging her fists, duong, 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 punching one of the armored soldiers. Each fallen soldier had deep fist marks on their body, and their armor was completely distorted. Sakura's actions made Pakken break out in a cold sweat. What was I even thinking before? I'm changing my shampoo when I get back. Pakken tugged at Kakashi's trousers and said, well, Kakashi, if we're done here, I'll head back first. There's soup stewing in the kitchen. Kakashi looked at Pakken, who had just dispelled the summoning technique and was puzzled. Since when could you make soup? Sasuke couldn't resist stepping forward to test the power of the Thunder Sword. Ever since he acquired the sword, he had been learning kenjutsu from his brother, and Kakashi had also provided guidance, even though neither of them specialized in dual blades. Still, they both had experience. As for why Sasuke didn't learn Raiga's swordsmanship, it was because Raiga's performance after losing to Ranmaru had been unimpressive. Even though Sasuke's Sharingan had recorded much of Raiga's movements, he always felt they were flawed demonstrations. Sasuke slashed at an armored soldier with the Thunder Sword, producing a metallic clang. While the Thunder Sword was sharper than a standard ninja blade, it wasn't ideal for slashing. Only when Sasuke infused it with lightning chakra did he manage to break through the armor's defenses easily. Watching Sakura and Sasuke charge into battle, occasionally cooperating, Naruto hesitated, unsure if he should join them. Forget it, he muttered, deciding to form a few Raisengans instead of slacking off like Kakashi. Within a few minutes, dozens of armored soldiers were reduced to scraps. After they had defeated all the soldiers, 3 women in red, green, and blue knight armor emerged from the fortress. The woman in red armor spoke first, it's you, strange people, again. Why are you blocking our way? Again? Kakashi caught on to that and asked, have you seen us before? The woman in red armor continued, I've seen people with the same strange power as yours, but compared to ours, your strength is laughable. Strange power? Chakra? Had these people never encountered shinobi before? Kakashi didn't want to start an unnecessary fight and explained, I think there's been a misunderstanding. We're just here to find something. These people had never seen shinobi before because they had traveled across the sea from a distant land to search for the Yellowstone veins and had only recently arrived at the coast of the Land of Wind. Across the mountains and seas, there were no shinobi. However, as soon as the 3 women heard Kakashi's words, they assumed battle stances. There might have been a misunderstanding before, but not anymore. They assumed Kakashi's group was after the Yellowstone veins in the ruins. At this moment, Lord Hado and Temujin were searching for a way to unlock the mine, and they couldn't afford to let anyone interfere. The 3 women transformed. The one in blue armor became a werewolf, the one in green armor became a bat-like creature flying into the sky, and the one in red armor became an ape-like figure. Naruto's face twisted in disgust. They looked decent before, but now they're just ugly. Naruto glanced at the flying Batwoman and said, Sasuke, you handle the one in the sky. Why me? Don't you have the Thunder Sword? Zap her out of the air. Besides flying, the Batwoman seemed adept at illusions, so Sasuke could handle her without much trouble. Sasuke frowned. The weather's not great. Naruto stared up at the clear, sunny sky in shock. Since when do you complain about good weather, Sasuke? Despite his grumbling, Sasuke charged the Batwoman with the Thunder Sword, drawing her away. Sakura, do you want to take one of them? Naruto asked, noticing Sakura catching her breath. Let Sakura rest for a while. I'll take care of the ape, Kakashi said, stepping forward. Got it. Naruto launched a water dragon jutsu at the enemies, aiming to separate them. Although they didn't land a decisive blow, the jutsu split the battlefield, and the group managed to avoid major attacks by dodging the sides. Kakashi, ever the methodical shinobi, began with the usual tactic of throwing 3 shurikens to gauge his opponent. The ape-man raised his arms and conjured a flickering shield that blocked the shuriken. This won't work on me. With a flick of his hand, he sent the shuriken flying back, now crackling with electricity. Kakashi swiftly dodged. Lightning release? No, it's more like a basic electrical discharge. Lightning tornado, the ape-man shouted, launching 2 bolts of lightning that twisted together, spinning toward Kakashi. Earth release, earth wall. The lightning struck the earth wall, causing the doghead carving on it to shatter. Kakashi used this opening to create a shadow clone, which charged at the ape-man with a lightning-infused attack. Dodging nimbly, the clone evaded the ape-man's counterattack and finally landed a raikiri on the shield. The ape-man gritted his teeth, focusing all his strength on holding the shield, but Kakashi's real body appeared behind him, piercing through his defenses. Cough. How could I? The ape-man collapsed, reverting to his human form. Kakashi glanced over at Sasuke and sighed. The kid's fighting style had completely changed. If he kept overusing the Thunder Sword like this, he'd become a second Raiga. This had to stop. When they got back, Kakashi would remind him to fix his technique. For once, he remembered his duty as a teacher. The Batwoman didn't fare much better against Sasuke's relentless lightning strikes. Eventually, she fell from the sky, trailing black smoke. Sasuke smugly sheathed the Thunder Sword. Naruto, on the other hand, had a tougher time. His water waves, water dragon jutsu, and waterfall jutsu were dodged by the agile werewolf, who constantly charged at him, occasionally spewing sound waves to disrupt Naruto's rhythm. As the werewolf drew closer, a smug grin spread across her face. You're a long-range attacker, aren't you? Once I get close, it's over for you. Just as her claws were about to reach Naruto's throat, he widened his eyes, feigned panic, and yelled. Don't come any closer. The werewolf laughed maniacally. Die, you brat. But then, a Rasengan collided with her face. You, liar. The werewolf muttered as she reverted to her human form, unable to rest her eyes. Cough, I'm more of a close-range fighter. Check out my new fanfiction, I just released it. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 142. Jellystone. 1053 words. Drop some power stones. If you like the chapter, it helps to keep me motivated to upload more. A gemstone. Little devil, Shikaku is nearby, Kurama suddenly reminded. Huh? Naruto looked around but didn't see anyone. He opened his small map, noticing 3 dots, Gaara and his siblings. As they approached, Naruto waved and called out, Gaara. Gaara looked surprised and asked, Naruto? What are you doing here? It's a long story. Our unreliable sensei took on a C-rank mission, and then... Well, there's a lot to it. Naruto recounted the events animatedly. Feeling slightly embarrassed at being called unreliable, Kakashi didn't stop Naruto. A Konoha ninja should inform Tsunagakure when entering the Land of Wind, after all. When Naruto finished, he asked, What about you guys? We're also here on a mission, Temari replied, trying to be brief, feeling no need to share everything with Konoha. But Gaara was more direct. Some unknown individuals landed on the coast and attacked the border of the Land of Wind. We've been tracking them since. Kankuro interjected, Hey, Gaara, this is... Gaara wasn't concerned. It's fine. We can trust them. Temari and Kankuro exchanged helpless glances, though their voices held a hint of affection. Naruto, skipping formalities, asked directly, "Do you need help?" Kakashi reminded him, "Naruto, even though we're allies, this is Tsunagakyo's mission. We shouldn't interfere recklessly." "Well, you've kind of already gotten involved," Temari pointed out, gesturing toward the fallen female knights and armored soldiers. "Are they the ones who invaded the Land of Wind?" Kakashi asked, pointing toward the steel fortress in the distance. Gaara nodded. "Yes. It's a mobile fortress that moves on land and sails the sea like a giant ship." "More advanced tech, huh?" Naruto's excitement grew. The mobile fortress reminded him of Howl's moving castle. He wanted it. However, even if they captured it, it would likely be considered the property of the Land of Wind, meaning Gaara would handle it officially. "There's no way around it," Kakashi sighed, scratching his head. "Even though we're just on a mission to find Itachi, we've somehow gotten involved in a border conflict. Judging by how they fought, their leader must be in the ruins. It seems they're searching for something." "What kind of ruins are these?" Kakashi asked. Gaara turned to Temari, who hadn't cared about such matters before. "We don't know all the specifics," Temari said. "The ruins have been here for many years. There was once a city, but it was destroyed in a war." Kankuro, adjusting the puppets on his back, added, "In any case, we'll know more once we capture their leader." Just then, the ground shook. Everyone watched in shock as the entire ruins sank several meters. The abandoned buildings collapsed, and the steel fortress was dragged down, crushed under the rubble. When the tremors stopped, the ruins had turned into a large crater. A green light radiated from it, and the surrounding Gobi and desert transformed into lush greenery, becoming an oasis. Everyone felt a wave of relief as if their fatigue and wounds had disappeared. "This seems like life energy," Kakashi observed, moving his shoulders. He felt stronger than before. The one most affected was Kankuro. His two puppets, tightly wrapped in bandages, now had green shoots sprouting from within. "What's going on?" Kankuro groaned, devastated. His prized crow and black ant puppets, the best in Tsunagakyo, were now ruined. Naruto stifled a laugh and pointed to the crater. "Let's check it out." In the pit, a strange white-haired man with black dragonfly wings was gripping the neck of a boy clad in armor. The boy struggled, asking, "Lord Hado." "Why?" Hado, enraged, shouted, "Everything I've done was to obtain the jewel or vein. You, as the last of the royal family, were supposed to open it. But I didn't expect your bloodline to destroy the vein." Temujin, stunned, said, "Lord Hado, you saved me. You said it was for the creation of an ideal nation." "Yes, I saved you, but I was the one who destroyed your village. It was all for the secret you carried. Now that my dream is shattered, you're useless." Hado stabbed his hand into Temujin's chest, pulling out an emerald green stone, then tossed the unconscious boy aside. A small ferret tried to bite Hado's ankle, but he kicked it away. Looking up at the group standing above the pit, Hado shouted in a frenzy, "It's all your fault. You ruined everything. You will all be buried with my dreams." With that, his wings fluttered, and he flew toward them. Hado was strong. Not only could he fly, but the jewel stone embedded in his hand enhanced his speed, strength, and healing far beyond that of normal humans. But strength is relative. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan. Sakura cracked her knuckles. Sasuke drew his Kusanagi blade, crackling with lightning. Naruto created several shadow clones, readying his Rasengan. The cork on Gaara's gourd popped out. Temari unfolded her giant fan. And Kankuro. Well, he wisely stayed back, knowing that a puppet master without puppets was better off out of the fight. In the end, Hado was defeated, and Gaara personally buried him. Unfortunately, the jewel stone shattered due to overload. Otherwise, Naruto would have loved to study it to see if it could be used without turning its wielder into a monster. However, after the wave of life energy that swept through them earlier, their lifespans may have even increased slightly. Sakura checked the injured ferret, relieved to find that its injuries weren't severe. A group of teenagers emerged from the wrecked steel fortress, staring at their hands in confusion, unsure of what had just happened. "Sakura, check on the boy in armor. He likely knows important information," Kakashi instructed. "On it." Sakura went to heal Temujin, who was still unconscious. As she worked, Gaara asked, "Who are you, and what happened to those children?" Temujin remained silent, staring blankly. Naruto nudged Sasuke. "Sasuke, give him a look with your Sharingan. Maybe he'll remember. I've just released my latest fanfiction, be sure to check it out and let me know what you think." For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 143. Return of Snake. 1182 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone. Sasuke first turned his head and glanced at Naruto, allowing Naruto to experience the situation for himself. Naruto understood that this was Sasuke's way of showing admiration, and he even thought he could use his Sharingan in this situation. Unaware of Naruto's amusing thoughts, Sasuke approached Temujin, activated his Sharingan, and looked at him. Answer the question. As the hypnotic power of the Sharingan took effect, Temujin's eyes turned dull, and he slowly began to recount how he had been brainwashed by Hado. Hado, driven by his grand ambition for utopia, had used Temujin to help him locate the Jello Stone vein. After arriving in the Land of Wind, they encountered a ferret that could sense the Jello Stone by chance, which led them to the ruins under the ferret's guidance. Since there was no clear method recorded for opening the mine, Hado decided to experiment using Temujin's royal blood. Unexpectedly, when Temujin's blood was sprinkled on the magic circle, it triggered a spell left by the ancestors to destroy the ore vein. As a result, the vein was ruined, and Hado went mad when it disappeared. As for the children, the energy required by the mobile fortress was supposed to come from the Jello Stone. However, due to the ore shortage, Hado resorted to capturing children to extract their life energy until he could find more of the ore. In other words, the children were being used to power the mobile fortress, and when needed, they would be transformed into armored soldiers through special means. Everyone fell silent. Naruto felt that Hado had died too easily for the suffering he had caused. The village would handle the resettlement of the children. Fortunately, the energy that had leaked from the veins had provided them with some vitality, allowing them to live normal lives. Naruto broke the silence. Temujin must be connected to the caravan that hired us to find the ferret, but he's now a prisoner of the Sand Village. Gaara, understanding the situation, replied, "No, he's a prisoner because he interfered with your mission." Naruto asked, "Does it matter?" Gaara replied, "We have the information we need, and there are the bodies of the others outside." Thanks. Initially, it was only a C-rank mission, but the difficulty escalated due to involvement in a war between nations. It wasn't the client's fault, so technically, the mission rank couldn't be upgraded. Still, Naruto thought, you hired us to find a ferret, and we also found a prince for you. Shouldn't there be a bonus for that? In the end, both sides completed their tasks. The Land of Wind also gained an unexpected oasis, and everyone was pleased. Wait for me a bit, Naruto called out to his teammates, then pulled Gaara aside. Gaara, I need a private word. Gaara, puzzled, asked, what is it? Naruto inquired, have you been getting along with Shikaku recently? Gaara replied, I've met him a few times, but communicating with him isn't easy. Naruto patted Gaara on the shoulder. Shikaku's personality is awkward, the old fix was also like that, but if you sincerely want to reconcile with him, he'll feel it. Hey, brat, what are you talking about? Kurama raised his voice against the allegations. But Naruto ignored him. I'll do my best. Gaara knew Naruto had managed to coexist with the Ninetales, and he didn't want to remain in constant conflict with Shikaku. Oh, one more thing, Naruto added, slightly embarrassed. I promised Shikaku that I'd ask if you could occasionally let him take his avatar outside to play. Gaara showed no resistance and nodded. I understand, as long as he doesn't cause any harm. You can negotiate the details with him, like how many times a week and for how long. Afterwards, they handed over the ferret and Temujin to the village as per the client's instructions. Without the Jello Stone, Temujin was just an ordinary boy, and they no longer had to worry about him. Kakashi, relieved that the troublesome mission was finally over, sounded almost cheerful. All right, the mission of finding the lost ferret is complete. Naruto, exasperated, quipped, we were supposed to find a lost ferret, not a lost ship girl. Why are you so happy? Kakashi asked, ship girl? What's that? Naruto, realizing Kakashi was focusing on the odd part, explained, a ship girl is a girl born from sailors' fond expectations of their ships. They're beautiful, kind, and powerful. Seeing Kakashi's intrigued expression, Naruto quickly added, but they can see through perverts like you instantly, so don't expect to meet one in your lifetime. Are you making this up just to insult me? Kakashi asked, looking helpless, but then his eyes lit up. If we tell this idea to Jiraiya-sama, it might inspire him to write a masterpiece. Naruto was stunned by Kakashi's reasoning. Wait, what? You're too quick to connect the dots. But hey, if he uses the idea, don't forget to get me my copyright fees. Sakura groaned. Kakashi-sensei, please take your students seriously. After Gaara, Naruto, and the others left, a small snake slithered into the ruins. It spat out a letter, swallowed a few pieces of the Jello stone, and disappeared underground. Deep within the land of birds, Guren brought the small snake to a laboratory. Orochimaru-sama, I've retrieved some fragments, though I couldn't get a complete sample. Orochimaru, standing before the test bench, turned and took the fragments. His hoarse voice echoed in the room. Life energy, Now that's an interesting subject. He handed Guren a slip of paper. Contact this person and discuss a deal. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, Guren said, taking the paper. Should I approach them in your name? Of course not. I prefer not to make an appearance for now. But... Guren hesitated, frustrated by how the world now perceived Orochimaru. Many in the ninja world disrespected him, and Guren wished she could reduce them to dust. It's nothing to worry about. The whole ninja world thinks I'm dead, and they've already raised a foot-high grass over my grave. Orochimaru smiled cryptically, unsure whether he was relieved that Jiraiya had set up a grave for him or bitter that no one visited it. Understood. Although Guren was displeased, Orochimaru's orders were absolute. Orochimaru turned back to his experiment. Being dead had its perks, the troublesome organizations hunting him had stopped their pursuit. Yet, for some reason, Konoha's investigation of him had not ceased. Were they trying to uproot all of his old strongholds? Or did Konoha suspect he had left behind something crucial? Perhaps it was time to provide them with a death certificate and cause a bit of trouble for that organization as well. Orochimaru licked his lips. The gods, huh? They truly have keen eyes. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 144, 144. Challenging Guy. 1,129 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, Gemstone, Gemstone, Gemstone. When I returned to Konoha, I happened to see Guy-sensei doing handstands running around the village. What a coincidence, Kakashi. Guy paused mid-handstand, greeting Kakashi while upside down. I wouldn't call it a coincidence meeting you anywhere, Kakashi replied absent-mindedly, recalling the thoughts he had when he set out. Naruto squatted down, grinning at Guy. Guy-sensei, Kakashi-sensei said he wants to challenge you to a one-handed rock climbing contest all day long. Nanny? Guy's eyes widened in disbelief, causing him to lose balance and collapse from his handstand. Jumping back up without even brushing off the dirt, Guy grabbed Kakashi by the shoulder and shook him excitedly. Kakashi, is what Naruto said true? Yeah. Kakashi half-heartedly pushed Guy away and nodded. Tears welled up in Guy's eyes. You're challenging me willingly, Kakashi? Has your youth finally ignited? Don't make this sound weird, it's not because of something like that, Kakashi sighed. Whatever. See you at the training grounds tomorrow morning. Guy gave a thumbs up. No problem. My youth will never disappoint my eternal rival. Sure, Kakashi responded, waving dismissively. You can keep training, bye. Guy's expression changed dramatically, and he clasped his head in frustration. Oh no. I didn't complete the 10 laps of handstand running. Now I have to do 2,000 one-handed push-ups. Yuck. True to his word, Guy immediately dropped down and began doing one-handed push-ups without another word. Naruto watched Guy, his posture reminding him of a certain hero from one of his favorite games. Sakura and Sasuke, having seen Guy's eccentricities before, still looked slightly bewildered. Let's go. Don't worry about him. Kakashi beckoned, pulling out his book, intending to get through today's reading and catch up on tomorrow's. After finishing the mission, Naruto returned home to let everyone know he was safe. As he did, he began pondering a math problem. Kushina is home equals Team 8 has no assignments equals and Hinata is at home. Naruto patted his money pouch suspiciously. Big Fox, did you steal my money? Kurama lay curled up in the corner of Naruto's mindscape, eyes closed, breathing evenly. Naruto slapped one of Kurama's paws. I know you're not asleep. Open your eyes, Big Fox. If you're capable of spending money, you're capable of opening your eyes. Kurama remained silent, and Naruto, frustrated, leapt up and grabbed one of the Biju's whiskers, hanging in the air while swinging back and forth. When did you spend it, huh? Kurama lazily opened one eye and growled, You're irritating me, brat. Snap. The whisker broke off, and the entire world seemed to freeze. Naruto, who had fallen to the ground, panicked but quickly got up, bowing a full 90 degrees. I'm sorry. He carefully set the whisker down and took off running. Ru. 2. This was the first time Kurama had ever roared Naruto's name like that. Naruto felt like this moment should be more touching, but all he could feel was terror. With Kurama baring his teeth and tails lashing behind him, Naruto had no choice but to surrender, pleading, Big Fox, I was wrong. Are you going to do it again? Kurama growled menacingly. Listen to my explanation. Explanation is just an excuse. I'm still a kid. Does that mean I shouldn't punish you? Where did this fox learn all these useless retorts? Oh, wait. Probably from me. Oh no. After somehow calming down the furious Biju, Naruto made his way to the Hyuga compound. When he knocked on the door, a maid answered, bowing slightly upon seeing him. Master Naruto. Hey. Just call me Naruto. It had been a while since he was called Master. Back when he was younger, whenever people called him that, Minato and Kushina would kindly correct them with a smile. Some customs never change. The maid, Hyuga Mayo, hesitated for a moment. Then. Lord Naruto. Naruto sighed, deciding not to press the matter. Is Hinata at home? Yes, Miss Hinata is in the study. I'll take you to her. Mayo, knowing Naruto and Hinata's relationship, led him directly to the study. Thank you. Naruto had been to the Hyuga estate a few times before, but mostly to the training areas. He wasn't familiar with the study's location. Mayo knocked gently on the door. Miss, Lord Naruto is here to visit. Naruto-kun? Hinata's soft voice came from inside, and a few seconds later, the door opened. Hinata stood there in comfortable home clothes, looking every bit gentle and virtuous. Mayo bowed slightly and left. Hinata spoke softly. When did you return, Naruto-kun? Naruto grinned. I just got back. After letting everyone at home know I was safe, I came straight here. What were you working on? He came straight to see me? Hinata's heart fluttered with excitement. I was making pressed flowers. Oh, can I see? Naruto asked, curious. Of course. Please come in. Hinata stepped aside to let him enter. Naruto removed his ninja sandals, genuine Konoha-issued sandals, lightweight, breathable, durable, and odor-resistant. A must-have for any shinobi on missions or at home. The study was modest, with bookshelves on both sides, filled with scrolls and books. On a table near the shelves lay an unfinished flower press project, surrounded by various flower stems and leaves. Naruto glanced at Hinata's work. Is this from the lake we visited last time? Hinata nodded shyly. Yes. The scenery there was beautiful, and I finally found some time to press the flowers. Naruto smiled. It looks great. This is the first time I've seen someone do this. Hinata, you should finish it. I'd love to watch. But it will take a while. Are you sure it's okay? Hinata glanced at him, uncertain. It's fine. I can watch you for as long as it takes. Naruto teased, his tone playful. Hinata's face flushed. Why would you say something like that all of a sudden? Let's get started. Naruto pulled a chair next to her and sat down, watching as she resumed her work. With a sigh, Hinata focused on the project. Her hands moved skillfully, piecing together a delicate scene with careful precision. Hinata, as a ninja, used her chakra to enhance her work, controlling the flowers with ease. Her dexterity made the process look effortless. Naruto rested his chin on his hand, watching both the art and Hinata herself. As Hinata tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, Naruto's heart began to race. Mom, this girl is something. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 145, 145. Dream. 1104 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Naruto and Hinata spent a quiet afternoon together. They didn't have any extravagant plans or go on a shopping spree. Naruto simply accompanied her, doing what she enjoyed. But they were both content, as if this was exactly how life was meant to be. Naruto has heard two types of love stories. One is where you wore a white shirt, and the sun was shining just right that day. The other is where she playfully acted spoiled, and you bought her a gift. Which one is better? Everyone has their answer, but what Naruto desires in his heart is probably what he has right now. The next day, Kakashi went rock climbing with Akabe, and Team 7 had the day off. Naruto returned to Mount Myaboku to continue his sage training. Sitting on a slab atop the spikes, after countless falls, Naruto could now last a few minutes. It would still take time before he fully mastered calming his mind. Naruto couldn't control his restless mind, but he knew that even the smallest progress was better than none, though he sometimes despaired at the slow pace of mastering sage mode. When Naruto fell for the 38th time that day and returned to the peak using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Shima suddenly arrived. Little Naruto, can you take a break for a while? Naruto panicked, thinking, she's not here to drag me for dinner, right? Then, he fell again. This time, Naruto descended to the ground and asked, what's the matter? Fukasaku also descended and said, what's going on, my child? Shima explained, the Great Toad Sage wishes to see Jiraiya and Minato. Can you let them know to be ready? Fukasaku and I will summon them with the reverse summoning technique. The Great Toad Sage, also known as Toad Maru, once taught the sage arts to the Sage of Six Paths, whose sons eventually sealed Kaguya. His influence played a part in that as well. The Great Toad Sage has the unique ability to foresee glimpses of the future through dreams. So far, none of his prophecies have been wrong. Jiraiya firmly believes in his prophecies. His travels across the ninja world, his writing, and even the apprentices he took under his wing were all due to the words of the Great Toad Sage. This has led to various conspiracy theories suggesting that the Great Toad Sage orchestrated the major events in the ninja world, including Kaguya's family affairs, to elevate Mount Myaboku's status. Others believe he is akin to the Ancient One from the Marvel Universe, able to see both past and future. Even time travelers couldn't escape his gaze, and everything he does subtly guides the world toward a better future. Curious whether the Great Toad Sage was truly so powerful, Naruto readily agreed. All right, I'll go right away. As expected, Minato was in the Hokage's office. After hearing Naruto's message, he nodded. I understand. Go and tell Jiraiya. Naruto opened his mental map and found Jiraiya's location, which wasn't surprising. Jiraiya was perched on a tree outside the bathhouse, peering through a monocular, with an impish smile on his face. Naruto shouted, "Pervy sage!" Jiraiya flinched, barely catching the monocular that almost slipped from his hand. He jumped down, grabbed Naruto, and dashed away. "Hey, what's the rush?" Jiraiya didn't answer until they were far enough. Only then did he complain, "Naruto, can you be a little less sneaky? You scared my inspiration away." Ignoring the complaint, Naruto asked, "Tsunade-sama is a consultant just like you. Why is she always so busy, yet you find time to peep like this?" Jiraiya, of course, denied peeping. "This is research. I'm only free because I delegate to Shikaku and Inoichi. Ahem, I mean, I'm good at helping the younger generation grow by giving them opportunities." Naruto shot him a disapproving look. "Yeah, right." Seeing the judgment, Jiraiya quickly changed the subject. "Alright, so why are you here?" "I'm very busy. The great Toad Sage wants to see you and my father. Fukasaku will summon you both soon." "The great Toad Sage?" Jiraiya's playful demeanor disappeared, replaced with a serious expression. "Understood. At Mount Mayaboku, in front of the great Toad Sage's residence. Master, Lady Shima. Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama." Jiraiya and Minato greeted the elder toads with respect. Shima complained, "Oh, so Jiraiya still remembers me. You haven't visited in so long." Jiraiya sheepishly scratched his head but didn't reply, not wanting to admit that he avoided coming just to escape Shima's insect-filled meals. Fukasaku quickly intervened, Now, you can catch up later. Let's go in." Naruto raised his hand. "Can I come too?" Jiraiya frowned, "Naruto, this is serious. Don't cause trouble." Fukasaku reassured them, "It's fine, Naruto can join us." Naruto grinned triumphantly, eager to witness the conversation. He thought, pervy sage, trying to stop me from seeing this? I'll remember this grudge. Inside, the great Toad Sage's residence was simple. The most notable features were the large backrest and armrests, along with a massive footbath bearing mystical markings. That's right, a footbath. Naruto had always thought it was a throne, but it turned out that the great Toad Sage didn't sit on a seat, but instead soaked in a water basin. So this ancient sage, with a doctor's cap on his head for thousands of years and oil beads around his neck, had been squatting in a water basin this whole time? Naruto thought, no way. How could such a laid-back toad be the mastermind behind it all? Honestly, I trust Gamabunta more than him. Fukasaku and Shima leapt onto the armrests and gently woke the great Toad Sage, who had been dozing off. The great Toad Sage spoke in his slow, measured tone, You've come. Now, what was the reason again? Who are you? Fukasaku quickly reminded him, it's Jiraiya and Minato. The great Toad Sage suddenly remembered, oh, yes, it's been a while. Shima scolded him, didn't you summon them here yourself? Stay focused, you old fool. Fukasaku scolded back, my dear, how can you be so rude? The great Toad Sage intervened, now, don't argue. You're like an old married couple. Then he turned back to Jiraiya and Minato. Yes, I called you here because I dreamed of you. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 146. What kind of prophecy is this? 1035 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone. The great Toad Sage spoke slowly, Jiraiya, your disciple will bring changes to the ninja world, there is no doubt about it. Jiraiya, thinking that the great Toad Sage might be forgetful again, reminded him, you have already predicted this. The great Toad Sage replied, indeed, but this time, I saw a person with blonde hair standing beside you. Is it Minato? Jiraiya looked at his most accomplished student with pride. The great Toad Sage continued, Minato, you will become an unprecedented Hokage and lead the entire ninja world forward. Do you have more detailed information? Minato asked though he didn't show excitement. He believed in his efforts more than in prophecies or fate. Aside from his official duties and strengthening Konoha's overall power over the years, Minato had also been dedicated to studying ninjutsu, preparing himself to handle future challenges. The Great Toad Sage apologized, "I'm sorry, I can only glimpse fragments of the future in my dreams. What I see is often out of my control." Minato quickly waved his hand. "No, it's not your fault. We're grateful to have received this much insight." Naruto, observing the exchange, felt out of place. What am I even doing here? Am I just supposed to sit back and win at the end? Sensing Naruto's gaze, the Great Toad Sage turned to him and asked, "Are you Naruto, who recently signed the contract with Mount Myaboku?" Considering the Great Toad Sage's age, the contract signing did seem recent. Naruto nodded and asked, "Yes. Do you have a prophecy for me?" The Great Toad Sage was silent for a moment before replying, Yes, I do." Naruto looked at him with anticipation. Is this toad really that divine? You will be very happy in the future. Naruto? What kind of prediction is happiness? Seeing that the Great Toad Sage didn't elaborate, Naruto pressed further, and then? The Great Toad Sage added, "One day, you will make an unrealistic wish, and that wish will come true." What kind of prophecy is this? Naruto thought, torn between amusement and confusion. He was about to ask more questions when Fukasaku raised a finger, signaling silence, and jumped down from the railing to escort them out. Naruto glanced at the Great Toad Sage, who had already fallen asleep, leaving him no choice but to follow them. These half-spoken prophecies are just as frustrating as those writers who leave stories hanging online. Could it be that the Great Toad Sage just had a regular dream and it doesn't mean anything? Naruto suggested. Fukasaku responded, "No, so far, the Great Toad Sage's predictions have never been wrong." Ha ha ha. Seeing Naruto's frustration, Jiraiya ruffled his hair and said reassuringly, "Naruto, I get how you feel. When I was your age, I fantasized about being a great ninja, saving the world, and being adored by countless girls." No, we're different." Naruto broke free from Jiraiya's hand and retorted, "After all that, the last part was your focus, wasn't it?" "Naruto," Minato said, wrapping an arm around his son's shoulders, "isn't it great? Knowing that you'll be happy is more important than knowing you'll save the world." Naruto didn't resist this time but sighed in frustration, "I'm just curious what kind of wish I'll end up making." Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully, "Maybe you'll wish to become a great writer like me?" Ha 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 ha. Naruto tried to mimic Kakashi's deadpan expression. "My mom may not want to kill me, but she'll kill you for sure." Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine and resolved never to let his manuscripts fall into Naruto's hands. "Naruto, don't say that about your mom. Kushina wouldn't, Minato paused, unsure. "She probably wouldn't react that way, Jiraiya-sensei." "Don't worry, she won't do anything like that, probably." "Dad, your uncertainty isn't helping. You three are like 3 generations of a family," Shima chuckled. "Stay for dinner, I've prepared some wonderful ingredients today." Jiraiya and Minato's expressions soured. They had miscalculated by not canceling the summoning earlier. Now, leaving would seem impolite. Jiraiya tried to get out of it. "Well, big sister, actually I..." "What's that? Are you saying that my husband and I are boring for you?" Shima's tone sharpened. No. I mean, I've already cleared my schedule before coming, so we can stay a bit longer." Jiraiya surrendered. Shima wasn't someone to mess with. "That's the spirit," Shima said, smiling warmly. Later, when they returned to Konoha, both Minato and Jiraiya looked pale. It wasn't just because of the Feast of Insects, it was the moment when Naruto brought out various cooking tools and casually demonstrated his deep-fried dishes in front of them: egg batter, breadcrumbs, golden brown frying. The contrast was too much. "Why didn't you bring this out earlier?" "You don't have to look at me like that," Naruto said. "This is just a small payback for being abandoned at Mount Myaboku the last time and for Jiraiya stopping me from entering the cave today." Minato, thinking Naruto was in a bad mood and pulling a prank, lightened the mood. "Jiraiya-sensei, let's go to the office. I have some matters I'd like to discuss with you." "What's it about?" "Can I join?" Naruto was curious, thinking it might have something to do with the prophecy. Minato gave Naruto a kind smile. No, they'll find out in a few days. Naruto's smile faded. Is Dad holding a grudge? Jiraiya added, I've got to gather some research materials anyway. You're still doing that? What do you mean that? It's crucial for my work. Right, next time I'll inform the police to arrest you. Come on, I'm your teacher. That's exactly why. Naruto watched them walk away, kicking a small rock in the street. Ouch! A familiar voice called out. Konohamaru? Skipping class again? Naruto noticed the two little kids beside him. And bringing your classmates along too? For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 147, 147. Escape. 1,231 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Ah. No. Konohamaru rubbed his head, stood up, and replied, I didn't skip class. Today's a school holiday. That's true. Now that Grandpa, the third Hokage, is the school's dean, he wouldn't condone you skipping classes. Since the third Hokage recovered, he has devoted himself to educating the younger generation, even choosing to live at the school. This has greatly inspired the enthusiasm of young teachers, especially Iruka. The children, however, find it challenging, especially since someone more long-winded than Iruka is now part of their routine. Whenever the third Hokage speaks, the children's admiration for the fourth Hokage grows even stronger. They appreciate that he's young, handsome, powerful, and, most importantly, not one for lengthy speeches like the third Hokage. In this way, the third Hokage has made significant contributions to children's education, in more ways than one. Konohamaru's expression grew somber when he thought of his grandfather, but he quickly brightened up. Big brother Naruto, let me introduce you. This is Udon, and this is Moegi. Together, we are the Konohamaru Corps, they shouted in unison. Oh. As if a cold wind had blown through, the air became tense with awkward silence. Oh. That's it? Your reaction is too cold, big brother Naruto. Konohamaru exclaimed in frustration. Naruto thought for a moment and sensed the child's need for support. Smiling, he said, your stance is good, but the lines could use some work. Let me teach you a new set. And with that, Naruto left, his three admirers practicing their new lines. Why does war rage? Why do autumn leaves fall? Nature cannot be taken away. Moegi suddenly shouted, oh no. We forgot to tell big brother Naruto that important thing. Udon echoed, yeah, the lines were so cool I completely forgot. What do we do, Konohamaru? Konohamaru clenched his fist. Of course, we chase after him. The Ninetales suddenly interjected, hey kid, let the old fox borrow a shadow clone. Naruto was instantly on guard. Why? I haven't even enjoyed my last mission reward yet. The Ninetales scoffed, do you think all I care about is eating? Oh. You have other interests? Naruto asked, pretending to be shocked but still cooperating by creating a shadow clone. The Ninetales continued, did you save the coordinates from near the ruins last time? Send the shadow clone there. Alright, let it fly over on its own, and then you can take control. Naruto didn't ask any further, guessing that the Ninetales might want to talk to Shikaku. It seemed like Gaara had already spoken with Shikaku. The clone disappeared, and the Ninetales fell silent, concentrating on controlling it. Just then, Konohamaru's voice rang out behind Naruto. Big brother Naruto. Naruto turned around, raising an eyebrow. Anything else? The three kids panted, catching their breath, before Konohamaru replied, there's something really important. Naruto was intrigued. All right, tell me. Konohamaru leaned in mysteriously, cupping his hand around his mouth as he signaled Naruto to bend down. Naruto obliged, and Konohamaru whispered, we heard that someone has escaped from prison. Escaped? Naruto was skeptical. Surely the guards would have handled this. How do you know? We overheard it while playing ninja near the garrison. Do you know who it is? It's someone named Mizuki, along with 4 of Orochimaru's subordinates. Huh? Naruto eyed the trio suspiciously. Were you planning on catching them yourselves? The 3 burst into mischievous giggles. Naruto sighed, giving each of them a gentle tap on the head. Listen, I'll go check it out. You 3 find somewhere safe to play, or better yet, head home. Yes, they chorused, momentarily stunned by his response. Naruto opened his sensory map, pinpointing the location of the Sound 4. He recognized their chakra signatures. He'd encountered them before. Still, something didn't sit right. Their curse marks were sealed, and they weren't particularly strong. Even if Mizuki was serious, he wouldn't stand a chance against someone like Iruka. So, how did they manage to escape? There hadn't been any commotion in Konoha that would suggest a lapse in security. Could it be that Mizuki was pulling off something more elaborate? Tracking the group, Naruto noticed several other chakra signals following them, and one felt familiar. Is that Izumi? He quickened his pace, soon spotting her and calling out. Sister Izumi. She turned, surprised. Naruto? What are you doing here? I heard from Konohamaru that some prisoners broke out, so I thought I'd take a look. Izumi looked taken aback. How did that get out? Naruto reassured her. Don't worry, the kids just overheard it by accident. They're pretty responsible. They won't spread it around. The other 3 members of Izumi's squad exchanged glances, quietly questioning why Naruto was even there. Although he was Hokage's son, he wasn't technically part of the tracking unit. However, he was skilled, and having him along could be useful. Naruto continued, I know the Konoha garrison is thorough, so this kind of slip-up feels unusual. Is there more to this situation? The squad members warmed to him. His respectful tone and confidence in their abilities softened their initial annoyance, and they appreciated his perception. Izumi, while continuing to track, explained, it's all right to tell you. We let them escape on purpose. The Sound 4 have always believed Orochimaru is alive and have clung to the hope that he'd come for them. Despite all our efforts, neither Ibiki nor Inoichi have been able to extract any new intel from them. So today, during the shift change, we intentionally showed a few security gaps, hoping to see what they'd do. But we didn't expect Mizuki to seek them out. Naruto nodded, understanding the tactic. I get it, this is bait. You're watching to see if they'll lead you to something valuable. In that case, let me help. My sensory abilities will make tracking them a lot easier. Izumi accepted his offer gratefully. Thank you, Naruto. The rest of the team had no objections. Although they had their tracking techniques, Naruto's sensory ninjutsu would make it even more reliable, helping to prevent any possibility of losing the targets. Naruto focused, pointing in a specific direction. They're heading toward the back mountain. Meanwhile, with the escapees. Hey, Mizuki, where are you taking us? Sakan demanded. Mizuki smirked, his eyes glinting with cunning. Relax. I told you, there's something Orochimaru left behind in the mountains. Once we get it, we'll be able to leave Konoha for good. Tayuya scoffed, her tone threatening. If you're messing with us, I swear I'll make you regret it. The usually mild-mannered Jirobo interjected, Tayuya, maybe tone down the language a bit. Shut it, Jirobo. I'll talk however I want, Tayuya snapped back. Kidamaru, fiddling with his kunai, rolled his eyes. Enough bickering. If it weren't for the curse marks weakening, this wouldn't be so much trouble. Mizuki kept a steady pace ahead of them, ignoring their complaints, while thoughts of escape and vengeance filled his mind. He couldn't help but believe that whatever lay hidden in these mountains could be the key to their freedom. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 148, 148. Nothing. 1092 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. After tracking for a while, Naruto remarked, it seems they've stopped. A teammate with an older appearance asked, is it finally here? Where exactly are they? Naruto described the location. The older teammate thought for a moment before saying, there's an abandoned laboratory there, rumored to have been left behind by Orochimaru. Izumi asked, could there be a secret passage or something? The older teammate shook his head. Unlikely. After Orochimaru defected, the place was thoroughly searched. There shouldn't be anything of value left. The other two teammates looked a little disappointed. So, does that mean we're wasting our time? No, Naruto retorted. They're on the move again. Their chakra has spiked, they seem to be trying to escape in this direction. Izumi speculated, could they have taken some kind of secret medicine or used a forbidden technique? Get ready for a fight. Naruto suddenly stopped, a peculiar expression on his face. Actually, it looks like we don't need to worry. Huh? The others looked at him, puzzled. Naruto explained, Kakashi-sensei made an appointment with Gai-sensei yesterday. They're rock climbing in the mountains behind Konoha today. They wouldn't happen to be directly in front of us, would they? If those two were there, then the outcome was almost guaranteed. The team members had certainly heard of Kakashi and Gai. Not only were they renowned within the Uchiha clan, but Kakashi, though an outsider, was admired by many Uchiha for his Sharingan. Gai, on the other hand, was unique. He had once trained 3 ordinary Uchiha teenagers, guiding them to awaken their Sharingan overnight, a feat unmatched by anyone else in Konoha. During the joint invasion by the Sound and Sand villages half a year ago, the team of Gen, Daiki, and Jiro, consisting of just 4 Chunin, managed to destroy a significant portion of the Sand's elite forces. Those who had once mocked them were left in awe. Naturally, after that, many sought guidance from Gen, Daiki, Jiro, and Gai, hoping to unlock their own Sharingan. But they all received the same response, that was the power of youth. With that, they would offer a green jumpsuit, insisting that wearing it would help. Those hopeful young shinobi often left with pale faces, realizing the price of the power of youth was too high for them to bear. Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader, was grateful. He couldn't imagine explaining to his ancestors if the Uchiha were known as the clan of watermelon suits bearing the fan symbol. His relief grew even stronger when Sasuke awakened his Sharingan without resorting to these unconventional methods. Fugaku swore that if Sasuke ever donned that green jumpsuit, he'd personally intervene. Seeing Naruto nod in agreement, Izumi and the team were silent for a moment. This is quite the coincidence. With that, they hurried toward the location, hoping those two hadn't been too ruthless and left some clues behind. By the time Naruto and his team arrived, Mizuki and his Sound-ning comrades had already been subdued and left sprawled across the street. With his hands on his hips, Gai laughed heartily, boasting about his victory. Kakashi, meanwhile, studied the defeated shinobi closely. The Sound Four were in the second stage of the Cursed Seal, looking more like monstrous apparitions than humans. Mizuki's body was covered with yellow and black stripes, resembling a tiger. All 5 of them lay unconscious, slowly reverting to human form. Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, Izumi and her teammates greeted them respectfully. Naruto crouched down and poked Mizuki's tiger skin, admiring its texture. Uncle Orochimaru is a tattoo expert, he quipped. Izumi and another teammate quickly explained the situation to Kakashi. Gai, less interested in details, seemed more focused on having defeated one more opponent than Kakashi. After listening, Kakashi nodded. The key seems to be Mizuki. If you want to investigate further, you should do it quickly. He doesn't look like he'll hold on much longer. Everyone turned to Mizuki, whose muscles were visibly shrinking, his cheeks sunken, and his silver hair graying. Naruto, noticing this rapid deterioration, remarked, someone needs to call Big Sister Tsunade. Without waiting, Naruto marked the ground and used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to teleport directly to the hospital. Big Sister. Naruto burst into Tsunade's office. Huh? The smell of alcohol was thick in the air. Tsunade lay on her desk, her face flushed, drooling as she slept with one arm as her pillow. Shizune carefully pulled Taunton from Tsunade's grasp, preventing the poor pig from suffocating. She looked at Naruto with a slight smile. Naruto, she drank a bit too much. Is something wrong? Yes, we need help, it's urgent. Shizune, can you come with me? Naruto said, creating a shadow clone. The clone quickly dashed home, grabbed a blanket for Tsunade, and made an okay sign, reassuring Shizune. Shizune nodded, reassured that Tsunade was in good hands, and followed Naruto back. She handed Taunton to Naruto and began examining Mizuki. Naruto gently patted Taunton, who, still a bit dizzy from the teleportation, didn't seem to notice the excitement of being in Naruto's arms. Naruto nudged Kakashi with his elbow. Kakashi-sensei, did you see that? Kakashi glanced at him, feigning indifference. Naruto smirked, gesturing to Mizuki. If you don't take care of your body, you might end up like him someday. Kakashi ignored him, well aware that Naruto was simply teasing. He turned to Izumi, saying, if everything's settled here, we'll head off. He exchanged nods with Guy, signaling they would meet elsewhere for training. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, Izumi said gratefully. The two walked away side by side, waving without looking back, one with a thumbs up, the other simply raising a hand. Two beauties right there, and they still hurry off for training, someone mused, chuckling. Their dedication is impressive. After 10 minutes, Shizune finished her medical analysis. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and announced, it seems Mizuki and the others took a forbidden drug. It granted them enhanced strength for a short period but at the cost of severe damage to their vitality. She added, if we administer some nutrient solution, Mizuki might last another week. The other four seem to be in slightly better condition, but they're not far behind. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 149, 149. Another one. 1066 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. No way, then we'll have to hurry up and interrogate him. Izumi showed no mercy towards someone like Mizuki, who had intended to kill his comrades. Thank you, Miss Shizune. Shizune waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. The nutrient solution will be delivered later. Izumi and her three teammates took Mizuki and the Tonin back to their group. Naruto held Taunton in one hand and rested his other hand on Shizune's shoulder as they returned to Tsunade's office. What are you doing? Naruto exclaimed, taken aback at the sight before him. Naruto had undone Tsunade's usual twin ponytails and was carefully braiding her hair into a twisted side braid decorated with an array of mismatched flowers. The braid wasn't centered but instead draped sideways, giving it an almost whimsical, yet dangerous, appearance. Shizune and Taunton were equally stunned. Not only had Naruto's clone taken on a female form, but it also seemed skilled in hairstyling. Oh. Naruto made a mockingly regretful face and leapt out the window with a mischievous smile. From the third floor, she twisted her body backwards, performing 2.5 flips before landing gracefully. With a final glance back, she called, "Don't try this at home." Eep. Taunton wriggled in Naruto's arms, desperately seeking refuge with Shizune. This human was way too intense. If he stayed around, he feared he'd end up as pork chop rice one day. At that moment, Tsunade looked up in a daze. What's going on? Goodbye, sis Shizune. Naruto quickly handed Taunton to Shizune and dashed out the door. Shizune, still in a daze, cradled Taunton and glanced over at Tsunade, who had just plucked a flower out of her hair. Hey. When Naruto returned home, he found himself unable to relax for a long time. He was staring at the nine tails within his mind's sealed space. He'd just received memories from the clone that Kurama had temporarily controlled. You went to spar with Shikaku? Kurama, not even flinching, replied, no. You're lying. Naruto was incredulous. Do you think I can't tell? I have the memory right here. Kurama retorted smugly, I didn't fight him, I merely overpowered him. Does that even count? alright, fair enough, Naruto muttered, but he couldn't help but think it was overkill to use his shadow clone in golden body mode just to dominate Shikaku. Earlier, Shikaku had used Gaara's sand clone to take a walk. Although he could barely walk straight, he was practicing diligently. With the seal in place, Shikaku could barely control a handful of sand, let alone his usual abilities. Naruto mused that once Gaara and Shikaku's relationship improved, he'd teach Gaara how to unseal him properly. At this rate, Gaara was well on his way to becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto advised Kurama, there aren't many oases left in the Land of Wind. Try not to wreck this one. TCH, Kurama grunted, slightly amused. Fine, fine. Next time, I'll find a proper sandbox for Shikaku. The following morning, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura met for training as usual. Today, Sakura had prepared a bento for Sasuke, whose expression immediately soured. I consider you a comrade, and you're trying to poison me? He thought, before turning and quietly warming up in the corner. Sakura looked crestfallen, and Naruto patted her shoulder sympathetically. Sakura, remember when Choji nearly fainted after trying your cooking last time? Sasuke probably doesn't want to suffer the same fate. Sakura held the bento box defensively. Last time was an accident. I accidentally used the wrong seasoning. This time, I put in extra effort and even added a few herbs that are good for health. Naruto pondered this, then asked the critical question. Did you taste it? Of course not. This is a special love bento, made just for Sasuke. He should be the first to try it. Naruto smirked to himself. If only she knew what she was getting into, she'd be saying, you take one bite, I take one bite, and we'll meet on the other side. Sasuke doesn't want it. Why don't you give it a try? Naruto suggested, curious if she'd taste her own dark cuisine. Sakura hesitated briefly, then opened the box. Fine, I'll try a bite. 30 seconds later, her face darkened as she tossed the bento, box and all, into the trash. I followed the perfect nutritional formula. Why does making food feel harder than mixing medicine? Kakashi arrived around 10 o'clock, casually greeting them from atop a wooden stake. Good morning. You're late again, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura muttered, too drained to even complain properly. Kakashi scratched his cheek. Well, that's because you were up all night training with Gai-sensei? Naruto interjected. Sort of, but something sounds off when you put it that way, Kakashi replied. In truth, after a long day of training, he'd gone home, picked up his favorite book Ika Ika Paradise, and got so engrossed in it that he'd ended up reading until dawn. Kakashi quickly changed to a serious expression. Anyway, we need to go to the Hokage's office. Today's mission is a bit complicated. It's not another C rank, is it? Naruto asked skeptically. Kakashi paused for a second. No, it's a B rank. Oh, Naruto said indifferently, while Sasuke and Sakura also seemed unfazed. Kakashi sighed inwardly, feeling exhausted. His students were all skilled, strong, and promising. Yet they acted indifferent to B rank missions and overly cautious about C ranks. Where did I go wrong? Shortly after they departed, Inuzuka Hana was walking her 3 dogs when she noticed several stray cats and dogs lying near a trash can. Who would be so cruel as to poison these poor animals? As an experienced veterinarian, Hana knelt to examine them, anger rising within her. However, her examination revealed that they were merely unconscious and otherwise unharmed. When her ninja dogs found a bento box nearby, Hana picked it up thoughtfully. This must be the source. Analyzing the remnants on the animals' mouths, she found that the food was nutritious and not harmful at all. So, how did they all end up like this? For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 150. Hashiga Cure. 1131 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, Gemstone. Dad, what's the mission, and do we need to go there on purpose? Naruto asked, resting his hands on the table and trying to sneak a glance at the document. Minato stamped the document in his hand and placed it into his portfolio. He replied, "It's a joint mission carried out by 2 teams. I'll tell you more about it later." Naruto asked casually, "Joint mission? Which team is the other one?" "They're later than Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi looked at Naruto, silently complaining to himself, "You're asking, but isn't the answer obvious? It's us," Kushina announced, pushing open the door and entering with her team members. Naruto turned, surprised. "Mom? Hinata, Shino, and Akamaru?" "Naruto-kun," Hinata greeted happily. This was her first mission alongside Naruto. Kiba jumped in, shouting, "Hey, Naruto. Stop ignoring me every time." "Oh, next time, for sure," Naruto replied half-heartedly while lifting Akamaru off Kiba's shoulder. He and Hinata then began discussing if Akamaru had grown recently, as it seemed awkward to perch him on Kiba's head. Akamaru barked and wagged his tail happily, making the scene resemble a young couple doting on their pet. "All right, everyone's here. Let's go over the mission," Minato said. The assignment was requested by the Hashigakure in the Land of Bears. "Our task is to protect their village treasure, the star." "Star?" Everyone looked puzzled. Minato explained, 200 years ago, a meteorite fell in the Land of Bears. The first Hashikage discovered that training with this meteorite enhanced chakra, so he developed a secret technique based on it and established Hashigakure. Sakura raised her hand, a question in her mind. Can the leader of Hashigakure be called a Kage? In the ninja world, only the leaders of the 5 great nations' villages are officially recognized as Kage. Even Hanzo of the Salamander, renowned as a demigod, never claimed the title of a Kage in Amigakure. Minato answered somewhat awkwardly, "Well, technically, the Hashikage title isn't recognized by the 5 great villages. Hashigakure considers themselves on par with the 5 great ninja villages, though the main villages don't mind keeping friendly exchanges." Naruto quickly understood. It was like some countries believed they were superpowers, but the actual major powers paid them no mind. Minato continued, "Recently, Hashigakure received information that someone has set their sights on the star, and there may even be involvement from Kumogakure. Finding this too challenging to handle alone, they reached out to Konoha for assistance." "Those robbers from Kumogakure again?" Kushina exclaimed, slamming her fist on the table. Both she and Hinata had been targets of attempted kidnappings by Kumogakure in the past, making her view them with disdain. "Kushina, please calm down," Minato said, stopping her just in time to spare the table before he continued. "Given the past incident where the Raikage himself led a mission to seize a secret technique, we can't be certain of the threat level this time. I was concerned one team might not be enough, so I requested both teams to go. This may not remain a simple B-rank mission." Indeed, there was a record of the 4th Raikage personally leading a squad to capture a secret technique, only to be thwarted by a group of mercenaries. Tsunade had intervened afterwards, treating his injuries not out of compassion but because she had won a bet with him. Naruto gently squeezed Hinata's hand, recalling her lingering anxiety from her childhood experience with Kumogakure. Determined to protect her, he resolved to deal with anyone from Kumogakure who dared threaten her, forgetting that Hinata's kidnapper had already been dealt with by Hayashi Hyuga. As for the team's safety, Minato was confident. Ordinary enemies would be outmatched, and if they encountered the Raikage, both Naruto and Kushina's Nine-Tails chakra modes could match his speed. In the worst-case scenario, Naruto could use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to retreat with his friends. If necessary, Konoha itself would rally behind them. The Land of Bears borders the Land of Fire, lying southeast of Konoha, about a 2-day journey. A ninja hawk had delivered the mission request earlier. After leaving the office, Kiba was brimming with excitement. His team had only taken on C-rank missions before, so a B-rank mission, especially one that could be upgraded, thrilled him. Naruto was also eager, recalling Hashigakure's peacock technique, a skill that creates chakra wings, allowing the user to fly. No wonder others sought it, and while Naruto wanted to learn it too, he didn't need to steal it. He had a trustworthy friend in Uchiha, known for not coveting others' jutsu. Once they finished packing, they set off. Along the way, Naruto and Hinata occasionally hung back from the group, sharing moments. Kiba, energetic as ever, took the lead, while Shino, quiet and reserved, kept watch from the shadows, ready to ambush anyone foolish enough to cross their path. Kushina mentally praised Naruto's initiative, then tactfully led Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura further ahead to give Naruto and Hinata some privacy. Walking alongside Kushina, Kakashi felt slightly on edge. Refraining from reading his usual books for fear of Kushina's judgment, he made small talk instead about Naruto and Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke ambled along with his hands in his pockets, still annoyed from a recent spat with Sakura. During a brief noon break, they ate quickly and continued their journey, setting up camp at night. Naruto, equipped with various cooking tools, prepared a meal, with Hinata and Kushina happily assisting. Watching Hinata's skill in the kitchen, Kushina praised her. "Hinata, you're so talented. You'll make a wonderful wife someday." Blushing, Hinata stammered, I'll do my best." Kushina grinned mischievously, "Oh? And whose wife are you planning to be?" "Huh?" Steam seemed to rise from Hinata's head, blending with the steam from the cooking pot. "It smells so good," Naruto exclaimed, grabbing a piece of meat. Though too hot to swallow, he couldn't bring himself to spit it out. "Naruto, you're sneaky," Kiba shouted, rushing over. Akamaru barked in agreement, joining the commotion. Kushina picked up a spoon and smacked it down. "Hold it right there." "Ouch." "Ow." "Woof." Naruto, Kiba, and Akamaru huddled, rubbing their heads, while Sasuke watched from a safe distance. Sakura observed Hinata's cooking skills with admiration, wishing she could become as skilled. Kakashi, long accustomed to these lively scenes, simply took it in with a knowing smile while Shino quietly savored the soup, touched by its taste but too proud to show it. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 151, 151. Akahoshi. 1,311 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. The next day, Kiba and Akamaru woke up early in the morning, running, jumping, and having fun. This morning's practice for them was called walking. Shino observed the differences between the insects here and those near Konoha, believing that understanding their habits would help him strengthen his skills. Hinata wore a black, tight-fitting training suit and practiced a set of gentle fist techniques outside. This was her daily training routine. Afterwards, she returned to help Kushina prepare breakfast. In terms of diligence in cultivation, Team 8 was no less committed than Team 7. Kakashi emerged from the tent and yawned loudly. He had accidentally read a book half the night but was fortunate enough not to have stayed up all night, allowing him to function reasonably well. On the other side, Sakura felt a bit depressed. She and Hinata shared a tent, and when Hinata blushed while putting on her form-fitting training clothes, Sakura couldn't help but notice. Sakura couldn't understand it. Everyone was 13 years old, and she was even 9 months older than Hinata. Why was there such a gap? The techniques taught by Tsunade-sensei didn't seem to be working for her at all. The girl's sadness went unnoticed by the others as everyone packed up and continued their journey. By evening, they arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Bears. Kakashi raised his hand to signal everyone to stop and said, "In front of you is Bear Valley, which is filled with poisonous gas. We can't rush into it." Naruto looked ahead. In front of them was an almost vertical cliff, and the valley below was shrouded in toxic fog. The impatient Kiba jumped forward and asked, "So how are we supposed to get through? Either we wait for the people from Hoshigakure to respond, or..." Kakashi glanced at Naruto. Naruto quickly took out the flying thunder god kunai. This kunai could be thrown up to 800 meters with ease, and throwing it over 100 meters would be no problem for him. Sakura asked, "If there's such a natural danger, wouldn't the people from Hoshigakure have a way to communicate with the outside world?" Kakashi patiently explained, "Those who need to travel abroad wear special gas masks, and the caravan usually hires ninjas from Hoshigakure to accompany them. As he spoke, Naruto had already thrown the kunai to the opposite side, but his visibility was limited, and he wasn't sure if it had landed correctly. "Hinata," he called. "Byakugan." Hinata activated her bloodline limit and carefully observed. "It's fine, but someone is coming from a distance. It seems to be a ninja from Hashigakure." "Let's talk to them first," Naruto said, feeling that with Hinata's Byakugan, it would be a waste not to use it for teleportation. Everyone nodded in agreement, placing their hands on Naruto as he activated the jutsu, transporting them to the other side of the cliff to wait for the Hashigakure ninja. Naruto thought for a moment and split off a shadow clone, handing it a small bottle. "Go collect some of the poisonous gas." The clone put on a numbered plate reading 001, opened the bottle cap, looked at Bear Valley in front of him, and shouted, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" Then he opened his arms and performed a 270-degree flip, leaping into the abyss. Ultimately, Naruto never learned the depth of Bear Valley, as the clone succumbed to the poison before landing. Fortunately, he remembered his mission. Before his demise, he managed to seal the small bottle with the cap using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Naruto handed the bottle to Sakura. "Sakura, can you try to create an antidote, just in case?" "Oh, sure." Sakura had taken a detoxification course, and as long as it wasn't too complicated, she felt confident she could handle it. Kushina looked at Naruto with relief. As expected of him, he was cautious and planned when going out. But what about that clone? Shouldn't he be taken to the Yamanaka clan for a checkup? Naruto was busy himself when the Hashigakure ninja arrived. He was a boy around 12 or 13 years old, handsome but with an unfriendly demeanor. The boy said, "Are you Konoha ninjas?" "My name is Sumeru, and I'm here to escort you." Naruto perked up. "Sumeru? That's a cool name." Sumeru replied impatiently, "I don't have time for idle chatter. Let's get moving." Hinata tensed, sensing the tension in Sumeru's tone. "Naruto." Kushina signaled him to be quiet and addressed Sumeru gently, "Sumeru-kun, could you please lead the way?" Without responding, Sumeru turned and began to walk away, leading the Konoha team behind him. Kiba pouted from the back. "What? They entrusted us with this job, yet they act so aloof." But everyone ignored his complaint. There were all kinds of clients for various missions. Perhaps this young man simply didn't feel like running errands today. The size of Hashigakure was incomparable to Konoha, and there weren't many people in the streets. Naruto estimated that if he released the Nine Tails and rolled around a few times, the village might just be flattened. At the door of a large house in the village center, Sumeru knocked, and a middle-aged man's voice called from inside, "Please come in." Sumeru pushed open the door and stepped inside, bowing slightly. "Lord Akahoshi, I've brought Konoha's ninja." Naruto followed and saw a thin man kneeling in the main seat. He gestured for Konoha and his group to sit opposite him. "Thank you for coming from so far. I am Akahoshi, the acting Hashikage of Hashigakure." Kushina asked suspiciously, "Acting Hashikage?" Akahoshi's expression remained unchanged as he explained, "A year ago, the third Hashikage passed away suddenly, and no new Hashikage has been selected yet." Naruto thought to himself, the third generation is a high-risk job. The third Hokage, the third Kazekage, the third Raikage, and now the third Hashikage, all of them had faced great danger. "You dare to call yourself a Kage?" "You're not one of the 5 great nations," Kiba said, frustrated. His dream was to become Hokage, and it irked him to see someone calling themselves a Kage without the credentials. Sumeru, standing beside him, defended his village. "What if we're not one of the 5 great nations? We are just as capable. Though we may still be a small village, we will eventually rise to the level of the 5 great ninja villages, and then I will become the Hashikage." Kiba jumped up, fists clenched. "What did you say?" "Sumeru, don't be rude." Akahoshi reprimanded sternly. "Kiba, don't cause trouble," Kushina said calmly. The two hot-blooded teenagers fell silent, glaring at each other. Now everyone understood why the boy's attitude was so sour. It wasn't that he disliked Konoha ninjas specifically, he had a disdain for all ninjas from the 5 major nations. "I apologize," Akahoshi continued. "As you know, we possess a star that other ninja villages covet. With the power of this star, we will grow into the 6th largest ninja village sooner or later. No one responded, their expressions carefully managed, though Sasuke's disdain was evident in his eyes. He felt that no one he encountered along the way could pose a challenge. Akahoshi remained unfazed and continued, that's why the star is under constant watch. I hope you can help protect it during this time and eliminate those who harbor ill intentions. Please. Kushina inquired, we have a general understanding of the situation. So where is the star? For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 152, 152. Stolen Star. 1007 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, Gemstone, Gemstone, Gemstone. Sumeru, take everyone from Konoha to the training ground, Akahoshi ordered. Then, with an apologetic tone, he added, I'm tied up with other matters, so I can't accompany you myself. It's okay, Kushina said, waving her hand dismissively. Sumeru reluctantly stood up and replied, understood. Once everyone had left, Akahoshi waited until they were far away. His expression darkened, and with a sinister smile, he called out, Nighthawk, for celestial symbols formation. 2 figures entered through the back door, a bald, heavy-set man and a wiry man with medium-length hair. Both stopped in front of Akahoshi. The time has come, Akahoshi said ominously. Start preparing for the operation. The heavier man, one of the 4 celestial symbols, hesitated. Akahoshi, are you sure about this? Of course. Akahoshi snapped, his eyes glinting with madness. As long as that person exists, my ambitions will never be realized. This is our best chance. There's no turning back now. Get ready. Nighthawk and the thin man exchanged glances before replying, understood. Sumeru led the Konoha group to a massive crater several hundred meters wide, his reluctance evident in his posture. Wow, it's incredible. Hinata and Sakura exclaimed in unison, marveling at the sight. Even Naruto, seeing it for the first time, was impressed. However, he simply crossed his arms and remarked, not bad. But I've seen bigger craters like when Pain attacked Konoha. Sumeru pointed to a small building at the center of the crater. That's the training ground. The star is enshrined inside. Some of my companions are currently training there. As they approached, Sumeru halted abruptly and addressed the group. Let me be clear, I don't entirely trust any of you. Don't try anything suspicious. The group stayed silent, except for Kiba, whose temper flared. Grabbing Sumeru by the collar, he shouted, listen, you jerk. We're only here because we were asked to protect that stupid star. Sumeru pushed Kiba back with equal intensity. Even so, how do I know you're not after the star yourselves? I don't trust outsiders. Before the argument could escalate, Naruto stepped in. Enough. Look at the training ground, the door is wide open. Isn't it supposed to be sealed during practice? Sumeru turned to the building, his face darkening with alarm. What? He sprinted towards the building, and the others followed. Inside, they found several young trainees lying unconscious on the ground. The star, which should have been on the central pedestal, was gone. Hokuto! Sumeru shouted, rushing to a girl's side. Sakura immediately moved to help but was shoved away by Sumeru. Stay back. Sumeru growled protectively. Before Sakura could respond, Sasuke had drawn his Chidori-infused blade, pressing it against Sumeru's neck. His cold eyes bore into him. Calm down, or you'll regret it. Kushina stepped forward, gently pulling Sasuke away. Stand down, Sasuke. We're here to help. Turning to Sumeru, she said, Sakura is a skilled medical ninja. Let her examine your friend. Sumeru hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. Sakura crouched beside Hokuto, her expression professional as she conducted a thorough examination. After a while, Sakura frowned. Their bodies are severely damaged, but it doesn't seem to be from an attack. It's more like a chakra-related illness. Chakra illness? Kushina asked, puzzled. Sakura nodded. Their chakra is hyperactive, and their bodies can't handle the strain. It's especially bad for this one, Jumanji, isn't it? His condition is critical. Sumeru's eyes widened. Will he recover? Sakura shook her head regretfully. It's beyond my abilities. But if we can bring him to Lady Tsunade, she might be able to save him. At that moment, Hokuto stirred awake, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Sumeru-kun. We couldn't protect the star. Sumeru clenched his fists. Don't worry. I'll get it back. Meanwhile, Kakashi surveyed the scene, noting the lack of signs of a struggle. The children had been incapacitated almost instantly. Was it genjutsu, he muttered to himself? Naruto, less analytical, was mostly distracted by how cool the star training sounded. But he couldn't shake the feeling that Akahoshi wasn't as innocent as he seemed. Kakashi approached Hokuto. Did you see who took the star? Hokuto nodded weakly. It was one person, wearing a mask. What does the star look like? Kakashi asked Sumeru. Sumeru hesitated, then replied, it's about the size of a fist, dark purple, with a faint glow. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. A radioactive meteorite? Using that for training would explain their illnesses. No wonder they're sick. This is like something out of a nightmare. Seeing no immediate leads, Kushina called out, Kiba, Akamaru. Kiba grinned confidently. Got it. I already caught a scent that doesn't belong to us. Akamaru barked in agreement. Good work, Kushina said. Team 8, you're with me. We're tracking the star thief. Kakashi, you stay here and assist Sumeru with the injured. Try to get more information from Akahoshi. Understood. As Kushina led Team 8 to track the thief, Naruto's team helped transport the injured to the infirmary. Once that was done, they accompanied Sumeru to Akahoshi's office. What? The star was stolen? Akahoshi's expression shifted rapidly, his composure cracking. I'm sorry, Kakashi said. It was gone before we arrived. We'll take responsibility for retrieving it. Do you have any leads? Akahoshi took a deep breath to steady himself. There's only one person I can think of capable of sneaking in like this, a rogue ninja from our village. She fled after defying the orders of the third Hashikage. I never expected her to target the star. Do you know where she is? Kakashi asked. Akahoshi nodded. She's hiding in the dense forest near Hell Valley. It's vast and treacherous, which is why we haven't captured her yet. Kakashi adjusted his headband. Then we'll start there. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 153. Matatabi. 1046 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone. Sumeru stepped forward and addressed Hashikage Akahoshi with determination. Lord Akahoshi, let me go after him. I promise to bring back the star intact. Akahoshi shook his head. No. You are to remain here and tend to your injured comrades. The pursuit will be left to the Konoha ninja. But Lord Akahoshi. Sumeru protested, his voice tinged with frustration. This is an order. Akahoshi's tone grew firm, his expression stern. Yes, sir. Sumeru replied reluctantly, lowering his head as he walked away in defeat. Akahoshi turned to Kakashi and his team with a grave expression. That traitor has already mastered our village's secret techniques. He can now use chakra to fly. Please proceed with caution. I will stay behind to investigate any further clues in the village. The safety of the star is in your hands. This is our mission, and we'll see it through, Kakashi replied calmly. With that, he led Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura out of Hashigakure. As they walked, Sakura voiced her concerns. Kakashi-sensei, the symptoms affecting the villagers are all strikingly similar. It has to be connected to their training. If we recover the star and they continue using it to train. She hesitated, her voice softening. It feels like we'd only be harming them further. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. What do you two think? Sasuke's response was calm and detached. Our mission is to retrieve the star. If anyone is to blame, it's the one who taught them this harmful technique. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, if this training method is truly harmful, the Hashikage would have known all along. But they've clung to it out of some unrealistic hope. This is an internal matter for their village, and we have no authority to interfere. Kakashi felt a tinge of pride. Both boys had grasped the situation. Sakura, on the other hand, seemed troubled by her empathy as a budding medical ninja clouding her judgment. Before Kakashi could respond, Naruto grinned mischievously. But if you're feeling bad about it, Sakura, we could get the star back and then let it get accidentally snatched by some ninja from Kumogakure. Problem solved, no guilt involved. Sasuke and Sakura stared at Naruto, momentarily considering his outrageous suggestion. Kakashi sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Naruto, stop fooling around. Our task is to retrieve the star. If you're that concerned, Sakura, you can try persuading Akahoshi once we're done. Understood. Sakura nodded firmly, then turned to glare at Naruto. Kakashi and Sasuke followed suit, their eyes boring into Naruto. Naruto raised his hands in mock surrender. All right. I was just joking. Geez. Meanwhile, at Hell Valley, Team 8 had reached the area. Seeing Naruto and his group approach, Kushina Uzumaki frowned. This isn't good. Akamaru whimpered softly at her side. Kiba explained, the scent disappears here. I think it's the effect of the toxic gas from the valley. Hinata added, using my Byakugan, I've scanned the area below. There's no sign of anyone passing through recently. So entering the canyon is unlikely, even with protective gear, Kakashi summarized. He considered the information Akahoshi had shared. It's possible the target flew directly to their stronghold from here, which would explain why the trail goes cold at this point. Let's proceed there next. Naruto, now the team's mode of transportation thanks to his flying Raijin Kunai, carried everyone across the canyon. However, Kiba and Akamaru still couldn't pick up any scent on the other side. With no other choice, the group moved toward the dense forest Akahoshi had mentioned. By the time they reached the forest, the sun had already set. Exhausted from their efforts, the teams decided to mark their progress and return to Hashigakure for the night. The next morning, both teams regrouped and set out early. Surprisingly, Kakashi was punctual. He had avoided his usual diversions, fully aware of the mission's importance. Naruto, however, was less enthusiastic. As the group clung to him during teleportation, he muttered under his breath, the son of the fourth Hokage, reduced to being a human taxi. How did my life end up like this? Back in the forest, the group split up to search for clues. Naruto and Kushina used Kagura's mind eye to sense chakra signatures, Shino released his insects to scout, and Kiba and Akamaru sniffed for scents. Everyone carried a flying Raijin Kunai for quick regrouping. Sakura and Sasuke, lacking advanced detection abilities, were each assigned a ninja hound. Pakken, Kakashi's trusted ninja dog, froze after catching Sakura's scent. His nose twitched, and his body stiffened in recognition. Not again. He thought. Silently, he chose a direction opposite Sakura's and bolted. Biscuit, another ninja hound, was paired with Sakura. Larger than Pakken, with yellow fur and a talkative demeanor, Biscuit sniffed the air curiously. You know, kid, your shampoo smells just like Pakken's lately. Boom. A loud crash echoed through the forest as a tree toppled dramatically. Within Naruto's subconscious, Kurama stirred. Hey, brat. There's a familiar presence nearby. Naruto blinked. Huh? It's Matatabi, Kurama clarified. Some people call her Nibi. You know, the blue two-tailed cat. Naruto nodded, remembering the kind, feminine voice of Matatabi's Jinchuriki, Yujito ni of Kumogakure. Despite her strength, she had been defeated by Kakuzu and Haiden. Still, Naruto knew her loss was no reflection of weakness. Facing the immortal duo without intel was a tall order for anyone. So Yugito is here too? Naruto asked, piecing things together. Kurama huffed. Looks like it. Kumogakure sent her, probably as a gesture of goodwill toward Hoshigakure. Or maybe they're just watching their interests. Naruto grinned slyly. Hey, Kurama, are you going to say hi to Matatabi? Kurama bristled. Why would I? What's next, a meet and greet? Idiot. Naruto laughed. Fine, fine. Tell Mom about it, though. She'll want to know. After relaying the message to Kushina, Naruto sped toward Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, how about we add a cat-catching mission to today's agenda? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. What? For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 154, 154. Natsuhi. 1036 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. After listening to Naruto's explanation, Kakashi didn't know what to say. If catching cats always involved handling creatures of this caliber, how would Konoha's shinobi even survive? This isn't the kind of cat you can just catch. Kakashi said helplessly, rubbing his temples. Forget it, let's pick up someone first. The matter of dealing with Jinchuriki-level strength was no small issue. It needed to be approached with caution. Understood, Naruto replied, creating 6 shadow clones and sending them to handle the arrangements. Meanwhile, Naruto ended up being scolded by Sakura after poking around for clues about the star thief. Naruto had been curious about whether the chakra scalpel could be lethal in a fight, which naturally didn't sit well with Sakura. Eventually, the team regrouped at Sakura's place. Aside from Naruto, none of the genin fully understood the concept of a Jinchuriki. Most of them had only heard fragmented stories about tailed beasts, the legendary creatures that had wreaked havoc in Konoha long ago, sealed away by the 4th Hokage and his wife. Come on, just let me at him, Kushina said, cracking her knuckles eagerly. She clearly preferred fighting over debating. Kakashi sighed, knowing his sensei's wife's temperament all too well. Whether it was her adamant use of the adamantine sealing chains or unleashing the Nine Tails, Kushina could certainly back up her words with action. He said resignedly, based on Naruto's intel, the Kumo shinobi are still far off, at least outside our sensory range. They likely don't even know that the star has been stolen yet. Most of them will probably head to Hoshigakure to investigate first. Naruto added, I'll send shadow clones to keep an eye on the village and intercept them if necessary. Let's focus on finding the star first, and worry about the cat later. Kakashi nodded in agreement. That's the best plan. With the star in our possession, they'll have no choice but to come to us, allowing us to act. Naruto created 3 more shadow clones, dispatching them to scout near Hoshigakure. Meanwhile, the team followed the scent trail picked up by Pakken. Near a cliff, Kushina suddenly stopped. There are people up there. 4 more are heading in the same direction, she noted. Naruto quickly activated Sage Mode and confirmed her observation. They're less than a kilometer away. Hinata, can you see anything? Hinata activated her Byakugan and gasped. It's Akahoshi and Sumeru. But Sumeru looks unconscious, he's been kidnapped. The group was stunned. Why would Hoshigakure's acting Hoshikage take one of their hostages? What could they be plotting? Kakashi deliberated briefly before instructing, let's not act rashly. Hide and observe for now. Akahoshi and his subordinates were seen confronting a long-haired woman in Hoshigakure attire. From their vantage point, the Konoha team couldn't hear the conversation but could clearly see their mouths moving. Fortunately, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Lip reading was a basic passive skill of the dojutsu. Though Kakashi could have done the same, he decided to conserve his chakra. Sasuke translated the exchange. Akahoshi, Lady Natsuhi, it really is you. Hand over the star immediately. Natsuhi, give it up, Akahoshi. If you continue using the star's radiation for training, the children will die. Akahoshi, so what? Sacrifices must be made for the village to grow stronger. Natsuhi, the third Hoshikage exiled me to prevent this exact abuse. I swore to intervene if anyone misused the star's power. I won't let you continue. Akahoshi, the third was a fool, and I killed him for it. Only I can lead Hoshigakure to surpass the 5 great nations. Natsuhi, you monster. I won't let you get away with this. Peacock Beast Jutsu. Akahoshi, hold it. Will you risk your own son's life to stop me? Kushina could no longer restrain herself. Infuriated by Akahoshi's cruelty, she stepped into the clearing, forcing the rest of the team to follow. Seeing Kushina, Akahoshi smirked. Konoha Shinobi. Perfect timing. Capture her. Before he could finish, Kushina lunged forward, landing a solid punch that sent Akahoshi flying several meters. His subordinates froze in shock, but they quickly rallied. One began weaving hand seals. Peacock art? Naruto and Sasuke struck from behind, knocking them out with swift precision. Naruto caught Sumeru and glanced at the unconscious foes disdainfully. These clowns? They thought they could hurt my mom? Akahoshi staggered to his feet, sneering. You're attacking the client? Do you realize how this will damage Konoha's reputation? Kushina frowned. She wasn't one to act impulsively, but scum like Akahoshi didn't deserve leniency. She thought briefly about Minato's likely disapproval but dismissed it. A little nagging is worth it, she thought. Natsuhi stepped forward. You don't need to worry about appearances. I'm grateful you saved my son. This is Hoshigakure's internal matter. Now, please leave the rest to me. Naruto couldn't help but notice Natsuhi's steely resolve, reminiscent of Kushina's determination. It's time to end this, Akahoshi, Natsuhi declared. You'll pay for assassinating the third and endangering my son. Peacock Beast Jutsu. Natsuhi unleashed a massive chakra beast that charged at Akahoshi. He retaliated with his own Peacock Beast, but he was noticeably weaker. After a brief clash, Natsuhi's beast overwhelmed Akahoshi, sending him hurtling backwards. I won't die here. Akahoshi shouted, forming chakra wings and leaping off the cliff to escape. Natsuhi immediately gave chase, and moments later, Akahoshi's agonized screams echoed from below. When Natsuhi returned, Sumeru had regained consciousness. Mother and son shared a tearful reunion before expressing their gratitude to the Konoha team. Sumeru even apologized for his earlier rudeness. What's next for Hoshigakure? Kushina asked. Natsuhi gestured to the unconscious subordinates. I'll take them back to the village, expose Akahoshi's crimes, and ensure a proper leader is chosen. Naruto interjected, why not become the leader yourself? The third trusted you enough to leave the star's protection in your hands. If you don't take charge, who will? For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 155, 155. As a cat, shouldn't you be meowing? 941 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. I can't do it, Natsuhi said sadly. Like Sumeru's father, I overused the star's chakra. Sumeru's father passed away a few years ago because of it, and I don't know how much time I have left. Mother. Sumeru cried out, gripping Natsuhi's hand tightly. It can be cured. Tsunade-sama of Konoha must know a way to save you. That's right, Sakura interjected, standing up decisively. Tsunade-sensei will have a solution. We can't let a mother and son, who've just reunited, face such tragedy. Moved by her son's pleading, Natsuhi finally agreed to go to Konoha to seek help. Hey, listen up. Naruto's voice suddenly broke the heavy atmosphere. One of my shadow clones just reported that a Kumogakure team is 5 kilometers from Hoshigakure. They've got a Jinchuriki with them, there are 4 of them in total. Naruto added, the clone marked the location with the flying thunder god jutsu before dispelling itself. The others self-terminated after completing their task. Kushina clenched her right fist into her left palm and smirked. So, they've finally arrived. Kumogakure team? What's going on? Natsuhi asked, confused. She hadn't been in the village for long and wasn't aware of recent developments. Naruto explained, they're here to steal your star. Our mission is to protect it. Kushina waved at the group. Sumeru can explain everything later. Let's take care of these intruders first. Come on, Naruto. Natsuhi and Sumeru stood frozen, watching the Konoha shinobi vanish with incredible speed. They had never seen such advanced techniques before. At the location of the marked clone, Kushina quickly sensed the presence of a four-person team steadily approaching. Naruto summoned 4 shadow clones, positioning them strategically around the area. He had each clone place flying thunder god markers, ensuring there was no escape route for the Kumogakure team. Soon, the Kumogakure squad arrived. The group consisted of the Jinchuriki Yujito Ni and her 3 teammates, Samui, Omoi, and Karui. Naruto immediately recognized them. Samui was a composed kunoichi with short blonde hair, fair skin, and an impressive figure rivaling Tsunade's. She often complained of shoulder pain due to the burden of her assets, a habit depicted even in certain games. Omoi, with his short white hair and dark skin, was easily identifiable by his obsession with lollipops and his anxious, pessimistic demeanor. Naruto remembered hearing a rumor about him trading a lollipop for Ringo Amiri's Kiba swords during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Karui, with her fiery red hair and similar skin tone to Omoi, had a temper to match. Naruto recalled seeing her alongside Choji Akimichi in the future, though he still couldn't understand how that pairing came to be. All 3 were disciples of Killer Bee, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, known for their exceptional kenjutsu skills. However, their presence alongside Yujito this time seemed unusual. As Naruto studied the Kumogakure team, they were also observing the Konoha group. Yujito immediately recognized Kakashi Hatake for his iconic look and reputation. Next, her gaze fell on Kushina Uzumaki, wife of the 4th Hokage, who was rumored to have aided in sealing the 9 Tails. Kushina's display of strength during the Chunin exams left no doubt that she was the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. The rest of the group consisted of younger shinobi. Yujito's initial glance overlooked Kiba and Akamaru, but she quickly realized the seriousness of the formation. Yujito stepped forward, attempting diplomacy. Konoha shinobi, this is a mission. Can we avoid unnecessary conflict? Kushina sneered and cracked her knuckles. If you're here to steal something, just say so. No need for excuses about a mission. Yujito sighed. So that's how it is. Before she could finish her sentence, Naruto acted. Forming a series of hand seals, he unleashed a massive technique. Water release, exploding water shockwave. A towering wall of water, over 30 meters high, surged forward like a tsunami, uprooting trees and smashing everything in its path. The Kumogakure team was caught off guard. They couldn't believe a seemingly ordinary Konoha shinobi could execute a jutsu of such magnitude. In unison, they gasped, "You call this water release?" "Sorry about this, and if you don't understand just read further." Kakashi and Sakura sighed, accustomed to Naruto's disregard for subtlety. However, even they were surprised by the sheer scale of the attack. Shino and Kiba stared in disbelief. Despite having seen Naruto's abilities during the Chunin exams, they still found this display over the top. Hinata blushed, clutching her chest. "Naruto-kun, you're amazing." Meanwhile, Kushina smirked. "Why didn't I think of starting fights this way? Maybe I rely on my fists too much." Faced with the impending wave, Yujito acted swiftly. Her body glowed as the blue, flame-like chakra of the 2 Tails enveloped her. Transforming into the massive form of Matatabi, she scooped her teammates onto her back just as the water surged past. Matatabi's chakra flames shielded them from the water's force without harming her teammates. As the waves receded, the surrounding area was submerged in several meters of water, though this barely reached Matatabi's knees. The Konoha group stood calmly atop the water, Naruto having ensured his allies were unharmed by manipulating the currents. Naruto grinned at the sight of the majestic blue feline. There you are. A super cool blue kitty. But then, tilting his head, he added cheekily, as a cat, shouldn't you be meowing? For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 156, 156. Battle between tailed beasts. 895 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Matatabi roared and charged toward the Konoha shinobi, water splashing under its massive paws. The temporary lake formed from the earlier battle churned violently, making the footing of those present precarious. Facing Matatabi's charge, most shinobi except for Kushina, Kakashi, and Naruto froze in fear. Even a charging elephant would cause panic among ordinary people, let alone a tailed beast many times larger. At this moment, they truly understood how terrifying the Nine-Tails' attack on Konoha had been. The strength and resolve of the fourth Hokage and Kushina during that incident became even more awe-inspiring. Kushina stepped forward, golden red chakra radiating from her body. Don't panic, she said firmly. I'm here. Before Matatabi could reach them, Kushina had already entered her full-tailed beast form. Her golden red chakra coalesced into a massive nine-tailed fox, majestic and commanding, with its tails waving behind her. Unlike most Jinchuriki, who transformed directly into their respective tailed beasts, Kushina stood within the protective chakra form of the nine tails, akin to a giant Susanoo. The other Konoha shinobi present were also shielded within the chakra on Kurama's back. Team Nine Tails, prepare to engage. There was no time to marvel at the transformation. The two colossal beasts collided with an earth-shaking force, a clash unimaginable for ordinary people. Standing on all fours, Kurama was slightly larger than Matatabi. Despite initiating the charge, Matatabi found itself at a disadvantage, pushed back by the impact. Within the protective chakra shell of the Nine Tails, the Konoha shinobi barely felt the collision. However, the trio from Kumogakure riding on Matatabi's back were caught off guard, nearly thrown off by the force of the clash. Yujito ni, Matatabi's Jinchuriki, stared in disbelief. She had not expected Konoha's Jinchuriki to fully manifest the Nine Tails. After all, no one had ever seen such a transformation from the Nine Tails before. Even Matatabi was taken aback. To her, the Nine Tails was the least cooperative of all tailed beasts. Yet, here it was, seemingly fighting in harmony with its Jinchuriki. Kurama, Matatabi growled, have you finally found someone you respect? Kurama huffed, clearly uninterested in a conversation. Save your breath, Matatabi. Let's finish this first. Matatabi sighed. You know I don't enjoy fighting you. You always go too far. That's your problem, Kurama replied dismissively. The exchange was cut short as Kurama swiped at Matatabi, sending the two-tailed beast hurtling hundreds of meters away and clearing an entire section of forest. The Kumogakure trio on Matatabi's back were violently thrown off but caught by one of the beast's tails. Even so, they were shaken, some coughing up blood from the jarring impact. It's not over yet, Kushina declared. Raising her hands, the Nine Tails opened its mouth. Yin and Yang's chakra began to converge, forming a massive, purple-black-tailed beast bomb. Matatabi, recovering quickly, retaliated by preparing its own tailed beast bomb of similar size. The two devastating attacks collided mid-air, triggering a massive explosion. The blinding white light forced everyone to shield their eyes, while the intense heat evaporated the artificial lake created by Naruto earlier. The shockwave flattened the forest for nearly a kilometer in all directions. What incredible power! Kakashi muttered, voicing the thoughts of everyone present. When the light and smoke cleared, Matatabi was gone. Within Matatabi's chakra, Yujito acknowledged the truth. In terms of raw power, the Nine Tails was stronger. Combined with Kushina's mastery, their chances of winning were slim. We're retreating, Yujito decided. She was no reckless rakage. Her team was already battered, and continuing this fight would only risk her life and theirs. Under the cover of the explosion's blinding light, Yujito and Matatabi fled, quickly putting distance between themselves and the Ninetales. But just as she started to relax, confident she had escaped, Yujito froze. Standing before her was a golden fox, the Ninetales. Matatabi came to an abrupt halt. Yujito's heart sank. How could they have gotten here first? Then, realization dawned. The young blonde-haired shinobi proficient in water release Naruto was none other than the son of the fourth Hokage. He had inherited his father's legendary flying thunder god jutsu, earning the title Second Yellow Flash. This is bad, Yujito muttered, as the golden fox began charging an attack. To her shock, the Ninetales standing before her wasn't Kushina, it was Naruto. Naruto had long been eager to test his ability to control Kurama's full power, and Kushina had allowed him the opportunity to practice. Though Kurama warned Naruto that he could only maintain the transformation for 5 minutes due to inexperience, Naruto was determined to make the most of it. Drawing on Kurama's power, Naruto prepared one of the Ninetales' signature moves. Condensing a tailed beast bomb, he swallowed it and unleashed it as a devastating beam of energy. The attack, often nicknamed the tailed beast cannon, was fast, wide-ranging, and nearly impossible to evade. Matatabi, unable to dodge in time, shielded Yujito and her teammates before taking the full brunt of the blast. As the fiery light enveloped Matatabi, Naruto grinned. Now that's what I call a mouth cannon. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 157, 157. Defeating Matatabi. 909 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Opening the minimap, Naruto sensed that the two-tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni, was weakening. Naturally, he decided to capitalize on the opportunity, striking while the iron was hot. Years of watching battles and playing strategy games had taught him one key rule: never give your opponent a chance to recover. Overwhelm them in one decisive strike. Wasting no time, Naruto launched forward, his Ninetales chakra mode flaring. He landed 2 solid punches on Yujito's face before wrapping his 9 chakra tails around her, slamming her into the ground with a force that left her momentarily stunned. As Yujito's dazed eyes spun, Naruto sighed, tailed beasts really think they can do whatever they want. Kurama's voice echoed smugly in his mind, and rightfully so. The more tails you have, the stronger you are. Shikaku and Matatabi? They're nothing compared to me. Naruto rolled his eyes. Of course, you'd say that. Ignoring Kurama's arrogance, he bound Yujito's limbs with his chakra tails. Pinching her mouth shut with his claws, he began condensing a miniature tailed beast ball. Yujito ni, Matatabi, I'll give you one chance, surrender, or else. Matatabi and Yujito couldn't decide whether to be more shocked by Naruto's audacity or by the fact that Kurama's Jinchuriki could control such a technique. This brat's unbelievable. But with Yujito's mouth pinned shut, she couldn't even respond. Seeing their hesitation, Naruto smirked and launched the miniature-tailed beast ball directly onto Matatabi's head before leaping back with the Flying Thunder God technique. As the explosion subsided, Yujito fell unconscious, her 2 tails transformation receding. Without her protection, the shockwave blasted 3 unlucky Kumonin into nearby trees, leaving them coughing blood and crumpling on the ground. Still energized, Naruto quickly sealed a portion of Matatabi's lingering chakra into a prepared sealing scroll. Tailed beast chakra is a rare material, he muttered. Might come in handy later. Scroll safely stowed, Naruto turned back to Yujito, intending to carry her back. But before he could act, 2 streaks of lightning shot toward him, Omoi and Karui. Lightning release, rising thunder slash. Cloud-style front beheading slash. The 2 charged from opposite angles, swords crackling with lightning chakra. Naruto shook his head. Their ambush was admirable but still futile. Using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu again, he teleported away, leaving the 2 Kumonin swinging at empty air. They crashed awkwardly into the dirt, battered and bloodied from their earlier encounter. Nice try, Naruto said, amused. I respect your loyalty to your comrade, but we're enemies now. He clapped his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 50 clones materialized, surrounding the pair. Naruto grinned darkly. I owe you too for how you treated me in the past. Time for payback. The clones swarmed Omoi and Karui, pummeling them mercilessly. Exhausted and already injured, the Kumonin stood no chance. Within moments, they lay groaning on the ground, faces bruised and swollen beyond recognition. Meanwhile, one of Naruto's clones checked on Samui, who had hit her head on a tree during the earlier chaos. Unlucky, he muttered, noting her unconscious state. Or maybe lucky she got the least beating of them all. With the battle finally over, Kushina and the rest of Naruto's team arrived. Upon confirming that Yujito was unconscious and Matatabi suppressed, Kushina used her adamantine sealing chains to secure the battlefield. Naruto watched his mother, slightly embarrassed by her use of Kurama's tails as transportation. I hope Kurama doesn't get mad about this, he thought nervously. Naruto, great job. Kushina said, slapping him on the back with enough force to knock him forward. Take it easy. Naruto groaned. But yeah, it was fun. Kakashi, observing quietly, smiled behind his mask. Minato-sensei, your son has grown incredibly strong. Obito, if only you could see this. Hinata, relieved to see Naruto unharmed, thought, Naruto-kun is amazing. I need to work harder so I can stand by his side. She absently rubbed her eyes, which had been itching lately from her intense training. Sasuke, meanwhile, gripped the hilt of his Kiba blades. Naruto's strength has grown again. Even with Chidori, I might not match him now. If only I had Itachi's eyes. Kiba, holding Akamaru, felt a mix of awe and frustration. Damn it. Compared to Naruto, my new jutsu feels like a cheap trick. Sakura, more composed than the others, approached Naruto with a teasing grin. Hey, Naruto, why did you beat those two Kumonins so badly, but only knocked Samui and Yujito out? Could it be that their looks made you go soft? Naruto rolled his eyes. Sakura, if you're going to mock me, at least don't embarrass yourself in the process. Sakura blinked, confused. Then, glancing at Samui, she noticed the difference. Looking down at herself, she froze, face flushing with anger. Uzumaki Naruto, she yelled, raising her fist. Naruto darted behind Hinata, using her as a shield. Hey, it's not my fault. You brought it up. Get back here. Sakura chased him while the others laughed, the tense atmosphere from the battle dissolving into light-hearted chaos. After calming down, the group tied up the Kumonin and Yujito. Naruto turned to Kushina. What should we do with them? For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 158. Solving the Crisis. 929 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone. The situation couldn't be handled directly, as it was not during a time of war. In this case, since taking a life was unavoidable, the opinions of the client, the leadership of Hoshigakure, the village hidden in the stars, had to be considered. Natsuhi, who had already exposed Akahoshi's crimes, successfully became the new leader of Hoshigakure. Her prestige far exceeded Akahoshi's, as her leadership style was rational and thoughtful, unlike Akahoshi's oppressive and reckless methods. Understanding the consequences of provoking Kumogakure, the village hidden in the clouds, one of the 5 great shinobi nations, Natsuhi made a calculated decision. She released the 4 captured Kumogakure shinobi to avoid further conflict, even though Akahoshi's actions had nearly sparked war by targeting their families. Before their release, Natsuhi summoned Hoshigakure's key members in front of the 4 prisoners and declared, the 3rd Hoshikage banned the use of the meteorite, star, long ago, recognizing its harmful effects on the body. However, Akahoshi maliciously restarted the practice. Today, I will destroy the meteorite once and for all. Additionally, I will renounce the title of Hoshikage. This village will focus on rebuilding itself from the ground up until we are truly worthy of being called a hidden village. With chakra swirling in her hands, Natsuhi crushed the meteorite into powder and tossed it into the air in front of the Kumogakure shinobi. This is what you came for. Take it and leave. You little dash. Karui, known for her fiery temper, struggled against her bindings, ready to lash out despite being restrained. Naruto quickly asked Hinata to block the prisoner's chakra points with her gentle fist technique, ensuring they wouldn't retaliate once freed. Hinata, understanding Naruto's subtle intent to let her vent her frustrations over past grievances, executed the technique without hesitation. As for the prisoner's eventual escape, Naruto reasoned it was up to the Raikage and the Two-Tails Jinchuriki to handle. With the sea as their only route back to Kumogakure, they wouldn't have to worry about interference from other rogue organizations. With the crisis resolved, Hoshigakure began its path to recovery under Natsuhi's leadership. The village sent a group of injured children to Konoha for medical treatment, accompanied by Naruto and his team. On the journey, the children marveled at the world outside their village. Their excitement mirrored Kiba's joy when walking Akamaru for a stroll. However, their awe quickly turned to amazement when they noticed Konoha's shinobi of similar age reading or practicing chakra control even while traveling. The dedication of these ninja from the 5 great nations was a stark contrast to Hoshigakure's reliance on shortcuts like the meteorite's power. Inspired, the children resolved to train using their abilities after recovering. Yet, much of their motivation stemmed from witnessing Naruto's strength firsthand. Observing him train, even after completing his mission, spurred them to follow his example. The mission was deemed a success. Although the original client had perished, Hoshigakure expressed gratitude to Konoha for their intervention. Witnessing the battle between the Two-Tails and Naruto's team from afar left no doubt in the villagers' minds that without Konoha's help, they couldn't have survived. After returning to Konoha, Team 7 took a few days off. Naruto began training in Sage Mode under Fukasaku's guidance at Mount Mayaboku. Seated atop a massive stone pillar, he attempted to empty his mind, as instructed. The gentle sounds of nature calmed him, and for a brief moment, he forgot his surroundings and identity. It seems 3 lazy frogs are still waiting for me to bring their food. Startled, Naruto lost his balance and plummeted headfirst. Fukasaku caught him mid-air with his tongue, placing him back on the ground as the slate he'd been sitting on shattered below. Take a break, Naruto. You've improved a lot recently, Fukasaku said. Naruto nodded, wandering off into the giant jungle to find a leaf large enough to serve as a bed. As he lay on the swaying leaf, he reflected on his progress. Despite a happy life with friends, family, and even a special someone, his training in Sage Mode frustrated him. His inability to quiet his thoughts made the process slower than expected. In the sealed space of Naruto's mind, Kurama watched him sleep, his brow furrowed even in rest. With a sigh, the Nine-Tails gathered a small amount of chakra on the tip of his tail, offering it silently. Meanwhile, Sakura, looking utterly exhausted, joined Naruto and the team. Why so down, Sakura? Weren't we all on break? Naruto asked curiously. Scratching her pink hair in frustration, Sakura groaned. You may have had a vacation, but I was stuck helping at the hospital the entire time. Naruto remembered the influx of patients from Hoshigakure and guest Tsunade had assigned Sakura extra duties. Shisho must want you to gain more experience, he offered in consolation. Sakura sighed deeply. That's what I thought at first. Tsunade-sama gave me a 1-hour crash course, then dumped every patient on me, claiming she had urgent village matters to attend to. But last night, Shizen-san and I found her at an izakaya with Jiraiya-sama, both completely drunk. Jiraiya-sama had also ditched his responsibilities to discuss important matters with her. Naruto could only laugh awkwardly. Ah. Well, that does sound like them. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxano. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 159. Ryuchi Cave. 762 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Sakura frustratedly ruffled her long pink hair and complained, I've been living in the hospital for days, barely getting any sleep at night, just to treat and care for those patients. How can I have such an unreliable teacher? Naruto remained silent. He couldn't help but feel that Konoha's higher-ups often left their subordinates in difficult situations. The advisors from the previous generation clung tightly to power, making things harder for everyone else. Just then, Sasuke arrived, noticeably late, with a faint, smug smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Sasuke-kun. Sakura immediately composed herself, smoothing her hair in mere seconds. She clung to Sasuke's arm and began recounting her tale of woe. Sasuke replied nonchalantly, You've worked hard. That short acknowledgement made Sakura's heart leap, leaving her feeling as refreshed as if she had sipped ice-cold lemonade on a sweltering summer day. Sakura's thoughts, Sasuke-kun actually comforted me. What should we name our child in the future? Naruto, unimpressed, teased, What's with the grin, Sasuke? Did Uncle Fugaku finally praise you, or did Itachi take you on vacation? Instead of answering, Sasuke pulled away from Sakura's embrace and bit his thumb. Forming a few hand seals, he slammed his palm to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A snake about 3 to 4 meters long appeared in a puff of smoke, flicking its tongue as it respectfully greeted, Master Sasuke. Sasuke nodded in satisfaction, his pride evident as he awaited Naruto's reaction. Naruto, genuinely surprised, exclaimed, Wait, is this one of the snakes from Ryuchi Cave? Sasuke smirked and nodded proudly. Sakura, initially startled by the snake, quickly regained her composure upon realizing it was Sasuke's summon. Curiosity piqued, she asked, I thought Orochimaru's summons came from Ryuchi Cave? How did you manage to form a contract with them? This was a gift from my brother, Sasuke began. He then recounted the story behind it. The chain of events began when Naruto helped Izumi Uchiha capture Mizuki. During Mizuki's interrogation by the Konoha police force, they discovered the location of a hidden Orochimaru base that even his Sound 4 guards were unaware of. After reporting this to the Hokage, Minato assigned Itachi, Shisui, Izumi, and Anko to investigate. Their mission was to confirm whether Orochimaru had faked his death. The team successfully raided the base, rescuing several captives, eliminating guards, and seizing valuable items. Among the findings were Orochimaru's forbidden ninjutsu scrolls, the Ryuchi Cave summoning contract, and a mysterious ring engraved with the kanji for void. The scrolls were sealed away, the contract was entrusted to Anko, and the ring was handed over to the cipher decoding team for analysis. At Itachi's special request, Sasuke was granted permission to sign the summoning contract. Now, after days of training, Sasuke eagerly showcased his newfound summoning ability to his teammates. Naruto's impressed expression made Sasuke feel the effort was worth it. However, Sasuke omitted one detail from his story: his earlier feelings of inadequacy. After witnessing Naruto's strength during their last mission, he had been brooding by a small lake, tossing pebbles in frustration. Itachi, noticing his younger brother's distress, approached him. What's wrong, Sasuke? Did the mission not go well? No, the mission was fine, Sasuke admitted. But I didn't contribute much. Naruto fought at a level I can't even reach yet. I'm still too weak. Itachi, ever the supportive elder brother, picked up a flat stone and skimmed it across the water. Sasuke, battles like those often rely on partnerships. For example, summoning a powerful beast can level the playing field in situations like that. Where can I find such a partner? Sasuke asked, his determination rekindled. Leave it to me, Itachi replied with a smile. Later, Sasuke practiced stone skipping alongside Itachi, though his attempts didn't quite match his brother's skill. Regardless, the sunset painted a warm glow over the two Uchiha brothers as they headed home, their bond as strong as ever. Back in the present, Naruto inspected the snake and asked, Does it have a name? Pleased, Sasuke nodded, and the snake answered, I am called Aokusa. Naruto raised an eyebrow. All right, Aokusa, do you know whether Orochimaru is truly dead? The snake flicked its tongue, responding cryptically, only the winds of Ryuchi Cave know for sure. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. P@Trian/Iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 160, 160. Rakeage. 896 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact situation, Aoda said, but I've heard that Lord Manda often curses Orochimaru for not providing him with enough sacrifices. Kakashi closed his book and asked, Naruto, do you still believe Orochimaru isn't dead? Naruto sighed helplessly. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like we have any useful information for now. After Aoda sought Sasuke's permission, he dispelled the summoning technique. Sasuke then pulled out a scroll and handed it to Naruto. Here's what you asked for. Ah, the chakra wing technique. Naruto exclaimed, eagerly unrolling the scroll. It detailed the peacock seal and the method of chakra manipulation required. This seemed like a fun technique for his shadow clones to try out. Sasuke pointed at the final lines of the scroll and warned, don't get too excited. This secret technique has some flaws. It appears to demand high chakra quality, which most ninjas might not meet. Naruto grinned. That's not a problem. Even if my chakra isn't perfect, Kurama's chakra is more than enough. There's no way the power from that tiny piece of meteorite could surpass the Nine Tails chakra. However, realizing he couldn't master the technique right away, Naruto decided to consult his father or Jiraiya to adapt it. After all, walking around with butterfly-like wings would look a little strange. Kakashi clapped his hands to get their attention. Alright, let's focus. We're heading to the Land of Wind next. What kind of mission? Sakura asked, her expression immediately shifting to concern. Wait, the desert? That's going to ruin my skin. Relax, Kakashi replied, ignoring her complaints. It's a communication and escort mission. He held up a scroll. We're delivering this to Tsunagakure, then escorting their liaison officer back. Tsunagakure? Did something happen? Naruto asked curiously. I just received word that Gaara has been appointed as the 5th Kazekage, Kakashi explained. He's planning to hold a joint Chunin exam in about 2 months. Kazekage? Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were shocked. The last time they'd seen Gaara felt like just yesterday. Kakashi nodded. Yes. The position has been vacant for nearly a year. In that time, Gaara has worked tirelessly, taking on countless missions and earning widespread respect. It's no surprise he was chosen. He's the son of the 4th Kazekage, after all, and his transformation over the past year has been remarkable. After saying their goodbyes, Team Kakashi set off for the Land of Wind. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, the 4th Raikage, roared as he hurled his desk out the window. Damn it, he shouted. Below, a passing ninja caught the desk mid-air, expertly shielding themselves from the shattered glass before calmly returning it to the office. Phew, I thought Raikage-sama was in trouble. He hasn't thrown anything for a month. Good to see he's back to normal. Inside the office, Yujito Ni and Samui remained composed, while Omoi and Karui, being younger, appeared uneasy. Mabui sighed as she took notes, muttering about whether the windows should remain glassless in the future. Lord Raikage, Mabui began, we know the star damages the human body. It's not worth pursuing. Instead, we should focus on the fact that there are 2 Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You're right, Raikage conceded. But is it some Konoha secret, or just Kurama's unique ability? Yujito, do you have any insight into this? Mabui asked. Yujito shook her head. Not at all. Matatabi doesn't know of the Nine-Tails having such an ability either. Perhaps we should ask B? Raikage turned into a bald ninja. Where is B? The ninja hesitated. He's at a concert. Raikage's temple throbbed. Moments later, he leapt out the broken window, reappearing 5 minutes later with Killer B in tow. B sported a fresh fist mark on his face but immediately began rapping. Yo, bro, why you gotta hit me? Rhymes and beats, they come so easy. Raikage sighed and motioned for Mabui to explain the situation. After hearing everything, B fell silent, seemingly consulting Yuki. Unfortunately, Yuki had no answers either. Kurama's chakra split was as much a mystery to the Eight Tails as it was to everyone else. B finally broke his silence. Even the Hachibi don't know the tale. But let's wrap it out and never fail. Raikage sent B flying again, this time through a wall. B stumbled to his feet, brushing off the dust, and began scribbling lyrics in his notebook. Elsewhere, Obito brooded in the shadows, digesting the latest intel from Zetsu. The fourth Hokage sealed the Nine Tails back then, Obito muttered. Given the Uzumaki vitality, it's not surprising Kushina survived. But two Jinchuriki? This makes no sense. Kurama isn't a summon animal you can split apart. How's Akatsuki's progress? Obito asked. At this rate, it will take 2 years, Black Zetsu replied. Too slow, Obito said, narrowing his eyes. We're already moving as fast as possible. Funds are tight, and finding trustworthy recruits isn't easy. Any more pressure, and it'll raise suspicions, Zetsu explained. Obito clenched his fists in frustration. Fine. But make sure there are no delays. The Moon's Eye plan must succeed. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 161, 161. Sunagakure. 1062 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Funds and such, maybe they're all hidden in the shadows, White Zetsu rambled incoherently. Obito ignored him and said, didn't you say there's a suitable candidate in the land of Earth? Black Zetsu replied, Conan has already gone to investigate. It's said to be someone with a penchant for explosions. White Zetsu chuckled. That guy and Conan must get along. Hey, do you think they'll blow up Iwagakure? Maybe they will. Shut up, Black Zetsu snapped, closing the 2 large leaves of his Venus flytrap-like structure as he slowly sank into the ground. Obito touched his mask and muttered, just a little longer. We're almost there. Just a little longer. We're almost there, Kakashi reassured Naruto and Sakura, who were beginning to show signs of irritation. It was the 4th day of their journey. The desert was truly inhospitable, freezing at night and unbearably hot during the day. If it weren't for Jiraiya's prior instructions that he should only use the flying thunder god jutsu in emergencies, Naruto would have already teleported to Gaara using the kunai he had sent ahead. Throughout the journey, Naruto had been using chakra to create water for cooling down, but even that wasn't enough to ease the oppressive heat. He panted, it's amazing how Gaara manages to run around in this kind of environment for missions. His armor isn't for sun protection, is it? Sakura, equally frustrated with the harsh conditions, added, even sunscreen can't hold up here. When I get back, I'll need a proper skincare routine. Thankfully, we study medicine, so I'm not too worried. She looked at Naruto. Naruto, can you make more water for me? Sasuke silently followed, occasionally taking water from Naruto without saying much. While he disliked the desert as much as the others, he refused to voice his complaints. He wouldn't let Naruto outshine him in endurance. If it weren't for Naruto's water, though, he might have been in a worse state. Naruto grumbled, I swear, when I see Gaara, I'm going to tell him, if you want prosperity, start with infrastructure, build roads and plant more trees. Sakura rolled her eyes. Naruto, where did you even hear that? And by the way, the shinobi world generally encourages having more children, not fewer. Naruto paused, pondering this, before shaking his head. Whatever. The point is, planting trees will improve the environment. It's extremely difficult to grow trees in the desert, Kakashi said, recalling a certain figure. Unless someone here has the first Hokage's abilities, any greenery project would be exhausting. Naruto sighed, still amazed by the Sand siblings' unique abilities. Temari's fan could destroy an entire forest. Talk about deforestation. Kankuro picks through the wood for his puppets, wasting resources. And Gaara? He can turn even the most fertile soil into sand with his jutsu. If anything, they're contributors to desertification. The group chuckled, their conversation a welcome distraction from the grueling journey. Eventually, they arrived at the gates of Sunagakure. The towering walls of Sunagakure loomed above them, with only a narrow entrance to the so-called Line of Heaven. Naruto activated his sensory abilities, detecting numerous shinobi stationed along the walls. He also sensed that the gatekeeper's chakra was much weaker than Izumo and Kotetsu's, not to mention Iruka's. "I'm sorry for the wait. Please follow me," the gatekeeper said after verifying their identities. The four followed the man into the village. "Captain Yura, these four are Konoha shinobi here to deliver a message to the Kazekage," the gatekeeper reported. "I understand. Leave them to me," Yura replied, nodding. He turned to Team 7. "Thank you for coming all this way. I'll take you to see Lord Kazekage." Yura wore a white turban, with a mustache and sideswept bangs covering one eye. Naruto mused that if Yura dyed his hair blonde and drew curly eyebrows, he could pass for a Sanji impersonator. However, Naruto also remembered that Yura was a sleeper agent planted by Sasori of the Red Sand. With his memory currently sealed, Yura was oblivious to his role as a spy. As they walked through the village, Naruto mentally vowed to warn Gaara. If they weren't careful, Yura might unwittingly lead the Akatsuki here in the future. The Kazekage's office was an orb-shaped building with the kanji 4 wind written on its exterior, a fitting design for Gaara, whose techniques often involve spheres of sand. "Lord Kazekage, the Konoha shinobi have arrived," Yura announced, stepping aside to let Team 7 enter before leaving. Inside, Gaara was flanked by Temari and Baki, who seemed to be assisting him with paperwork. "Welcome to Sunagakure," Gaara greeted, standing up. Naruto stifled a laugh. At 13, Gaara still hadn't grown into his Kazekage robes, giving the impression of a child playing dress-up. It was oddly endearing. Kakashi approached respectfully, handing a scroll to Baki. Regardless of Gaara's age, he was a Kage and deserved proper deference. After reviewing the scroll, Gaara nodded. "Thank you. I'll prepare a reply shortly. In the meantime, feel free to explore the village." "Really?" Sakura brightened. Though tired from the journey, the idea of exploring the village lifted her spirits. Temari offered, "I'll guide you and arrange a place for you to rest." The streets of Sunagakure were far less bustling than Konoha's, and the buildings were all a uniform shade of beige. Naruto found the environment exotic but couldn't quite articulate why. Temari began her tour. "Sunagakure may not be as lively as Konoha, but we have our unique specialties. For instance, that toy shop uses basic puppet techniques to create toys even non-shinobi children can control." Naruto eagerly bought a few for Konohamaru and his friends. Seeing Sakura's lack of interest, Temari added, "Over there is a cosmetics store. We sell excellent sunscreen and moisturizers that are highly popular among the women here." Sakura perked up immediately. "Really? That's just what I need." Naruto also made a few purchases, gifts for Hinata, his mother, and Karen. "And finally, there's this stand with Sunagakure's signature snacks." Naruto instinctively clutched his frog-shaped wallet. "For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading." Chapter 162, 162. Yura. 911 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. After strolling through the streets, Naruto returned with a bunch of goods, but his little frog purse was completely empty. To make matters worse, he had borrowed some money from Sasuke. Although people often claim that Sunagakure is barren, it is still one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Its resources may be limited compared to others, but it is far from destitute. Unexpectedly, Temari had a knack for being a tour guide. She subtly encouraged the group to shop and enjoy themselves, which not only entertained their Konoha guests but also contributed to Sunagakure's economy. Konoha's white fang, die. Just as everyone was having a good time, an elderly woman suddenly appeared and threw a punch at Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Hearing the mention of his father's name seemed to catch him off guard, and he didn't dodge in time. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke stood to the side, carrying shopping bags. They didn't intervene, as the old woman wasn't particularly fast, and they were confident she couldn't harm Kakashi. Temari, however, reacted quickly. She drew her giant fan and stepped between them, shouting, "Granny Chio, what are you doing?" Chio, her expression fierce, demanded, "Step aside. This man is the son of the white fans of Konoha, the man who killed my son and daughter-in-law and ruined my grandson's life." Temari stood firm and explained, "You're mistaken. This is Hitaki Kakashi, not the white fang." Granny Chio paused, squinting as she inspected Kakashi closely. After a moment, she realized her mistake. "Ah, that's right. The white fang is already dead." Temari exhaled in relief and lowered her fan. "Please be more careful next time." Chio chuckled awkwardly. "My apologies, my eyesight isn't what it used to be." She turned and walked away. Temari sighed and turned to Kakashi. "I'm so sorry, Granny Chio can get overly emotional." Kakashi waved it off. "It's fine. No harm done." Naruto, however, wasn't convinced. He muttered under his breath that old hag didn't seem all that remorseful. Maybe she really just wanted to hit Kakashi-sensei. Bad eyesight, huh? Funny how her vision improves during battles. Still, Chio's outburst soured the group's mood, so they decided to cut their shopping trip short and followed Temari to their lodging. On the way, Naruto asked, "Why did Gaara suddenly decide to host the Chunin exams?" Temari hesitated before responding. "I suppose it's fine to tell you. Even though Gaara has become the 5th Kazekage, his position is still precarious." She continued, "Our father, the 4th Kazekage, made some terrible decisions. His experiments not only cost countless lives, including our mothers, but also caused Gaara to lose control of Shikaku. The result was Gaara's transformation from a sweet child into the terrifying figure everyone in Sunagakure feared. After the failed invasion of Konoha, Gaara returned to the village as a prisoner. His reputation hit rock bottom, and becoming Kazekage under such circumstances was incredibly difficult." Temari explained that Gaara worked tirelessly to rebuild his reputation, taking on mission after mission. Since he was used to sleepless nights due to Shikaku, he pushed himself even harder, determined to prove his worth. Temari and Kankuro supported him as much as they could, but even they couldn't keep up with his grueling pace. Eventually, Gaara earned enough respect to be recognized as Kazekage. Even Maki, the acting Kazekage, willingly stepped aside, feeling unworthy of the title. However, not everyone was pleased with Gaara's rise to power. Some harbored grudges against him, while others simply opposed his leadership for personal gain. Gaara, knowing this, decided to draw out his opponents by hosting a large-scale event, the Joint Chunin Exams. He believed that such a high-profile event would compel his enemies to reveal themselves, allowing him to deal with them decisively and bring stability to Sunagakure. As Temari recounted these events, Naruto and his friends couldn't help but admire Gaara's resolve. For a 13-year-old boy to bear such a heavy burden and work tirelessly for the future of his village was nothing short of remarkable. When they arrived at the hotel, Temari showed them to their rooms. Naruto looked around and remarked, "Not bad. At least it's not some cardboard bed like the Underworld Olympics." Just as Temari was about to leave, Naruto stopped her. "Wait a minute." Temari turned, puzzled. "Is there something else?" Naruto activated a soundproof barrier, his serious demeanor catching even Kakashi's attention. "Do you know the Yura who greeted us earlier?" Temari thought for a moment. "Yura? He's the captain of the guard unit. He's known for being meticulous and hardworking. Maki holds him in high regard." "Why?" Naruto frowned. "I sensed something strange in his chakra, specifically in his brain. He may be been manipulated. If he's in charge of security, you should be cautious." Temari's expression darkened. "Are you certain?" Naruto nodded. "I can't say for sure what's going on, but it's better to be safe than sorry." Temari thanked him and left, her mind already racing with thoughts about Yura. Naruto, meanwhile, muttered to himself, "I could have told Gaara directly, but..." Shikaku's voice is just too annoying. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 163. Dragon Ball. 946 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, Gemstone. Temari left with a heavy heart. The possibility of a spy being responsible for the defense of Sunagakure weighed on her. If she couldn't uncover the truth, she knew she wouldn't sleep soundly. The next day, when Naruto arrived at the Kazekage's office, he noticed something unusual. Temari's tired expression showed she hadn't slept, and now she sported dark circles under her eyes. Gaara, as always, had his characteristic dark rings beneath his eyes, but now Temari and Maki had their own new set, the result of their sleepless night. Thank you for the information, Maki said, despite his exhaustion. He knew that without Naruto's tip, their situation could have escalated into a greater disaster. After an overnight investigation, they discovered that Yura, a trusted village shinobi, had been manipulated through a subtle genjutsu. Chio, with her extensive knowledge, confirmed the technique bore the signature of Sasori of the Red Sand. The revelation left Maki drenched in cold sweat. Sasori, an S-rank rogue ninja, was infamous for his ability to devastate entire nations. If Sunagakure's defense secrets had fallen into his hands, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Thankfully, discovering this early not only prevented a potential disaster but also gave Sunagakure a chance to use Yura as a double agent. You're welcome, ally, Naruto said with a grin, satisfied that he had managed to frustrate the Akatsuki's plans. Gaara handed a scroll to Temari. I've written the response. Temari, you will accompany Naruto to Konoha to discuss the upcoming Chunin exams. I'm counting on you, sister. Temari felt a rush of happiness but quickly masked it to maintain the image of the dignified elder sibling of the Kazekage. She resisted the urge to ruffle Gaara's hair. However, Naruto couldn't help but find Gaara's phrasing amusing. It sounds like you're entrusting us with an important package, he muttered, before thinking, Shikamaru, if you want a wife, just say so already. Kakashi, ever calm, acknowledged Gaara's instructions and bid him farewell. Wait, Gaara said. He removed his Kazekage hat, placed it on the desk, and retrieved a large box. Naruto, this is a personal gift from me. Naruto immediately understood. He patted his chest and said with confidence, don't worry, whether it's the gift or other matters, I'll handle everything perfectly. Gaara nodded, personally escorting the group out of the village gates. On the journey, Naruto noticed Temari yawning repeatedly. Are you okay? We can rest for a bit if you need to. I'm fine, Temari replied, brushing it off. This is nothing. Don't underestimate the stamina of a Sunagakure kunoichi, ha. You're not convincing at all, Naruto teased. By the way, where's Kankuro? I haven't seen him. Temari let out a sigh. He's holed up at home, tinkering with his puppets. If he doesn't have a mission, he doesn't leave his workshop. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Has he always been like this? No, it started after he came back from exploring those ruins recently, Temari admitted. Naruto's curiosity was piqued. So, what's he building now? Some kind of steel puppet. He says it's indestructible, but seriously, if it were that easy, our puppets would have been upgraded ages ago. Naruto chuckled. You don't get it. Tech geniuses like Kankuro are capable of anything. Who knows? Maybe one day he'll build a giant robot or even a full Gundam. Temari laughed her earlier fatigue lifting. The group continued their journey, chatting about light-hearted topics. That evening, they camped in the desert. Naruto pulled out a scroll and summoned an impressive array of supplies: tents, cooking utensils, ingredients, and even dry firewood. Temari watched in awe as the team worked in unison. Sasuke gathered firewood, Sakura set up the tents, and Naruto prepared the cooking tools. Kakashi, meanwhile, skillfully cut vegetables and meat for a stew. When dinner was served, the trio exclaimed in unison, "It's delicious." Their synchronized actions and expressions left Temari speechless. Kakashi-sensei, this is amazing. Temari praised after taking a sip of the soup. Kakashi smiled. I learned this recipe from a veteran genin during my early missions. It's simple but perfect for the field. Temari couldn't help but compare Konoha's methods to Tsunagekyu's. Back home, field missions meant dry rations and military pills. Here, it felt more like camping with friends. After her second bowl, Temari thought to herself, forget being a ninja. This is living. After 3 days of travel, the group reached a small town in the land of rivers. By this time, Temari had fully integrated into their routine. She even looked forward to Kakashi's nightly soup-making sessions. However, as they entered the town, 2 figures in white cloaks blocked their path. Please stop, one of them said. Judging by your forehead protectors, you must be Konoha shinobi. May I ask your names? Naruto grinned mischievously. Kakarote. Sasuke, ever stoic, added, Vegeta. Sakura chimed in, Bulma. Kakashi sighed, playing along. Sakata Jintoki. Temari stood frozen, utterly confused by their antics. Before she could protest, Naruto introduced her. This is Videl from Tsunagakure. The cloaked men seemed puzzled by the names but decided not to question it further. One of them removed his hood. We're looking for information about the disciple of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Naruto instantly recognized them. With a groan, he muttered to himself, Dad, do you want to get involved or not? For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 164, 164. Jiraiya's Romantic Debts. 931 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, Gemstone Gemstone Gemstone. I'm familiar with Jiraiya's disciples. Naruto grinned. But I can't just share details with strangers, can I? His teammates rolled their eyes. Familiar? More like overly familiar. The older woman introduced herself. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. My name is Sayaka, and this is Miss Shizuka. We're from Nadeshiko Village. Nadeshiko Village is a land of kunoichi, where only women reside. To sustain the village's growth, women of age challenge strong outsiders, and those who defeat them are brought back to father children. It's a unique tradition. Decades ago, during Jiraiya's travels, he stumbled upon Nadeshiko Village, naturally sneaking in to gather research material, only to be caught. Back then, Jiraiya was still a tall, charming young man. The village leader at the time, Shizuka's master, fell for him at first sight and challenged him to a duel, as per the village's customs. If Jiraiya won, he could leave freely, but Jiraiya declared he already had someone in his heart, despite his wandering lifestyle. Though the village leader was stunning, Jiraiya stayed true to his feelings and cleverly fought her to a draw, using his wit to postpone the match to the next generation of their apprentices. True to his old-fashioned loyalty, Jiraiya's feelings for Tsunade ran deep, to the point of forsaking an entire forest for a single crooked tree. Years later, after the original village leader passed away, Shizuka inherited her master's will and set out to fulfill the long-standing promise. Despite her own struggles, including losing her first love, a non-shinobi ill-suited for this harsh world, Shizuka trained relentlessly to grow stronger. After her master's death, Shizuka resolved to leave Nadeshiko village with Sayaka to find Jiraiya's disciples and uphold her master's wishes. After hearing Sayaka's explanation, Naruto nudged Kakashi with his elbow. What do you think? Kakashi paused thoughtfully. Nadeshiko village, huh? I've heard of it. If there's such an agreement, we'll need to confirm it with Lord Jiraiya. Naruto sighed, exasperated. I'm not asking about the agreement. I'm asking if you'd consider extending the Hatake bloodline. Sakura and Temari exchanged incredulous glances. So this kind of village really exists? Sayaka, seemingly oblivious, asked, It looks like you're headed back to Konoha. Could we accompany you? Kakashi shrugged. I don't see why not. They need to speak with Jiraiya anyway. The group spent the night at an inn, resuming their journey the next day with Sayaka and Shizuka in tow. Sayaka was talkative, eagerly chatting with Kakashi. Shizuka, however, remained silent, her expression serene, as if indifferent to worldly concerns. She didn't so much as glance at Sasuke, whose good looks often drew attention, much to Sakura's relief. Still, Sakura couldn't let her guard down. After seeing Shizuka remove her cloak at the inn, revealing a mature and striking figure, she became wary, especially considering how protective she was of Sasuke. When the group finally arrived in Konoha, Izumo and Kotetsu greeted them warmly. "Yo, Kakashi. Back already?" Izumo leaned in conspiratorially and raised an eyebrow. "So, who are the beauties?" Sayaka and Shizuka, catching the whispered exchange, hesitated. "Wait. Isn't his name Sakata Jintoki?" They glanced at the group suspiciously, wondering if pseudonyms were in play. Sasuke's expression didn't waver, even as the lie unraveled. Naruto and Sakura exchanged awkward glances, while Temari stayed silent, amused by the unfolding drama. Kakashi chuckled. "It's common for shinobi to use codenames on missions, right?" Sayaka reluctantly accepted the explanation, though she seemed surprised to learn this man was the infamous Konoha technician. After explaining the situation to Izumo and Kotetsu, Kakashi arranged for Sayaka and Shizuka to wait at the village gate while he and the team reported their mission and consulted Jiraiya. "I'll find Pervy Sage," Naruto announced before sprinting off. Kakashi sighed. Somehow, he felt Naruto was up to something. He decided to discuss it with Minato-sensei later. Naruto eventually tracked down Jiraiya, finding him in his office actually working, to his surprise. "What's up, Naruto?" Jiraiya asked, looking up from his papers. Naruto crossed his arms, feigning seriousness. "Pervy Sage, come with me." "Impossible." Jiraiya slammed his pen on the desk. "I'm working on something important." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Go on, what's so important?" Jiraiya hesitated, realizing he might have revealed too much. It's classified. Even you can't know about it." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Sure, a classified mission near the women's bathhouse. Anyway, your romantic debts have come knocking." Jiraiya frowned. "What nonsense. I have no romantic debts." "Two women from Nadeshiko village are waiting at the gate for you," Naruto said. "Ring any bells?" Jiraiya froze. Nadeshiko village. Nostalgia flickered across his face. Just then, the office door slammed open. Tsunade leaned against the frame, arms crossed, her gaze sharp. "Go on, Jiraiya. What about Nadeshiko village?" Jiraiya, Ovo. "Tsunade, let me explain." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "I'm listening." Scrambling to save himself, Jiraiya recounted the events from decades ago. Tsunade's expression softened slightly. She glanced at Naruto. "Is that accurate?" "Mostly," Naruto replied. "Except for the part where he bragged about being dashing and irresistible." "Oh, and the original village leader passed away." Relieved that the crisis had passed, Jiraiya's cheeky grin returned. "Naruto, what do you mean except that part?" Naruto smirked. "Haha. Tsunade, haha. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 165. Promise. 890 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone. Tsunade had stepped out under the pretense of fetching documents, only to stumble upon startling news. Jiraiya, the infamous Toad Sage, had gotten himself entangled in some mess with Nadeshiko village, also known as the Widow Village. Naturally, Jiraiya wasn't killed by Tsunade after the revelation, though she certainly considered it. Instead, he nervously approached the village gates alongside Naruto to meet the visitors. After a brief exchange, they decided to relocate to a small restaurant for privacy. Discussions of this nature weren't suited for open streets. As they settled, Shizuka's attendant, Sayaka, broke the silence. Lord Jiraiya, the promise you made all those years ago, does it still stand? Jiraiya hesitated, scratching the back of his head. Of course. A promise is a promise, he declared with forced confidence. As a Toad sage, he couldn't very well go back on his word. Sayaka nodded. Then I request that your apprentice duel with Lady Shizuka. Jiraiya's eyes darted to Shizuka. Judging by her age, she seemed about as old as Naruto. An idea struck him, and he quickly turned to his godson. Naruto, what do you think? Me? What's this got to do with me? Naruto protested. I'm not your apprentice. Your apprentice is the Hokage. Why don't you drag Dad into this mess instead? Naruto's smirk grew sly. Better yet, why don't you bring them to my house and see if Mom kills you first or them? Jiraiya broke into a nervous sweat. When he'd made this arrangement decades ago, it hadn't occurred to him that Minato was already hopelessly in love with Kushina. In hindsight, it was sheer madness. How could he have dared? Stop messing around, Naruto. Jiraiya hissed. Do you want a stepmother or something? Naruto crossed his arms. Who's messing around? You're the one quietly lining up stepmothers for me. Honestly, I should just destroy you on Mom's behalf. You. Jiraiya was too flustered to retort. Sensing the tension, Sayaka intervened. It seems your current apprentice isn't available. Is that correct? Jiraiya sighed, defeated. Yes, my apprentice is now the fourth Hokage, and he's happily married. This here is his son. Oh. Sayaka raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, perhaps the young man could fulfill the promise instead. After all, he seems about Lady Shizuka's age. Naruto immediately waved his hands. Not a chance. I already have a girlfriend. Shizuka, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke. Do Konoha's shinobi lack the courage to accept a challenge? Her voice was sharp, a tinge of mockery laced within. Naruto scoffed. That's some weak provocation. You'd only fool someone like Sasuke with that. Jiraiya, trying to defuse the situation, forced a smile. Why don't you stay here for the night? I'll have an answer for you tomorrow. Sayaka narrowed her eyes. I hope you won't delay this for decades. Jiraiya pounded his chest. Absolutely not. Later that evening, back at the Uzumaki Namikaze household, Kushina placed a steaming teacup in front of Jiraiya with a dangerous smile. Well, sensei. You've done quite a bit this time, haven't you? Jiraiya chuckled nervously. Kushina, listen, it's not what it seems. I didn't think this through back then. And what do you plan to do now? Kushina asked sweetly, though her tone made Jiraiya shudder. Trying to escape her gaze, Jiraiya turned to Minato. So, Minato, thoughts? Minato, however, remained engrossed in his newspaper. Though it was yesterday's edition, it had suddenly become the most fascinating thing in the world. Frustrated, Jiraiya muttered under his breath. My disciples are so unreliable. Naruto laughed, earning himself a flick on the forehead from Kushina. Quit laughing. If you're so amused, why don't you take on the challenge? Me? Naruto exclaimed. I already told them I'm not interested. Besides, I have a girlfriend. Kushina smirked. Hinata must be so pitiful, stuck with my sweet-talking son. I'm not sweet-talking anyone. Naruto protested. Kushina ignored him. Kimimara's back, isn't he? Let him handle this. Poor boy needs a distraction anyway. Wait a second, Jiraiya began, but Kushina was already smiling at her decision. The next morning, Naruto approached Kimimaro at the training grounds. Hey, you free today? Kimimaro nodded. What's going on? I need you to meet someone. She's been training non-stop ever since she lost someone important. If you can defeat her in a duel, it might help her move on. Kimimaro gave a curt nod. I'll do it. When they arrived, Sayaka and Shizuka were already waiting. Naruto gestured to Kimimaro. This is my brother, handsome and strong. Perfect, right? Kimimaro raised an eyebrow at Naruto's introduction but stayed silent. Sayaka studied him thoughtfully. Very well. If he's willing, then let's proceed. Shizuka stepped forward, removing her cloak to reveal a sleek battle suit. Her form was impressive enough to make Sakura jealous, but Naruto couldn't figure out why there was such a large opening in the chest of her outfit. Kimimaro remained stoic, focused on the task ahead. Let's begin. And so, the duel commenced. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 166, 166. Spar. 894 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Shizuka stood confidently in a sleek black ninja battle suit, her long hair tied back into a ponytail. Her stance radiated determination and skill. Kimimaro, dressed in a loose robe reminiscent of Niji's style, had his long gray hair tied simply behind him. One hand rested behind his back while the other extended outward, his robe fluttering lightly as he prepared for battle. Despite being part of the more eccentric Gord squad for years, Kimimaro's demeanor and technique remained composed and disciplined. The two nodded in acknowledgement, signaling the start of their sparring match. Nadeko style, rumbling gale fist. Shizuka launched the first attack, her four fingers forming a knife-hand strike. Chakra visibly radiated from her hand as she aimed at Kimimaro with precision. Her speed wasn't overwhelming, and Kimimaro easily evaded the strike. However, when her attack missed, the ground beneath her cracked, forming a shallow, 2-meter-long pit. Watching from the sidelines, Naruto muttered, that kind of power. Probably doesn't match Sakura's ordinary punch, but it's still impressive. Nadeko style, bangbo roundhouse kick. Shizuka leapt into the air, executing a split-leg spinning kick. Yet again, Kimimaro dodged with ease, leaving her attack to crash into the ground and form another crater. Naruto tilted his head in thought. This technique. It feels like a low-budget version of the strange strength jutsu mixed with Granny Tsunade's heavenly foot of pain. Realizing that Kimimaro's agility made him difficult to land a blow on, Shizuka switched tactics, abandoning predictable moves in favor of a more calculated approach. Nadeko style, vacuum barrage. The name sounded impressive, but the technique itself was a simple barrage of kunai thrown in rapid succession. Kimimaro, unimpressed, weaved through the incoming kunai in a zigzag pattern, effortlessly dodging most and deflecting a few. Within moments, he closed the distance to Shizuka and launched a punch. Caught off guard by his speed, Shizuka hastily raised her arms to block. The impact of his strike forced her back several steps. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "What incredible strength!" Refusing to concede, Shizuka lunged forward, wielding a kunai. However, Kimimaro caught her wrist mid-strike, halting her attack. Shizuka attempted to counter by driving her knee toward his abdomen, but Kimimaro smoothly released her wrist, sidestepped the blow, and swept her leg, causing her to fall to the ground. Before she could react, Kimimaro aimed a fist directly at her face. Shizuka instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for the hit. Yet the expected pain never came. Opening her eyes, she saw Kimimaro's fist frozen inches from her nose. His calm gaze and faint smile greeted her as he retracted his hand and extended it to help her up. Still processing what had happened, Shizuka softly muttered, "I lost." While taking his hand. "You're strong," Kimimaro said sincerely as he helped her to her feet. His respect for opponents who fought with their all was evident in his tone. Shizuka, sensing his genuine admiration, felt a mix of frustration and admiration. She turned her head slightly and let out a quiet hum, unsure of how to respond. Naruto, who had been watching with others, clapped a hand on Kimimaro's shoulder and grinned. "I know a good place where you two can talk. Go for it." Kimimaro, recalling Naruto's earlier suggestion to help Shizuka overcome her inner struggles, nodded. He turned to her and asked softly, "Want to chat?" Shizuka looked at him and, despite her initial reservations, nodded. He was powerful, gentle, and honorable, someone worth trusting. As Kimimaro led Shizuka away, Jiraiya and Naruto watched with approval. Young people need space, Jiraiya remarked with a grin as he steered Sayaka toward a tour of Konoha. Naruto chuckled to himself and prepared to head home, but was greeted by an unusual sight: 3 familiar figures, Gen, Daiki, and Jiro, lying on the ground with large red lumps on their heads. Kaya-san? What happened here? Naruto asked, confused. Kushina stood nearby, arms crossed, looking both amused and exasperated. These brats came looking for Kimimaro to spar, but when they found out he was busy, they started pestering me. So, I gave them some practice of my own. Naruto sighed. Right. So, how did it go on my end? Well, that sister seemed to warm up to Kimimaro. Good work, Kushina said with a sly smile. Now, what kind of reward do you want? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Maybe I'll just avoid the spotlight for now. Don't be shy. You did a great job. Kushina laughed before adding, oh, and don't forget to invite Hinata to the fireworks festival tonight. Naruto, flustered, stammered, wait, you mean like a date? Kushina knocked him on the head lightly. Not what you're thinking, idiot. There's a festival tonight, so take her out and have fun. Blushing, Naruto muttered, fine, fine. And turned to deal with the trio of troublemakers still sprawled on the ground. He hoisted them effortlessly onto his shoulders, remarking, guess I'll take you to train with Guy-sensei. This'll teach you not to mess with my mother. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 167, 167. Naruto Uzumaki. You will pay. 1054 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Naruto first hoisted Gen and Daiki onto his shoulders, then used his foot to prop up Jiro from the ground. With a well-timed toss, he caught Jiro securely on top of the other two, adjusting the weight until everything was balanced. Naruto mimicked the posture of a laborer carrying heavy sacks, just as Kushina had described. Since the three were tough and durable, he wasn't too worried about jostling them around. Carrying the 3 human sandbags, Naruto made his way to Team Guy's usual training grounds, only to find Tenten sitting alone on the ground, looking visibly irritated. Tenten? Naruto called out. She looked up, first spotting Naruto, then the trio stacked on his shoulders. Shaking her head, she muttered, did they finally get what they deserve? Ugh, even Niji and I struggle to handle 2 of them together, and your brother has to deal with all 3 on his own. Poor guy. No, I just brought them to Guy-sensei. Naruto denied Tenten's wild guess, then asked, why are you the only one here today? Don't get me started, Tenten replied with a dejected expression. Yesterday, our team had a dinner party. Everything was fine until Guy-sensei and Lee got too excited. But then, Lee accidentally drank a cup of Guy-sensei's sake. Naruto winced, recalling Lee's infamous drinking problem. Oh no, drunken fist Lee? That's bad. His alcohol tolerance is so terrible that he could get drunk from eating boozy chocolates. Exactly. Tenten sighed, collapsing onto a nearby bench. He went on a drunken rampage. Niji and Guy-sensei barely managed to stop him, but by then, the entire restaurant was nearly destroyed. Couldn't you just apologize and pay for the damages? Naruto asked, puzzled. You're pretty well off, right? Covering your teammates shouldn't be that big of a deal. Normally, yes, Tenten groaned, clutching her signature bun hair. But my teacher is not normal. Guy-sensei said that as men of honor, Lee and Niji must take responsibility for their actions properly. Paying money isn't enough. They have to work at the restaurant to make up for the damages. Naruto blinked. Knowing Guy-sensei, he's probably making them work 10 times harder than necessary, isn't he? Exactly. Tenten exclaimed, throwing her hands up. He's determined to have them work all day and take on the workload of 10 people. I, on the other hand, am not a man, so I don't have to join them in their insanity. I just feel a little bad for Niji, though. Alright, where's the shop? Naruto asked, adjusting the 3 unconscious figures he was carrying on his shoulders. I'll send some extra help. It's the shop right next to Ichiraku Ramen, Tenten said. Speaking of which, it's lucky for the Ichiraku owner that Lee didn't destroy their place. He broke through a wall, but that section is due for demolition soon anyway. Naruto shuddered at the thought of Lee's destructive power, then turned to leave. Thanks for the info. Wait. Tenten called after him. Naruto, you're pretty good at the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, right? Can you teach me a little about it? Naruto perked up. Flying Thunder God? Sure, I can help. Where are you in your training? Tenten pulled out a kunai and showed it to him. I've only just learned how to inscribe the markings. I even customized these kunai for it, but I haven't been able to use the technique yet. Naruto examined the kunai, raising an eyebrow at the black insignia etched onto it. Why does the mark look like a steamed bun? Tenten blushed. I came up with the idea while eating buns. I thought it was silly, but Lady Tsunade said not to change it, so here we are. Naruto snickered internally but decided to play it cool. Alright, I get it. Do you want me to show you how it feels to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? Tenten's eyes lit up. Really? That would be amazing. Thank you. Naruto created a shadow clone, gave her a thumbs up, and said, let's get started. Tenten flinched at the gesture, clutching her chest. Don't do that pose casually. It reminds me too much of Gai-sensei and Lee. As Naruto walked away, the clone transformed into Naruto and said in a cheerful tone, alright, let's begin. Tenten gawked. Why did you turn into a girl? And how did you end up so beautiful with such a perfect figure? Wait, why are you still wearing men's clothes? Naruto tugged at her shirt, which was slightly too tight, and replied, I thought it would be fun. You can call me Naruto now. Tenten sighed. Your clones are so weird. Can we just get to the training already? Sure thing. Naruto chirped. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Naruto found Gai-sensei and Lee hard at work. Standing at the entrance, he saw the two of them scrubbing the floor with such intensity that it gleamed like a mirror. Lee. Put your youth into it. Scrub harder 10 more times. Yes, Gai-sensei. Naruto sweat dropped at the sight. The floor was already so clean it could blind someone with its reflection. Even flies would slip on it. Gai-sensei. Naruto called out. Guy noticed him and turned, his teeth sparkling. Naruto. Have you come to train with us? Not exactly, Naruto replied, setting the 3 unconscious figures down. I brought you some helpers. They passed out sparring in front of my house. Guy inspected them closely, then nodded. Wonderful. These disciples of mine need more training in youth. Thank you, Naruto. As Guy woke the trio with his infamous enthusiasm, Naruto slipped away with a satisfied smile. I really am a great person, he thought. Back at the ramen shop, Niji glared at the 5 energetic new recruits and grumbled under his breath. Naruto. Uzumaki, you'll pay for this. Unbeknownst to him, Kimimaro, at the bakery, accidentally shattered a cup at the mention of Naruto's name. Both Niji and Kimimaro thought the same thing. Naruto Uzumaki. You will pay. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 168. Unhealthy Obsession. 961 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone. Achoo. Naruto, deep in his sage mode training at Mount Myaboku, sneezed. Losing balance atop a towering stone pillar, he plummeted but managed to grab a ledge midair and teleported back to safety using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Rubbing his nose, Naruto muttered, Hinata must be thinking about me. Smiling to himself, he thought, after all, I'm so kind to everyone every day. Who could possibly be cursing me behind my back? Before arriving at Mount Myaboku, Naruto had visited the Hyuga compound to make plans with Hinata. While he had only seen fireworks in anime before, experiencing them in real life was a rare treat, especially since fireworks were banned in the city. Sitting cross-legged on a stone slab, Naruto's mind wandered to thoughts of Hinata's cheerful face. Predictably, he lost focus and fell headlong again. Fukasaku, watching Naruto tumble back into place with the flying thunder god jutsu, sighed and admonished, Naruto, focus. Don't let your thoughts wander during training. Stay calm. To Fukasaku, Naruto was the most promising human ever to train in Sage mode, thanks to his vast chakra reserves. Over time, his chakra levels had grown even more impressive. At just 13, this kid's growth is astounding. In a few years, could he rival the first Hokage? Fukasaku wondered aloud. But there was a catch. Naruto's mind was overly active, darting unpredictably like a hyperactive toad. Fukasaku rubbed his temples at the thought of it. Ever since Naruto's arrival at Mount Myaboku, the younger toads, like Gamakichi and Gamatatsu, had developed an unhealthy obsession with fried foods, a bad influence brought by Naruto. Kids these days, even when they're tall enough to be independent, they cause so much trouble, Fukasaku lamented. Stabilizing his balance on the slate, he sighed once more. I've even started picking up bad habits because of this kid. Once again, Naruto fell, this time teleporting straight to the ground. He dismissed his shadow clone, only to be greeted by memories of his clone holding onto a tree and vomiting after overusing the flying thunder god jutsu. Naruto grumbled, why is it always like this? And why are you teleporting at 90 times per minute, clone? I don't even get that kind of heart rate during intense fights. Shrugging it off, Naruto prepared snacks made from bugs Gamakichi and Gamatatsu had caught, appeasing the eager young toads. One day, these two will wear me out just by begging for food, Naruto mused, resuming his Sage mode training. An idea struck him. Maybe I should swipe a little water from the great toad sage's bath next time and try making pickled insect noodles to break their obsession with fried food. Chuckling at his ingenuity, Naruto concluded, I really am too good for this place. Evening. After a quick bath and a change of clothes at Mount Myaboku, Naruto returned to Konoha. Standing outside the Hyuga compound, he waited for Hinata with excitement. A man can afford to wait, Naruto thought confidently. Finally, the door creaked open. Just as Naruto reached out to take Hinata's hand, he noticed she was holding someone else's, her younger sister, Hanabi. Hinata offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, Naruto-kun. Hanabi insisted on coming along. Naruto glanced at Hanabi, who made faces at him. Confused, he thought, why is this date turning into a family outing? Not wanting to upset Hinata, Naruto reached out and ruffled Hanabi's hair. It's fine. I've met your sister before. Don't touch my head. Hanabi protested, breaking free from his grasp. Naruto sighed but quickly came up with an idea. It's still early. How about I take you both out to eat? Somewhere you can't normally go in Konoha. Hinata tilted her head curiously. That sounds nice. Hanabi, however, scoffed. There's nothing in the world you can't find in Konoha. But her curiosity got the better of her. Naruto smirked. If you don't believe me, grab my hand. Taking both sisters by the hand, Naruto teleported them instantly to Short Book Street, a bustling market far from Konoha. Byakugan. Hanabi activated her dojutsu, scanning her surroundings in awe. This really isn't Konoha. Where are we? Hinata remained calm. She trusted Naruto completely. Naruto grinned. This is Short Book Street, about a day's journey from Konoha. I've been here on missions before. It's full of amazing food. Hanabi gasped. This far away? Naruto made an exaggerated sinister face. Yeah, far enough that if I sold you here, no one would save you. Mwahaha. Hanabi huffed, hiding behind Hinata. I'm not scared. I have my sister. Then, with a smirk, she added, also, that laugh was so lame. Hinata chuckled softly, her cheeks faintly pink. Don't tease her, Naruto-kun. Naruto laughed and led them through the street. Booth after booth, he introduced the sisters to delicious snacks. Try this takoyaki, Hinata. Okay. I want some too. Hanabi piped up. And this candy apple. Looks delicious. Me too. 30 minutes later. Naruto handed a skewer to Hanabi, who now looked a little pale. She hesitated, patting her bulging stomach. I can't eat anymore. Naruto grinned triumphantly. Sending a shadow clone to escort Hanabi home, he turned to Hinata with a sly smile. Now, Hinata, let's enjoy the rest of the evening. Hinata giggled, handing Naruto a rice ball. Naruto-kun? Looking at the rice ball and then at Hinata's gentle smile, Naruto realized he had no room left in his own stomach. Hinata, mercy. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 169, 169. Couples. 976 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. After feeding Hinata, the sky had fully darkened, and the two returned to Konoha. Naruto decided to settle on the top of the Hokage rock. The view here was expansive, and it was typically a quiet place where few people visited. However, tonight it seemed unusually lively, with groups of people gathering to enjoy the location. Some were in groups of 3 or 5, others moved in pairs, and a few had even lit bonfires, creating a warm, festive atmosphere. Huh? Shikamaru, Temari? Naruto spotted familiar faces among the crowd. Naruto? Hinata? Shikamaru also noticed the two of them. Naruto grinned and leaned over, bumping Shikamaru lightly with his shoulder. So, what's going on here? Why are you two together? Don't say that like it's something ambiguous. Temari retorted, pointing at Hinata. Aren't you two together? Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand and raised it, grinning mischievously. We're together officially, right, Hinata? So, you two are dating too, aren't you? Temari's face turned red, though it was unclear whether it was from anger or embarrassment. You idiot. Shikamaru sighed, already looking weary. Don't jump to conclusions, Naruto. My dad asked me to help coordinate with Temari regarding the upcoming Chunin exams. He's been busy lately, so he passed the responsibility to me. Temari nodded in confirmation. That's exactly what's going on. Naruto tilted his head. Wait, isn't your dad in charge of the Chunin exams? Why does it involve you, Shikamaru? Shikamaru gave him an exasperated look. Naruto, I'm just a genin. I still have to take the exam, I'm not running it. Oh, right, Naruto said, scratching his head as the memory returned. You didn't even get to fight in the final round since it got interrupted. Suddenly, a small firework shot up into the sky, lighting it with a burst of colors. Soon after, fireworks erupted one after another, illuminating the night with vibrant hues. For a moment, everything paused, the bustling crowd, the chatter on the Hokage rock, all eyes turned to the dazzling display above. Cheers erupted soon after, and the entire village of Konoha was swept into the lively atmosphere of the festival. Hinata, mesmerized by the fireworks, tightened her grip on Naruto's hand, intertwining her fingers with his. Naruto glanced at her, his heart feeling unusually light. This is happiness, isn't it, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, across Konoha, other familiar faces were enjoying the festival. Minato and Kushina strolled through the streets like any ordinary couple. Without their usual responsibilities, Kushina seemed more carefree, her laughter as light-hearted as a child's. Minato, ever the supportive husband, indulged her whims, trying games she liked and buying her favorite snacks. Elsewhere, Itachi and Izumi were sharing dango skewers, their hands reaching for the last one simultaneously. Izumi blushed and looked away shyly. Sasuke, on the other hand, was being dragged around by Sakura. Though his face betrayed irritation, his actions told a different story. He stayed close, awkwardly returning the gifts Sakura handed him. At an izakaya, Tsunade and Jiraiya clinked their glasses. Tsunade asked, "Jiraiya, do you plan on traveling again soon?" Jiraiya gave it some thought and grinned. "Yeah, once things settle down. I want to explore the ninja world. Staying in Konoha would dry up my creative inspiration." Thud. Jiraiya's face slammed into the table as Tsunade knocked him out with a single punch. She downed her drink in one gulp, muttering, "Idiot," before leaving. Elsewhere, Shizuka clung to Kimamaro's arm, happily trailing alongside him. Kimamaro glanced at the fleeting fireworks, silently wondering if there was someone else he needed to protect. Tenten sat on a rooftop, resting her chin on her hands as she watched the fireworks. She glanced at her teammates, who were busy in a nearby restaurant, and sighed softly. Asuma, missing Kurenai who was away on a mission, watched the festival with quiet longing, while Kakashi found himself at the memorial stone. Though he appreciated the fireworks, he took a moment to honor the fallen in solitude. Meanwhile, Naruto held Hinata close as they sat on Hokage Rock, watching the sky light up with brilliant colors. His thoughts drifted to the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, "Happiness will come your way." Wasn't this happiness enough? Time moved on despite the celebrations, and soon the fireworks faded. The stars gave way to the morning sun as life resumed its usual rhythm. Naruto, feeling guilty, rose earlier than his teammates to avoid an encounter with Kimamaro. After completing his morning training, he sought out Jiraiya, who was still nursing bruises from Tsunade's punch. "Pervy Sage, take a look at this jutsu," Naruto said, handing him a scroll. Jiraiya glanced at it. "The peacock technique? That's a secret ninjutsu from the Star Village. How did you get this, Naruto?" "Sasuke copied it. Uchiha's abilities don't count as stealing, right?" Naruto said with a cheeky grin. Jiraiya sighed. "This jutsu is pretty advanced. It requires a lot of chakra to use effectively. What do you want to do with it?" "I want to modify it," Naruto replied. "Flying is cool, but I don't like the wing design. Can you help me change it?" Jiraiya rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Changing the shape shouldn't be too hard, but... "But what?" Naruto asked suspiciously. Grinning mischievously, Jiraiya said, "It'll take up my writing time. How about you help me out with something in exchange?" Naruto smirked knowingly. "You want me to transform into that girl again, don't you? Fine, old man, but don't blame me for what's coming. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Chapter 170, 170. New Mission. 866 words. If you enjoy the chapter, don't forget to drop some power stones. Your support keeps me inspired to create and share more. Thank you, gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. Once someone finds motivation, their efficiency improves significantly. Take Jiraiya, for example. Motivated by the promise of something enticing, he quickly perfected the enhancement of his ninjutsu. After all, altering appearances without affecting the essence or power of a technique isn't too challenging for someone with Jiraiya's wealth of knowledge. His earlier claims about delays were merely an excuse to haggle over terms. Naturally, this kind of transaction couldn't take place in the Hokage's office. So, the seasoned sage and the young shinobi found a secluded spot, away from prying eyes. Naruto unrolled the scroll Jiraiya had modified and asked, "Shadow clone plus transformation, right? So, what's the catch?" Jiraiya stroked his chin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Hee, for starters, it's summer, so go with something cooler, something unforgettable. And I'll need 100 clones." Naruto sighed but nodded. Got it. He created 100 clones, surrounding Jiraiya while hiding his true body at a safe distance. "Ready," he called out. Jiraiya, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, smirked confidently. "Bring it on. Show me what you've got, future Hokage. Transform. Times 100. With a flurry of white smoke, the clones unveiled their perfected harem technique, swimsuit edition. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. His heart skipped a beat, and his jaw dropped as he processed the surreal sight before him. The clones pranced around, giggling and calling out in unison, "Jiraiya-sensei. Enough. Enough." Jiraiya collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed. I can't take it anymore." If he'd had even a hint of Uchiha blood, his Sharingan would have awakened on the spot. His eyes unfocused, Jiraiya muttered weakly, This must be hell." Concerned, Naruto dispelled the clones and rushed to his side. "Erosenin, are you okay? Don't overdo it, I don't need you rewriting the world because of Chio." Jiraiya pushed Naruto away with trembling hands, his voice shaky. What did you do?" "Exactly what you asked for," Naruto said matter-of-factly. "Let's review. 1. 100 clones, check. 2. Cooler outfits, check. 3. Unforgettable impact, check. This is unforgettable?" Jiraiya clutched his chest dramatically. Despite being a legendary shinobi, he felt utterly defeated by Naruto's antics. Naruto, worried for his sensei's health, whisked him straight to Tsunade's office using the Flying Thunder God. With Jiraiya still dazed, Naruto explained everything. Tsunade raised an eyebrow but smiled knowingly. "Really? Leave him to me." Relieved, Naruto returned to Mount Myaboku to focus on his sage training. At Mount Myaboku, the atmosphere was unusually lively. Naruto sat meditating atop a stone pillar while his clones practiced the peacock technique below, trying, and often failing, to launch themselves skyward. Every time a clone dispelled itself with a misstep, its memories distracted Naruto from his training, lowering his efficiency. Yet, he let them continue, reasoning it was better to adapt now than be thrown off in battle. Watching this chaos, Fukasaku sighed. This boy, can he really master Sage Mode? Back in the day, Jiraiya took years to perfect a half-finished version, and he was more focused. Naruto, on the other hand, is juggling missions and multiple techniques. By nightfall, Naruto dismissed his clones using a water release technique he'd recently mastered. Exhausted, he returned to the village and quietly slipped into his house. Kushina noticed him peeking inside and waved. "Come in, Naruto. Kimimaro isn't here." "Oh," Naruto said, entering. "Where is he?" "He left on a mission this afternoon," Kushina replied, smiling. "Mission? Isn't he supposed to be helping Shizuka?" Kushina winked. "That is the mission, escorting her back to Nadeshiko village." Naruto groaned internally. "Dad's abusing his Hokage privileges again, I knew it." The next few days passed peacefully. Naruto balanced sage training, peacock technique practice, and hospital visits to check on Jiraiya. Rumors circulated about Jiraiya being injured by a beast while on a field investigation. However, Naruto suspected it had more to do with Tsunade's treatment after their last encounter. Regardless, ordinary villagers admired Jiraiya's dedication, while those who knew him wished they could throw him in the disciplinary barracks. One day, after dropping off a fruit basket for Jiraiya, Naruto ran into Kakashi. "Naruto, good timing. I've got a mission for you," Kakashi said without looking up from his book. "C rank?" "C rank." Naruto sighed. "All right. Which tailed beast are we fighting this time, or what legendary weapon are we retrieving?" Kakashi paused, his eye crinkling in amusement. "Nothing so extreme. It's a bit dangerous, but not that dangerous. I'll explain at the training ground." At the training ground, Kakashi briefed Team 7. "As you know, the Chunin exams are in a little over a month. This year, the exams are split between Konoha and Sunagakure. Konoha is responsible for delivering the official invitation letters." Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. "So, where are we delivering ours?" "The Land of Rain." Naruto groaned. "Of course. For early access to advanced chapters and exclusive illustrations made by me, visit my Patreon. Patreon/iamxino. Thank you so much for your support and for reading. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.